Please welcome to the stage GAI Insights co-founders Paul Beyer and John Sviokla.
Let's see. Well, welcome everybody. It is a delight to be here. Okay, let us push this down. It's a delight to be here. I will tell you that the past year has been simply amazing. There's been so much happening, and the speed with which it's happening. I'm 68 years old, okay? And I will tell you, my professional life has changed more in the past 12 to 24 months in terms of the way I do my work and what's been going on. And I want to take a little bit of time on behalf of Paul and their team here to welcome you to some of the amazing trends and some examples of what you're going to see over the next few days. We'd like you to come away with three things. First, to understand the speed with which these changes are happening. Second, to have some idea of what leaders are doing to deal with this massive change. And third, to understand that you have resources, both from us in terms of our services and offerings, from our partners who are outliving this in companies, as well as this community. Because at the end of the day, leaders learn from leaders. And you can't do this alone. And this is happening so quickly. You need to understand that. So it's been a year of acceleration. Things are happening faster at a faster rate. The first thing I want you to think about is we've crossed a threshold in this summer where silicon intelligence, the right way to think about this is not as a robot, not as a chatbot, anything like that. It is a hive mind of capability from which you can pull out staff capabilities, activities, and actions. No, don't think about individuals anymore. Every individual is going to need their digital posse. Every person is a platoon, okay? Why is this the case? If you look, there's a wonderful test called the Multimedia Language Understanding Test, which is kind of like an IQ test for robots. The average human being gets just under 35%. An expert human being gets just under 90%. 3 months ago, 3 of the models passed 90%, and the top 10 models are all close to human experts. And you have to remember, this is the dumbest AI we're ever going to have. And they evolve in nano time. We live in human time. They live in nano time, which means they have, not yet, but soon, billions of years of evolution for every year that we have a year of evolution. So the speed of understanding is incredible. Let me just note some things that blew our minds in terms of how quickly they happened. First of all, from search engines to answer engines. If you have been looking, if you haven't taken the material about your company and made it available to the robots, people no longer are looking for Google and 10 blue lines. What they're doing is they are going and expressing their intent and getting answers back. Okay, this is happening in product choice. This is happening in the labor market. If somebody's coming to work for you, they're going to ask the robots about your company. And if you haven't opened up your company in a way that the robots can understand what's available, that's a problem. And there's $600 billion of search engine optimization money that's going to flow into this. Second thing, we are now in a post-text world. I don't know about you, I'm addicted to the YouTube Shorts and TikTok, as most people are, okay? The creation of those right now, whether you're doing a communication inside your organization or outside to the talent trying to hire them or making a pitch to a customer, if you're walking in with PowerPoints, your competitor is going to walk in with a movie with a push of a button that's got the customer inside it and communicating in this new way. That's available cheap. The third thing, agentic AI. This, I think, is the most amazing. If you look, PwC announced that they are going to hire 1/3 fewer people next year. Why is that the case? Because these agents, you're not just chatting with something, you're expressing your intent, and then a robot is going out and creating that capability. Paul later today will be demonstrating a few of these, in particular Manus, which is an amazing technology that allows you to basically do what a young consultant would do on a regular basis. Quantum custom GPT.ai is out here. It no longer hires individuals. They want to know who that individual is. They look at their resume and they say, show me your robots. So if you have kids graduating from college, and I was just at Northern Kentucky University talking about this, you want them to graduate not just with their resume, but they better show their posse, because the employer wants to know, what can you do? Can you work in this new hybrid environment where it's you plus your robots? AI is the new product engine. This is happening. Saks Fifth Avenue is here. They use AI to help generate new products, new ideas, innovation. Down the street here at the Broad Institute, in conjunction with MIT, they reviewed over 65 million possible targets for a new antibiotic that would hit things like MRSA, the antibiotic-resistant bacterium. And now they think they have 3 promising molecules that they're going to go after. And that is amazing in terms of new product development. Last but not least, I had the good fortune, Jeff Rayport and I created the first e-commerce course at Harvard Business School. Jeff's going to teach a case tomorrow morning. And we didn't see 3 years into that organizations completely reconfiguring themselves. JP Morgan's going to be here later. They're claiming at least 10 to 20% productivity increases. They've trained tens of thousands of their employees. The CEO of Walmart, Doug McMillon, 3 days ago said, and you have to remember, Walmart employs 2.1 million people. As a point of reference, there's 175 million people in the US labor market. Now, I understand those 2.1 million aren't all in the US. And the CEO of Walmart said, there are probably jobs that AI won't impact, but right now, I can't think of any. He said, we're going to still put humans in front of humans until robots come and they want to buy stuff, and then we'll put robots in front of robots. The CEO of Walmart. Jeff and I did not see that with the internet. This is happening so fast. Elephants are dancing. What have we been doing this year? Well, we've been on the beach. It's been really good. I've got a great tan. No, it's been busy. We're proud to say that we've had over 20 new customers. This is the largest GAI World we've had so far. It's increased by about 50%. Next year, we're going to have it here at the Hines. We hope to fill the whole thing. But anyway, this community continues to grow. We've got over 20 new corporates. We're really working on insights to impact. What is the leading edge of the practical? In that endeavor, we've got over 10,000 folks in our news community. We've got about 7,000 folks that we have trained, about 3,000 folks in our learning lab community, and so forth. We've also had the opportunity to do work at Davos. We've had over 400 news shows. And we have what we offer to help you in this AI journey is a combination of strategy, education and enablement, research and news, and perhaps most importantly, community, learning from each other about what's really happening and how you're getting it done. And we've purposely designed this event to have you meet some of those people who are going there. Now, we're trying to figure out how to really communicate this, and we had an internal debate and so forth. Anyway, we came up with this idea of going to AI land. Some people thought that was kind of hokey in our team, but at the end of the day, we want you to think about, what does it really mean to go to a new place, a new language, new customs, new behaviors, because that's what is happening in these mature companies, that they are leading. And when you think and hear about the news about AI and generative AI, of course there'll be people who overinvest. Of course there'll be people who are going to lose money. Of course there may be things that don't work. Nothing is 100%. But beware of averages, because we're really talking about two populations. We're talking about the leaders that are moving ahead faster, and then the rest. And if you haven't been to AI land, you don't know the language, you don't know the customs, you don't know how it works. So do not listen to the average. And the challenges in just about every industry in the next 24 to 48 months, there's going to be a leader. They're going to move ahead. And what we've done, whether it's folks like Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, the Mayo Clinic, who are both here talking about what is it like to live in AI land and increase your aspirations. In order to get at this, we have a maturity model that I want you to all think about. Where are you on this? And by the way, I got this in dialogue with a robot. I said, what's a great acronym? Blah, blah, blah. We ended up with RISE. What's RISE? It is research and experimentation, phase 1. Innovation and implementation, islands of innovation, phase 2. Synchronization, scaling, orchestration, phase 3. And then emerging intelligence. And we have services that help people at different stages here. So in terms of insight to impact, things like early education, project strategy and implementation, thinking about how do you think about what the scaling factors are, and then what does an organization look like with emerging intelligence. We see most people in 1 and 2, and the big challenge, the sail across the sea, is when you go from 2 to 3. So we've seen organizations try to hop straight to 3. Consultants will come in and say, oh, we're going to transform your organization. We have not seen that happen to work once. The reason it doesn't is you don't know the language. People are talking past each other. The AI is such an amorphous idea until you start to use it in dialogue. People don't understand. It's not about a robot in a corner. It's about a hive mind that changes the way that you work. That changes the way that you think. It changes the way that you explore. So you only get that with a top-down, bottom-up capability where you get senior executives who support it, and then folks learning hands-on, as my colleague Paul likes to say, hands in the clay. There's no substitute for that. The second, islands of innovation. This is where you have net present value. Hey, let's go fix marketing. Let's go put a chatbot for customer service. Let's go do an education app so that when people are onboarded, they can understand that. Let's give our maintenance people the ability to just take a phone, which you can do now, and point it at anything, say, what is this? And where do I get it? Where can I get it repaired? How much does it cost? You can do that now with the general models. That's what you do in the first 2 things. Then when you get to synchronization and orchestration, those are folks like Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, like Mayo. They're starting to build an infrastructure. We're starting to see a pattern. You have an infrastructure, Goldman Sachs has this, a platform of intelligence that then has applications on top of it and has different agents and so forth. And then human beings, expert human beings, but that new pyramid, the bottom, is filled in by silicon intelligence. And then last but not least, and this is the thing that's really scary if you think strategically. If you look, and we only see this today in the hyperscalers and the technology companies, where the AI is building the AI. This is really important because you can't buy your way to level 3 and level 4. You can't just purchase technology. You can't, because you have to grow that capability. And you have to remember that if you're in 3 to 4, they're learning at a faster rate that'll be very hard to catch. So not only are they ahead, they're running faster and learning how to run even faster and maybe hopping in an automobile or an airplane in terms of their speed. We predict that in 26 and 27, many major industries will have emerging intelligence leaders. So that is the strategic situation, okay? Some of the companies speak at the conference. Let me talk a little bit about One Digital. Vinay Gudwani is going to talk about how they are now launching another set of digital employees. So they have over a couple dozen digital employees that interact with their workers who help with benefits and investing advice for companies and individuals. And their thing is all about taking their best people and making them even better. And if you've ever run a sales force, you know that most of the value is created by the top salespeople, actually sometimes more than 100% of the value if you're destroying value somewhere else. And so imagine having an organization that now has a posse of people plus silicon intelligence who are now competing in that marketplace. That's who you're competing against. Also, we're delighted to have these companies attending the conference. Again, in the notion of how giants are learning to dance. We've got a lot of large companies here, startup companies, and the speed of learning is amazing. I also want to do a couple notable items. My friend Jeffrey's going to teach a Harvard Business School case tomorrow morning. We're also going to have Spot the robot dog, who's here. Tomorrow morning, we'll have Women in AI breakfast. This has got a lot of momentum, a lot going on in that community that continues to grow. Celebrating Black pioneers will be at lunch tomorrow. For the first time, we're going to have product demos, and we're also going to have we're going to have 2 breakouts around how we at GAI use technology in our business, because we're an AI-first company, and how we use it, if you're curious about what we're doing. And then we'll have another breakout session that talks about how do you get across this RISE framework from insight to impact. We have a shared document that we would encourage you to join. It's tinyurl.com, GAI World 2025. And in that document, you can put in questions, thoughts, disagreements, whatever. We'll try to take some of those things and put them into this conversation. And if not answered here, we'll answer them after the fact. And last but not least, because we're sold out, we have a live stream that's available to anyone for free. So if anyone at your organizations or in your family circle or friends, they are welcome to go to GAIWorld2025.com. Sorry, it's just GAIWorld.com. The 2025 shouldn't be there. GAIWorld.com, and look for a live streaming button over in the bottom right side. And that's available to them for everything that's on the main stage for free. So, and last but not least, we really want to thank our sponsors and partners and our exhibitors. As leaders in your organizations, they are people who are out working these issues with real companies in real time. They are here to teach you, to help you understand what is possible with them and in general. So please avail yourself of it, because again, we are in a learning race here. So I hope that you will think about where you are in this journey. Are you starting to think about going on the journey? Are you in the research and experimentation phase? Are you starting to build islands of automation? You're starting to pack? Have you actually boarded the ship and you're starting to go across the ocean? Or have you landed in AI land or building a new kind of society with emerging intelligence? And to think about, where are you, where do you want to go, and how are you going to get there? So with that, let the journey begin. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Great.
For a fireside chat with Paul Baier,
There you go.
please welcome to the stage Professor at Harvard Business School, Shekhar Ghosh, and CEO at WEX, Melissa Smith.
Okay, guys, so as our next speakers are getting mic'd up, I just wanted to comment. I totally love this analogy of going through AI land and how each of us as individuals and organizations need to, in fact, take a ride on this journey. It's like, how can I learn the language, the dynamics, the rules of engagement for this new world? Amazing analogy, and very excited to be here. Our speakers are getting mic'd up. I'm going to put you back in.
Turned out to be true. It's always interesting to come back a year later and say, what has worked, what hasn't. The one that really stays, that I emphasize to almost every audience I speak to, is the fact that we are growing exponentially, and we, as in the way we process information, cannot really think about exponential growth. We cannot really figure out the implications of it. So if you think about, imagine that you're in the Gillette Stadium and you go in for a game and someone tells you that there's been a leak and there's a drop of water that comes in, except that every minute that drop is doubling. So the second minute it's 2 drops, and then it's 4 drops, and so on. And they say, do you really want to go for the game? This started at noon. And so just think of it for a minute and say, would you cancel your ticket for that game? Would you say, this is going to wash out the whole game because 1 drop of water started? And it turns out, and so you could say, when will the game get canceled? And the answer is, if that drop of water started at 12 noon, at 12:45, there'd be a foot of water across the whole field. So it's 12:45. You're looking at it, and you're saying, I'm in the bleachers. I've got to get home. The game's going to get canceled. How much time do you have? At 12:48, the water is going to be halfway up the stadium. And at 12:49, because it's doubling, it will take the whole thing and you'll be dead. That's the pace at which we're moving. And it's just a very hard pace for us to fully understand. But within that pace of movement, there's 2 things going on that are important to sort of keep in mind. We use the phrase that the change is going to occur through termites, not tornadoes. And what we're seeing across industry after industry, job after job, is a hollowing out of what people actually do. So there are, take radiologists, which is a canonical example. There are many things that radiologists do that AI will not do and cannot do. But there are many core things that the radiologist does that the AI is doing, and it's slowly hollowing out that job. But that's true across many, many job categories. And as the CEO of Walmart said, it's probably true across all job categories. And so what happens is when something like this happens, as happened in the Industrial Revolution, what you get is not that there are fewer jobs, there are many more jobs, but that the rate per job goes down. So in the Industrial Revolution, average wages went down, and it took 3 generations for those wages to come back up. So we're in for a big disruption, not so much in just the number of jobs that exist, but in the quality of those jobs, the amount people are willing to pay for them. All of those things are going to change. And then the last thing I'll just say as a general observation is AI is different from humans. We often think about, AI is intelligent. Will it replace this job? Will it replace this person? Will it replace this particular category? But in fact, AI thinks differently. Way back when Daniel Kahneman was asked this question, someone called him up and said, I'm writing a story, and the story is about a love affair between a human, a man, a woman, and a robot. And so I want some guidance about how each of them will behave in the story. And Kahneman thought about it, and he said, there are 3 differences that I see. That the human will be less affected by noise, less affected by data problems, and so on, less affected by just a narrative that comes across. The human will be more emotionally intelligent. The human will be wiser. Except that that's not actually what he said. He said all those things about the robot. He said the human will be affected by narratives. The human will not be emotionally intelligent, and the robot will be a lot wiser. And by wiser, he meant the breadth of knowledge and the breadth of experience that comes in. And so when we think about humans and AI working together, it's something that we've never really fully experienced, particularly at scale. And that's something that we have to experience. We have to actually try it out in different ways before you can actually get it to work. And that means that this is a contact sport. It's something that you have to do all the time, and that's the journey that we're all going to be on.
So we're delighted that Shekhar's got the perspective from Harvard Business School. He's also the board member of a public traded company. Melissa, you've got quarterly goals, you've got changes. How do you manage all these different masters?
Well, that's what we do, right? Anybody out here is doing the same thing. I think, when it comes to AI, one of the things we did really early on was focus on change management. And we're seeing the benefits of that now. So we had said we want to make sure we're investing in enablement, which meant giving people tools, but also we required all directors and above to learn prompt engineering at that point in time, but learning how to use AI and open it up to all of our employees. And then we had certain people that were set up to create an AI incubator program across the organization. As a result of that, right now, 3/4 of our employees use AI weekly. 80% of our employees are encouraged to and said they would like to learn more and are continuing to learn more. We have 600 of those incubators that are across the organization that are advocating for that. And you can see, John had talked earlier about bottoms up and tops down. We think of that as working in both of those areas in the company. So the bottoms up is grassroots, but it started with making sure people understood the tools.
That's great. We hear a lot about kind of the early adopter employees taking off and the next segment kind of stagnant. Are you seeing that? And
Yes.
How are you managing that?
Yeah, early on it was just making sure people are aware. And then from a gentle push from the board, we went from value creation to value capture. And so that's when we started to really focus in the areas, and that's where we started going tops down. And we're seeing things like we've got across our business, one of the things our customers do is submit claims to us that we actually have to process. And it's a pain point for our customer, it's a cost for us. We now have a program where when people submit flexible spending accounts, we can reimburse them in 2 minutes, or approve it, I should say, in 2 minutes compared to 2 days at 97% accuracy. So we've been able to change that from a customer perspective. 32% of our fraud claims are being blocked, in greater velocity than they have been in the past. You can go across the organization. Our IT
Yeah.
group has 10% productivity across all of their different use cases.
Yep.
And so I feel like we went from education to value capture, and now you're seeing that the force of both of those things. We just did a hackathon in one of our segments, and we had 70 AI-inspired ideas that are coming through.
That's great. I'm curious, and I want to go to change management. What are you seeing other companies in change management, Shakar? It's something we were seeing again and again. CEOs saying, boy, my company's not going fast enough. We're not moving fast enough.
I think the main thing is that every time we've had change management, whatever form that's taken, you end up that the biggest problem you run into is primate behavior. That humans are primates, and in that process, people have egos, they have fears, they have concerns about where they will be, and you have to start by addressing that. So you're taking somebody's expertise and saying, I'm going to put that into a model, and in that model, eventually, I'm going to take away this person's job, their livelihood, their expertise, and you have to address that right up front. You have to start to say that this is going to affect everybody. The example that comes to my mind is Moderna, down the street from here, Steve Vancell, and his decision to put IT and HR into the same department run by one person, with the idea that the job of the HR person is to create workflows, and that those workflows will include both AI and humans, and you have to figure out how they work together for the good of whatever the objective is that you're trying to achieve. And increasingly, I think we'll have this notion of these are different intelligences, but they have to work together, and they do certain things differently. And so organization styles, all of these things will start to change, but we don't know the path forward.
That's great. Can we get the wireless mics? We'll do questions about 5 minutes here. Melissa, I know one thing that's so impressive about WEX, you and Shakar had board meetings discussing AI way back in 2023, which seems like ages ago. And I think back then it was like maybe less than 5%. So you've been on this journey to this AI land, John Tabak, for a while. What do you know now that you wish you knew 18 months ago? What's the next one coming up? What advice would you give? Yeah.
I think that we kind of stumbled into it, honestly, this idea of all the work we did across the employee base. I think that if you look across, if you look across our employee base, that training we did it because we thought it was the right thing to do. But when I talk to other CEOs, the biggest thing that they're dealing with is just resistance within the organization. What Shakar said is real. And we've also talked in two different ways to our employees. First, it's a journey that we're on. We're removing the chafe out of what you do, and it's going to change the way that we work over time. It's going to give us a competitive advantage, but it also will change, what happens on a daily basis. And you can see within our workforce, we have more people in the audience here are highly trained experts, and we have less people that are doing more manual day-to-day work, and that's going to just continue over time. So I guess what I would say is what I've learned is, lean into the truth.
Lean into the training.
Lean into the training, lean into the truth. And then we started with very much a carrot idea. We wanted to draw everybody along, but we've realized we've had to add the stick along the way. And some of the examples of that within our IT group, we started with wanting people to use tools to help them code. And then we started tracking who was using it. We started talking publicly about what was working. And you can start to see over time that we created a shift in behavior.
So all employees have access to a secure employee chatbot years now at WEX, right?
Yes. Years in many different tools. I think that's the other thing is instead of forcing people to one tool, we have multiple options so you can find something that fits your style.
For the audience who doesn't know, the tables here in front of us are groups from different companies. There's some of the WEX teams here, GenLine's team here. So these are companies investing in a whole table in 2 days to get alignment here. So it's another change management aspect that you have here. And then we'll go to questions after Shakar. Shakar, we hear a lot about AI changing competitive dynamics here. How do you think about sustainable advantage? Is it change because of AI? Is people need to think differently?
I think it's one of these questions that you just don't know, because if you think through it logically, you end up with something that says that anything that was sustainable before in terms of scale or the Porter's 5 forces kinds of things, that those things all disappear, that it's all stuff that is about process, and it's about the pace at which you move. What we are seeing across a range of companies that are trying to, Andrew Ang was talking about this, that the primary metric that he looks at is the velocity of change, that how quickly are you going from one place to another. And the example he uses is he says, I'm building a system. I started in the morning. I use a set of AI systems to write the code. The code is ready by the afternoon. I go back in, and now I've got to debug the code. And instead of going in and saying, here's a place that there's a problem, go back and fix this, I just say, here's a problem, rewrite the whole thing. And it's just a different way of thinking. It's a different way of working. And by the evening, I have another set of code. And the system has learned something about what it did wrong the first time and has improved on that. And so, the logical conclusion to all these things is mind-blowing. But it's a very different way of managing processes. It's a very different way of thinking about how these things work. And that's what management, that's what people have to learn. One of the big problems is how do you communicate that, particularly if the middle layers are doing all the learning and the top layer is doing the listening. Because it's different, if you don't experience it, it's very hard to then incorporate that in the way you decide things.
And just to add to that, if you look at a lot of the grassroots work, people are trained to think incrementally. They make incremental benefits. And a lot of what we're doing that I would say that's kind of bottoms up is that someone will take a process and they'll remove the chafe from it, but it's just taking what they have and they're making it better. A lot of the tops down work we're doing is the opposite, where you're actually thinking, what can the tool do differently that we couldn't do in the past? And that's where you're seeing like really big change.
That's great. Questions, audience, who's got a question here? While we get the next question set up here, Melissa, we talked a lot about the change here. How are you thinking, or are you thinking differently about the core competencies you need in your next set of leaders, employees, and board members and everything else? Is it different now? Is it still the same?
It is different. It is different. And I think that it's really important tops down that you have believers.
Yep.
And you can see even believers, right? Because not every, I think it's really easy, and Shikara will say this, to find the excuse around why the technology doesn't work. I don't have access to the data. There's a, the running list of why it's too hard. But if you start with a belief that this is going to change the way work gets done, it's going to change our competitive position. And for us, what we believe is it's going to change how we are viewed in the industry. We're a market leader, but we have an ability to actually just create new ways of working within our industries. And so it's a really exciting thing. But if you don't believe that, then you're actually going to have that ripple down through your organization. And one of the most powerful things I do is use it. Because when I start, myself, but also visibly use it, and so that people can see we've created a synthetic investor. We've created synthetic board members before. There was different ways that we've actually used the technology, and so that people can see it in play. And I think that puts tension in the system too.
That's great. Questions? Go ahead in the back. Looks like.
Hello. Hi, Larry Fitzpatrick, CTO One Main Financial. It seems like at the CEO and board level, there's a spectrum of responses from let's wait it out and see, and maybe we'll buy it at some point, all the way to I'm all in, what can we do to actually transform our business? And you can imagine stages in there from, well, let's test it so we're not going to fall behind, or let's look at some big hitters and some small hitters. What are the triggers along the way that get CEOs and boards to flip their perception to maybe go a little bit faster and lean into experimentation when, in operating businesses, experimentation is maybe not baked into the culture?
You want to start, Shikara, and we'll get Melissa? Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
I can start.
Yep.
I think that the pressure from the board is really important. And because as you started with this, as a public company, you have a lot of things we can work on. And so making sure that there's time and space and a board agenda where you're focused on that. We actually did board education and continue to do so at the board level, because this is a really important strategic topic and something that warrants time and energy at that level. And that has just, like it just ripples through the rest of the organization.
I think a simple way to think about that in my mind is just project out 2 or 3 years, within a planning horizon, and you say, if I take all the processes or the products that I have, and I assume that AI does its thing, what will that look like? How long will it take to create a quote? How long will it take to evaluate a contract? And those answers are typically in minutes, sometimes seconds. And you go back in and you say, if that's the way the world is going to be in a time frame that's within my planning horizon, then if my competitors are going to do that, how do I respond to it? And so you create a very concrete set of what does service look like in my industry based on what I know AI can do today. And once you do that, it sets a performance. That's your competition. That's what you're going to be competing against in terms of performance requirements. And then you start to work it through. Now you can spend a lot of time debating whether that's true or not, but that's a good debate to have. And once you do that, then that sets the requirement for moving ahead.
One thing, we can fortunately talk a lot of different companies here. Private equity is driving a truck through this here. So if you're PE owned, you got a lot of pressure there. The other thing is, I know it's hard to get on the board agenda here. Employees notice. So we've gotten multiple resumes from major companies who are frustrated because their company's not going fast enough, asking us who do they know that's moving faster here. So I think it is non-trivial to get on the board level, but it's also shocking when you're at some of these board meetings and people are asking about 3.6 and ChatGPT. Let's go over there, a question, and go ahead.
Thank you. I was really intrigued by what you said about paradigm shift from Porter's 5 forces to sustainable kind of competitive advantages being rewritten as processes. I was just wondering if you could not so much give examples, but just talk about that at a strategic level. What does processes mean within that context that you framed it?
So I think one way to think about this is that in most companies, you have standards. You say that I will respond to a call within a certain period of time. I'm expecting that my sales cycle will take a certain period of time, and so on. And over time, you try and tweak those things little by little along the way. And what AI starts to do is to say that instead of going from step to step, what I'm doing is going on a gradient that is continuous. And so for each of these things, the endpoint, so right now I'm going to respond to a requirement for a quote within 2 weeks. And it's going to become, I have to respond to that within 5 minutes. So it's radically different, but you're not going to get from 2 weeks to 5 minutes in a short time because you've got human processes in between that come in. And so you say, I'm going to start at 2 weeks, and then I'm going to bring it back to 1 week, and then I'm going to bring it back to 1 day. And that might be as much as I can do. But you work through each of those processes, and you say that becomes a standard in the industry. And if you don't have the AI underpinnings, if you don't have the data structures, if you don't have the ability to say yes, the review processes, all of the other pieces in it, then you're never going to get there in that process. And so what you want to do is to take every process that exists and then meta processes on top of that and get to that level at which is sort of the limit of what can be done, given the natural reviews and so on that have to occur. And I think that this notion of I have a competitive advantage, or I have a cost advantage, or I have a slightly better product, those things become the time frame in which they're occurring become narrower and narrower. And so you have a few weeks of competitive advantage instead of a few years of it. And that keeps changing continuously.
And we've got investors, both public and private, asking us how to look at 15 competitors in a sector and figuring out who is AI first, because they're getting 10 to 15% valuation premium on that here. And UBS can be targeted. Let's go over here for a question. And we're about 5 minutes late on the agenda here. When we get to break, we're going to catch up on break. So we're going to make up the 5 minutes of break. But go ahead, Hope.
Hi, I think these are all great insights. What I'm noticing in companies right now is that there's a position they're starting, every company I hear is that the chief AI officer. And I think they're hiring such positions just to make sure that the change management that you talked about is actually taken care of pretty quickly, because the technology is advancing really fast. And I do want to hear your insights on, if the technology is moving really fast and everything is advancing fast, like ChatGPT, you have every 3 months you have new advancements coming out. How do you take that and put that into change management in such a way that you're training your employees? It takes 3 to 6 months to train them, and then you have this new technology coming in. So how do you make that happen? Do you have these new roles like chief AI officers do that, or do you do that in the change management as a team? And how do you take care of that?
Sure. That's a great question. So when we first started, you were talking about the fact that we educated people. That was really on prompting. I mean, the next thing for us is agent creation. And so when we think about broad brush training across the workforce, it actually isn't every few months. It's going to happen periodically. What we really want is our employees in it and using the tools. And as long as the tools continue to evolve, our employees will evolve with them. And you can see that. So we have probably 50, what I would describe as AI professionals, within the 6,500 employees. So there's a deposit of them, but then we have 600 employees that have really taken this seriously and are really deep in that. And they're advocating within each of their different departments, the usage of the tools. People can go to them and really understand, what's happening. And so it is, when I talk about grassroots, I think there's a level of formal education that's going to happen on a regular basis, but more often it's going to be people just immersed in the tools, and as they are immersed, they're learning how to do things in ways that they couldn't in the past.
Well, yeah, I'm going to finish up. I've got one kind of exit question I want to ask both the panelists, and then we'll move to our next speaker here. We'll start with Melissa. Melissa, what's the one piece of advice you want a company to know that's on this journey? What's the one thing they need to take away from everything you've learned?
Yeah, I think I hear a lot of people talk about the risk of AI.
Yeah.
I think that I would say the risk of not deploying AI is actually much greater. So, and it's taken us 3 years to get to this point in time. So I would, if you're not in, go in and go in as fast as you can, because I think it's really important to the future.
That's great. Yeah, Shakar?
So, I'm really going to key off your question. When people come in and they say they want a chief AI officer, I'd like you to imagine, what does a spec for that look like? And typically what a spec would look like is somebody who knows AI. And I think the shift that we have to see is not somebody who knows AI. That's just a given. It's somebody who knows people, somebody who knows the human side of it, because that's the side that has to change. AI is changing, but the organization also has to change. And so in change management, someone who knows how to change an organization, how to change minds, how to do all of those things, that becomes a spec of what happens. And it's still framed as a technology thing, as opposed to a change management thing that has to occur within companies. I think that's the big shift that we're going to see over some period of time, and that's going to distinguish companies that apply it successfully versus companies that don't.
Shakar, Melissa, thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks. Really good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shakar.
Thank you.
Okay, so just want to check in after that fantastic conversation. There are really two things that resonated with me, particularly from my HR perspective. So I'm going to take the last comment by Shakar, and he mentioned, okay, typically, historically, if we were looking for the spec for a chief AI officer, that would be a tech AI enabled person. But he said, no, we actually need to ensure, like, the tech understanding and excellence is baseline, right? We need someone who understands the people and the humanistic component, because part of the success in implementing and executing and winning in AI really is very humanistic, the people side. So again, from wearing my HR lens, super fantastic. And I also loved the comment by the CEO of WEX. So she says that you have to go in, people. The risk is not going into AI. And I think that is so important too, again, from the people perspective. It's not the future of work. At some point, we're going to be engaging with agents. We're working side by side. Your colleagues are actually agents. And so individuals and organizations leading that change need to have that perspective and not be afraid to actually go for it. In fact, one of the things that I thought about, oh, we're coming back. I'm going to switch. I will share more at the break.
Predictive, generative, and agentic AI, although we didn't use the terms in 2019. Yeah. And so these last 5 years have been bringing together de-identified, consented data, cloud-hosted, and proximity to massive amounts of compute to generate a variety of models to solve a variety of society and business problems. And so for 25 years, I was CIO at Harvard Medical School and a number of the hospitals in Boston. And so I learned a fair amount about things like privacy, compliance, risk, and business transformation. So it gave me what I needed to go to Mayo.
And then what's the goal of the platform? Is it the startups? Is it research? Is it new health drugs?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Right.
So very briefly, I mean, we started at Mayo, but then we went to 8 countries and looking at country scale, how do they curate data? So we build peer-to-peer global data collaboration that fuels acceleration of small companies. We've graduated 60 companies from our accelerator. We take, I think at the moment we have 150, 160 mid-sized companies, not buying data, that's not what we do, but coming into the environment to develop products and services. And 26 pharma companies looking at things like drug targets, clinical trial preparation, cohort analysis, post-market surveillance. So it's curate the world's data, assemble the world's innovators, disseminate the results very broadly.
We've heard so much in the earlier conversation about change management and how fast AI is moving. Healthcare historically has not been a industry that people thought is moving quickly here. What have you hit the change management challenges and how have you dealt with them?
Well, in any change management, you're going to find a Gaussian distribution of those who are the laggards and those who are the leaders and everybody in between. And what I'll tell you is to get people to change, you need to understand their currency. Sometimes, depending on the organization, it's profitability. Sometimes it's power or stature. Sometimes it's, in the case of academia, promotion or recognition by your peers in publication. So as you take a look at whoever your audience is, making sure that you align incentives and then you get adoption.
Well, definitely, I know there's a lot of questions here. We'll go to questions here in a little bit here, but we certainly seen anecdotally and through studies, people going to ChatGPT for medical advice. Is that good?
Oh, wow. Yes, an extraordinarily complicated question. So let's imagine generative AI, whatever it is 20% wrong. Well, that sounds horrible. But how about your clinician? I mean, what's the measure of accuracy? I've been a doctor for 40 years. Well, you know, when I was trained in medical school in the 1980s, things were a little different. 50% of what I learned was wrong. I just don't know which 50%. So I think you have to ask the question, generative AI is good for many things in healthcare. Suppose I say, go out and read this paper and summarize it for me at an 8th grade level. It actually does that really well. So it can accumulate vast amounts of information, synthesize it, and present it. Where it's not so great is I want to use its training data set to make a decision. You know, should I get chemotherapy or radiation? Don't go there. You need a human in between.
We've seen so many AI projections from hugely optimistic to super pessimistic. On the healthcare area, where are you in that altitude? I mean, 3 years from now, are we going to be having incremental breakthroughs or small incremental improvements, massive change coming? What should we expect from at least in the U.S. healthcare system?
He's asking such great questions. There's not a black and white answer to that. So let me talk about some low risk areas. Do you think Gen AI could help us in supply chain, revenue cycle, clinical documentation improvement, burden reduction? Here, I'll give you the dumbest example. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how many summer camp forms are there? I know some parents in the audience know what a summer camp form is. 1,200 different summer camp forms. Do you think doctors and nurses should spend their time filling out summer camp forms?
These are the forms asking allergies. And,
Yeah, can you go to camp? Are you going to be okay?
Yeah.
So, I mean, point to be made is if generative AI can reduce administrative burden by filling out forms, ambient listening to doctor-patient conversation, creating the note, creating the support, whatever the supportive workflow is, absolutely fabulous. We're seeing very, very rapid adoption of that. There's still some speculative areas. So, for example, Mayo has 56 petabytes of multimodal data, and answers to many questions are in those 56 petabytes, but it takes a human to ask the question. So we started to say, wow, could agents go through the 56 petabytes, continuously asking questions no human has ever asked to discover new knowledge? And let me give you a quick example of just some of the things that have come out of it so far. Glioblastoma is a horrible disease, brain tumor, very short lifespan. We have figured out from the data we already had how to double the lifespan of patients with glioblastoma. Who knew that if you kept your glucose levels and you used a 1960s anti-seizure medication called lamotrigine, that you'd actually live twice as long? Well, no human asked the question. But these agents can start to go through and look for what could potentially be causality. And, you know, it does have a lot of false positives. Point to be made, I'm very optimistic because this, as our other speakers said, is exponential growth beyond the capacity of a human to do the work.
Just amazing. Questions? Are we with the microphones? Yeah. And then we'll go over here next time.
First of all, thank you for the insights. I think it's really impactful and relevant to what I'm doing. For context, I'm a healthcare founder out of MIT, and I am building a AI-powered telemedicine platform to democratize care access for people with chronic disease, and will take those insights and perform post-market surveillance for like medications for these chronic disease. And our experience, the way I've been leading my team is so that the experience for each of my patients is not dominated by AI, because I know certain things that the way I want to innovate in healthcare is that I want to innovate around things that aren't going to change. And old people who are sick, they want to talk to a person, not to a chat bot, not to like an automated voiceover. So the patient experience will always be human, but the operation, everything behind that is, for the most part, I would say about 80% AI, from how we risk assess a patient to how we stratify SOAP notes to how we sort of augment billing processes. So I wanted, and hearing that you sort of support companies and you sort of, you know, incubate companies, what is your ethos in terms of my approach to using AI for this challenge that I'm trying to address? Like, how would you advise someone in my shoes to be responsive to AI in the application of healthcare in which I'm using it?
Sure. So a couple of comments, which is whenever I write or speak on this topic, I say AI should actually be called augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence, because why is it you go to seek advice of a clinician? Well, chances are active listening, respect, empathy, maybe you have personal preferences for the kind of care. I mean, these are the kinds of things that are uniquely human qualities. But behind that human, you know, looking at the world's knowledge, the world's evidence, the world's research, becoming beyond human scale. In my field of emergency medicine, there are 800 papers published every day. I'm slightly behind on my reading, right? So to your point, you can ingest and synthesize vast amounts of data to be most up to date using AI. But let me give you an example of democratization. So Mayo has 85,000 employees, 7,000 specialists. There are 3 people at Mayo who could listen to a patient's voice and diagnose ALS, Parkinsonism, or other neuromuscular diseases, not from what they say, but how they speak. Well, it turns out 3 humans don't scale very well. But if you say, oh, why don't we take those 3 humans, take 100,000 voice recordings, and do human reinforcement learning and create a model that can do the same, you can now democratize that model to anyone in the world with a phone. And that's what we did, right? So it's capture the knowledge in the literature, capture the patients of the past, capture the knowledge of your experts, spread it widely, but the humanity of medicine will still be delivered by humans.
Well said. So we have a microphone over here. As we're getting a microphone set up, when you look at different countries around the world, are there certain countries that are innovating quicker or less constrained on innovation? Or
so there are 190 countries, last I checked. And as you start to look at them, and I've been in 21 countries in the last 12 months. So take a country like Singapore, right? Singapore curating its data, creating national policies for secondary use of that data, creating AI infrastructure. The Middle East, huge investments in infrastructure and software readiness. China doing pretty remarkable work on the technology and the data side. Europe, it will get there. But the challenge, Europe, I mean, and I love my European colleagues. They've created something called the European Health Data Space, which goes live in 2028. So what they're saying is, well, I know this AI stuff's moving very fast, but we will be ready in 2028. Unfortunately, the train will have left the station by then.
And that's version 1.0.
Yeah, so you are seeing huge variation across the world with certain countries taking lead.
That's great, yeah. The question over there, go ahead.
So thank you. So thank you so much for your insights. Lamka, I'm a very big fan of you. I think you've met many people as well. I'm an MD and I have my PhD from MIT. So I actually do believe that by the time now is different time than the time when we did MD and we practice medicine. And right now, the way I see everybody taking care, like using their AI, their medical practice. Do you think the education system should also change for medicine and medical schools? Are you doing something about that in Mayo Clinic? And I'm noticing a lot of residents and fellows, colleagues, they've started to use privately and secretly open evidence. They're using all these technologies and tools to augment their thinking, I would say. But is that something that you think should become officially allowed and it should be changed the way we train physicians and educate our medical students?
What a great question. So every summer for the last 25 years, I have given lectures to the medical school deans of the country. And last summer I said, how many of you still teach the Krebs cycle? Now, you know what that is. Many of the other people in the audience don't, but let's just say it was an important set of chemical reactions that was first documented in the 1800s. And the dean said, oh, well, it's the foundation of all modern pharmacology. We have to teach it. Well, in my years of practice and your years of practice, when have you ever looked at what you learned in medical school in the Krebs cycle? Never, ever. So don't teach the Krebs cycle. Teach PyTorch. Teach data science. Teach these new individuals to be consumers of AI, understand quality and safety and that kind of thing. And that's starting. So you are seeing certain medical schools, and you know that when I mention things, I'm not endorsing any company or service. I look at what Dell Medical School is doing, or Ellis Walton is starting a medical school in Bentonville, Arkansas. These are AI first kinds of curriculum, data curation, cleansing, normalization, that kind of thing. When I went to medical school, and maybe when you went to medical school, we were memorizers. And you got A's on your tests by regurgitating information from an old textbook. Well, the world's moving so fast, that's just no longer a run skill. You need to be a knowledge navigator. And you probably didn't know this, but where was Open Evidence incubated? Mayo Clinic platform. So that's a company that came out of our data set. And what does it do? It's a knowledge navigator, synthesizer. So again, not to endorse any company or service, but I would think every clinician today should, must use a knowledge navigation service of some kind.
What a great term, knowledge navigator. Questions over here. Tom? Oh, you got one, Mike? Go ahead. Tom's got one.
Hi, John. Tim Andrews over here.
Oh.
In the back.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Hi. Hey,
Tim.
I'm interested in getting your insights and comment on care for the elderly in the home. I know Mayo's done a lot of work in this area. Seems like an area where AI could help. Semi-expert in this area of robotics and things, and everybody says, "Oh, it'll never happen. Too hard to move robots around old people and in homes," but it's a huge problem for the world. So I'm just curious as to Mayo's work in this area and what you have to say about it.
Sure. So a couple of quick examples for you. So in July of 2020, we had this question, could we move serious and complex care into the home? And obviously we had an urgency from COVID. And so we started with an 87-year-old woman in Florida who had a serum sodium of 120. And you know that's very bad. And so what do we do? Well, we figured out, well, what was the remote patient monitoring? What AI did you need to do things like oversight, 24 hours a day of the vital signs in their living situation, supply chain, how do you do diagnostic testing, staffing, and that sort of thing with one patient. And then we learned what worked and what didn't work. And then we moved to 10. Then we moved to 100, then 1,000. As of today, we've seen 50,000 patients in their homes with serious and complex illness, then the end-to-end hospitalization in their home. What did we find? Well, especially with the elderly, the satisfaction of staying in your home for hospital care, extraordinary. Net promoter score of 94. Doesn't happen in healthcare. But interesting for the clinicians in the audience, how many people have methicillin-resistant Staph aureus in their kitchen? None, right? So hospital-acquired infections disappear. Well, if you're just going from your bed to your bathroom, how often do you fall or get confused? Not so often. And sundowning, common in the elderly. Well, if you're in your home with your pets and your family, it's a lot less. So point to be made, moving care from the bricks and mortar to the home with AI and instrumentation, wildly successful, quality, safety, outcomes the same, satisfaction better. But of course, as you say, sometimes we're going to need robotics. Mayo is currently doing what we call Bound, a $7 billion investment in completely redesigning the way patient and outpatient care is done, driven by robotics and automation. And so you're going to see in the Rochester campus, an entire building instrumented. So the building is part of the care team. And in fact, if the physician or nurse needs help, the robot shows up before they're even asking for help. That's the kind of thing we think is the future.
That's great. Thank you. Let's go, Tom. Yeah.
Dr. Holomka, you may recall the events of November 13th, 2002.
Just a bit, 1:45 p.m.
The EHR went out at Beth Israel, your hospital. And I wonder what happens when open evidence goes out or when these robots in your building go out. There's already some evidence that gastroenterologists who become dependent upon AI don't do as well at identifying lesions in your colonoscopy or whatever. How do you prevent that dependence from taking place? I think you were pretty lucky to have some paper forms still in the dumpster at Beth Israel. That probably won't happen again this time.
So he makes this brilliant point, and which is what he's referring to is at 1:45 p.m. on November 13th, the networks of Harvard collapsed. So no doctor could look at a lab result, review an image, or order a test. So here's an interesting problem. Back then, the interns started to rely on computing systems to order insulin or anticoagulation. They didn't know how to do it on paper. So what we learned was, yes, these tools are amazing. Yes, they can be very helpful, but we have to prepare for a time when they might not be available. What if there's an EMP pulse and there is no use of electronic systems? You better have a contingency plan. You better have mechanisms of being able to go back to the old way of doing things. And so part of business continuity plan has got to be, who are the experts, what they do, where are the paper-based training manuals, what are the alternative workflows? to check and make sure you have the same safety without the electronics you have with it. So good point, completely agree, and very much part of the workflow planning at Mayo.
That's great. We'll go this one question, Mike. We'll go, yeah.
Hi, I have a question for you. So my background is in the law. I care a lot about data privacy. It's interesting to hear about what you think AI could do. I agree with you with the CAMP form. That would be a great problem to solve. But one of the questions that I have, especially in healthcare, has to do with the fact that we don't have a national framework for data privacy. And you know, the most consistent, some of the most consistent pieces of mail I get in my mailbox have to do with data breaches with various healthcare providers. And I'd like to understand if you think this is holding us back, if you think that perhaps with better data privacy, we could take better advantage of the potential of this age of AI in terms of healthcare and data.
So the very first year I was at Mayo, I spent 1 year just working on this issue, right? That is, before you could use your first byte of data, you had to understand federal, state, and local constraints on the secondary use of data, and what is consent, and what kinds of data can you use for what purpose, and how do you have to contain it. And then, of course, as soon as you go out of the United States, you have GDPR, and then there's Brazilian and Israeli, and every variation you could imagine. So what we had to do over a year is say, well, what does de-identification really mean? And can you de-identify the data to the point where in almost every jurisdiction on the planet it is considered anonymized? And if you have consent to use aggregated and anonymized data, it is going to be safe within certain constraints of data use agreements and that kind of thing. So yes, having more uniformity would be wonderful. It took me just a year to get to the point where I could start because of the current lack of uniformity.
Yeah.
Good morning, John. I'm David Owen with LIDA. We improve block utilization in ORs, and I'm wondering if you could tell me what promising applications of AI are you seeing for the OR or in the broad perioperative arena?
Sure. Well, let me give you a couple of case examples. Again, not to endorse any product service, but you understand it's called the practice of medicine because we start as medical students and interns, residents and fellows, and then over years we become experts. Well, the question, of course, is wouldn't you as a young surgeon want to understand what the most seasoned professional would do in a given circumstance? So Mayo has implemented cameras with, of course, complete consent that record in multiple perspectives every operation done at Mayo and offer real-time and retrospective advice as to how the procedure could have been done better to ensure quality and safety. This isn't used in a punitive fashion. I mean, this is used as a, oh, the expert surgeon would have put in 4 stitches, not 3. And oh, you didn't expose this as much as you should, et cetera. So that's been a great.
Yeah, that's real time.
Yeah.
That's amazing, huh?
Yeah. And so we've got technology to the point where we can do real-time evaluation of surgeries in process. But so much of surgery, as you described for your company, is figuring out logistics. Who goes to what OR for what amount of time, and what are the instruments they're going to need? What are the supportive staff, supportive devices they're going to need? So Mayo also uses a variety of AI for every patient to understand where they're going to go and what they're going to need. But here's an interesting question for you all. Some of you in surgery will develop surgical site infections no matter how good we are with disinfection and hygiene. Well, why is it? Maybe some of you have an underlying autoimmune disorder, or maybe you're sensitive to a particular kind of infection. But the problem is no one's asked the question. So done. I funded a project a few months ago, which will be completed this year, to look at every surgery in the history of Mayo Clinic, every surgical site infection in the history of Mayo Clinic, and start to stratify risk factors so we can actually predict before the scalpel is opened who will have a problem and how to prevent.
Just Fascinating. John, thank you. It's really been an honor, and thank you for sharing.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We'll keep going. Thank you. Next, we've got John Spielka talking about cost.
For a fireside chat with John Spiegel, please welcome to the stage COO of Quantum Gears, Rizwan Mallah, and Executive VP of Technology and Operations at Blue Cross Blue Shield, Bill Bandrick.
Yeah. Let's open it.
A lot of the
Bill, good to see you.
and even like a lot of people
Yeah, Riz.
in the audience.
How are you?
There,
All right, I'm going to sit over here. Why don't you guys sit
I
here?
didn't know, or it's just
Yeah, Riz,
because they're in
shoot.
Boston.
Sit on the other side of Bill over here. Be great. Thanks. All right. Well, thank you. That was just amazing, huh?
I'm Phil Satillo.
I was fascinated by Dr. Halam talking about it took him 5 years to get his data platform and so forth together. And I would just like to start a question to you, Bill. We're going to talk about how Blue Cross Blue Shield and Quantum Gears have partnered together to create one of the most, I think, active platforms with over 115 active agents in real operational setting. And the token explosion and potential cost explosion that that can create if you don't get it right. I want to start with the beginning of your journey. And I think we have a slide here that can talk about it.
Sure. Thanks, John. I think it is a journey. And let's also, I mean, much of this data challenges started way before AI really took off. I think there's a couple things. One is there's never ever an ending to try to deal with our challenges with structured data and the ever need to actually add to that data, whether it's social determinants of health, other aspects of our behaviors of our members and our providers, et cetera. But the other challenge gets into now unstructured data. So we've been on this journey. A lot of it was unstructured, but when I think the biggest opportunities when generative AI came up was like, oh boy, we have an opportunity to deal with what has always been almost impossible and not financially viable task is how do I deal with unstructured data? It comes from all different sources as John just went through in the previous discussion. And being able to do that and do that in a very different way under dimensions of time, relevancy, and then events that would need to be triggered. So you're building another type of mindset around governance of data in the non-traditional way and marrying that with structured data. That was a big part of the Gen AI focus. And if you go to your discussion earlier around orchestration, you've got to embed all that stuff into workflows and APIs, all sorts of other things. So you've got to have that foundation. Not waiting until it's all done before we introduce change.
Yes.
But now we have agents sitting on top of this unstructured data, helping us constantly analyze what these things. A lot of it's been on contracts and benefit information, but it's the learning process and the journey.
Yeah, and for folks who don't know, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan is a $35 billion organization. You can see the number of contract health systems. You know, it's over 5 million people served. And also, this is an industry where if you get it wrong on the data privacy issue or so forth, they're a little restricted they are with Wall Street. You know, you might be wearing orange for a while in terms of the implications of that. So this, especially around payments and capabilities like that. And so you had a similar time in terms of about 5 years to make that work.
And I think the other thing is going into this, certainly you want to support innovation and getting workforce adoption, but you also need to see ahead. You know, we're going to be called to order, explain when we start using this information, are the controls effectively there? Right. We got HIPAA, we got in our case, high trust. Can you demonstrate if you have issues, is there forensic back to support that? How do you ensure the integrity and the quality of the data? How are you making decisions over there? All that has to factor into your platform. And that was designed from the beginning. And versus just saying, let's buy a bunch of tools and do what we can create.
Yeah, and back to the model that I introduced in the morning, this is what I mean about when you go to level 3, really having that platform for scalability and capability. It's a very different animal than when you're just starting experimentation and innovation, that kind of capability. The other thing, I'll turn to Riz here in a second. So Quantum Gears is a company that knows a ton about APIs and application program interfaces, if you will. And when you think about being inside a large organization, you have to be able to plug into those systems in an effective way in order to be able to scale, killing your economics. What I'm showing you here is something that when I talk about third stage companies and what it looks like, many people for you are talking about agents. Nobody, as far as I can tell, is showing a graph like this. And what you're seeing here, this is a number of unique users, and then the total tokens that are used. So this is the token explosion that happens when you start to have agents, because very simple queries like a database query, hey, look up this customer, now becomes a conversation, becomes very chatty, back and forth and back and forth. And so for those of you who are investors in this area, whatever, you start thinking about, there is a token explosion coming as silicon intelligence starts to manage these conversations inside organizations. And Riz, I'd like you to talk about, because these folks are doing the token engineering and the value engineering for silicon intelligence inside of a live organization.
So thanks, John. Token explosion to me is synonymous with token stress, mental stress, obviously, stress on your corporate wallet, and stress on your compute. So what we see here and what we experienced was two inflection points. One is we saw token usage or consumption going up when we trained the members of Blue Cross Blue Shield mission. You saw that inflection point. But what's counterintuitive is when you look at the graph is the actual usage per user went down in terms of number of users, but the token usage went up when in May of year we started engaging agents. And that's when we saw the explosion of tokens going up 50x. So we went 3 million tokens last year in September 2024. This month alone, 150 million tokens.
Think about that, a 5,000% increase. And then, as I understand these right, so you hear on the lower graph, it's the number of unique users. So you peaked, 5 months ago, right? And then that falls off, but token volume keeps going up.
Absolutely, and why? What is the reason? The reason is these agents are based on a looping contract. So they make iterative calls, and if they make a mistake, they again re-engage the LLM, and then they build a history. And that's one reason.
Yes.
The second reason is the LLMs are becoming more sophisticated. You have thinking LLMs, reasoning LLMs, they're generating more tokens per query. So you're in a congested environment where you have chat boxes getting engaged, you have ingestion agents, you have real-time autonomous agents that are actually getting engaged now in real time, and you see this problem on explosive trajectory.
For those of you interested in what it really means to go at scale, this is a conversation that we do not see happening in the marketplace at the level we think should, and we think actually this year, because what's happening as more and more of tasks get into silicon intelligence and digital becomes a bigger part of your cost base, and AI becomes a bigger part of your digital base. These dynamics, and for those of you who have taught people who are in level 3 or level 4, the technologists and the operating are shocked by the bills they're getting from Google and the other suppliers, because this token explosion happens. And could you?
Yeah, so let me add to this is per token cost has gone down. NVIDIA and all these vendors will sell you on that. We all buy that. But overall, because these agents have a voracious appetite for token generation and the consumption, price overall to the enterprise customer has gone up. If we rewind the clock back to the 1990s, remember they used to sell us on that notion that, hey, memory is cheap. Memory is per gigabyte. It's really, really cheap. But then we had the advent of Java applications, XML workflows that had amazing appetite for memory. So overall, per cost on your server, we were spending more money on memory. So the memory per gigabyte, the same analogy is per token cost has gone down, but you're generating more tokens, you're consuming more tokens, and that's why the cost overall is going to go up.
And yeah, Bill, a specific question. Could you speak to how you think about partnership with Quantum Gears? Because Quantum Gears, as a supplier to Blue Cross Blue Shield, assumes the token risk. Very interesting, very different from a lot of suppliers. So just talk about how you thought about it.
Yeah, I think we had an idea of the challenges ahead. I mean, it's way different from the implications, even more significant than all the buzzwords that were cloud will make you cheaper and eliminate half your IT costs. Show me an IT department that's half their cost. Because it just transitions you to be able to do things different. So when we looked at this, we're like, this is coming. And then each new tool, because many of these tools, they're probabilistic. They use different permutations. They look at different calculations that all consume more. And we knew that we needed to put some guardrails. And so working with them said, we don't know exactly what we're getting into, but let's start designing the guardrails and protect ourselves from unaware costs. And as my CFO says to me, oh, this is pretty good. We haven't seen a big IT budget increase with AI. I said, whoa. It didn't happen by accident. And we haven't seen anything yet. When we see the really use of it broader in the organization, we started to define these parameters and say, how do we protect ourselves while we're learning, but we want to get it out there. We want to get in a protected, safe way, doing real business things. And we picked this. I mean, I'm not going to say that there's no one out there who could tell us. So we said, well, pick tokens and pick users, and we'll manage through that. And we're constantly tuning that without having to, we have yet to have to increase our cost, even though that's growing significantly.
And how do you think about that from a partnership and a negotiation standpoint and so forth? Because you didn't have an IT budget where you could have, the kind of variable cost on the top end.
No, we didn't. We had no budget. And so we had to save elsewhere to redeploy in this, which we did. But I think it's the same. Part of the reasons contracts GPT, which sits on top of this intelligence, you need to understand, because it's when you get into broader orchestration, you're going to start affecting your cloud cost, you're going to start affecting your API cost. All depends on your vendor landscape and what you're paying based on consumption. How do we solve these patterns that are going to start impacting those downstreams? We need to be able to model that out and protect ourselves. So that was part of the relationship, is building more intelligence so we can go to the next step.
Yeah, I think that this, for us at GAI World Insights, this is going to be a huge issue for businesses as they get into phase 3 and phase 4. And this notion of tokenomics and engineering, economics, and risk. Who owns risk? And are you going to be building things yourselves? I know Dr. Lamka has over 800 Blackwell chips from NVIDIA, so that he can both keep his costs down, but also control access and speed and capability. And you guys worry about that as a partnership and really made that happen. And how do you think about it, growing your business, how do you think about managing that risk?
So either you do it brute force, which is add more Blackwell B200s, H100s, or you think of it intelligently. And I'll share a story from one of the Bill's technical team members had a PowerPoint agent that they engaged, and they had to do a demo to the exec team, and they came back bringing fire on me that it was taking 4 minutes, 5 minutes for the demo. Why did it take so long? And so I'm like, okay, let's solve this problem. Now we could have solved this problem by spinning more LLM models, and this in AWS, it takes 5 to 7 minutes to bring up a model. But let's do this intelligently, and let's do traffic shaping. So we did not spin new LLM models. What we did was we said, okay, if you have other agents ahead of the queue, we can bypass it, called jumping the queue. So what we did was we went back, did our homework, started classifying these workflows.
Yes.
Which workflows are mission critical, which workflows are business priority, which are standard priority, which are batch priority. And now, for example, we classified PowerPoint agent, the PowerPoint BI agent, as mission critical. If you're obviously demoing it, he expects it to be done within real time, within a minute. I think you can be patient for a minute, right?
Exactly.
Throw a fit. But So what happened was when you engage that Power BI, we know which group belongs to its mission, tagged as mission critical. It can bypass the queue. And so we didn't have to spin the LLM model. And so not all agents are created equal. Not all tokens are created equal.
Yes.
You can actually do the classification, unlike the usual suspects who do this rate limiting, where you're just moving up the tier, adding the cost. So you don't want to pass that cost bill because he's going to push back and said, you guys solve it intelligently. So we did this traffic shifting. The second thing is sovereign AI. It's all about AI autonomy. It's synonymous with control. Is how much control you give to the enterprise customer in controlling their destiny in terms of compute, of activating or deactivating use LLM models, SLLMs, or large language models, or reasoning models they want to engage or activate and deactivate in terms of data sovereignty, how much control they want to keep it close in terms of caching and all that, and then the third is talent sovereignty. Obviously, theoretically, there's no nation or enterprise can claim 100% sovereignty. Neither can NVIDIA, because they get their chips from TSMC, right? So, but you have to push that envelope, that spectrum for autonomy,
Yes.
because that's how you will control your cost.
I know we're out of time. I just want to get one quick piece of advice to anyone thinking about this who, as their organizations actually deploy at scale from the business standpoint. One thing you want people to understand, Bill?
I think the most important thing is you've got to engage your stakeholders. One of the biggest things I'm working on now is with our finance group saying, you need a very different model, how we look at investments in AI. You need to understand, we need these monitoring and the data facts to do that. Be real careful when we just federate this and let people do what they want on their desktop, because you know costs on shadow IT are going to balloon uncontrollable. And just because you have 10 agents, and that's good, 1,000 doesn't mean it's great. There's a whole governance around this. So I think as you're moving to scale, it's a different game. And where we're used to doing economic modeling around investments and then the ongoing cost associated with those investments, this thing is going to blow that model out. I mean, you're going to see 90 to 100% cost increases in some areas. You better understand your ROI. And I don't think most corporate America is not wired to think that way.
Riz, what would be your one piece of advice to that leader?
Don't underestimate the agents. You will have explosive growth in usage of tokens, and be intelligent in deploying these agents and do your homework.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, join me in thanking our guests for postcards from the future. Thank you. Excellent. I think we headed to break now. Is that correct?
Please welcome to the stage GAI Insights co-founder, research analyst, and tech wizard, Adam Rappaport.
Sorry.
Good day, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's not quite break time, but I recognize that the three of us are what stands between you and a break. So we will quick. We have, I think, 10 minutes for the three of us, and we're doing a lightning round. I'm going to do a live demo, and then we're going to have two tech from startups. So wasting more time with the 3 minutes I have. Has anyone seen the AI superheroes motion that we made? Any hands? Yay, okay. Well, you'll get to see a little more about that. So we made this thing where you can upload your picture and you can turn yourself into a GAI superhero. As you can see an example of here, one I did last night. This is me as Nexus Arcane, right? Everyone who wants to maybe make one of these, we still have an opportunity to get them requests for printing out and get you a physical card over the next 2 days at the GAI Insights booth. So you'll have a chance to do this. I'll show you the QR code shortly. So taking under the hood here, the tool I use is a tool called Replit. And if anyone's heard of vibe coding, Replit's one of the tools in which you can do that. And that's superhero tool I have built using Replit and vibe coding with it, which means I'm not actually writing code. I don't know how to write code, but I'm really good at being patient, and the AI doesn't understand what I want it to do. Because that's usually what ends up happening. So in the case what I've done is I took the AI superheroes and I just said, convert this app to generate supervillains instead. Update the relevant parts of the back end, the AI prompts, the image generation, the front end, do everything. And then I just left it. I'm not doing this part live because you'll see it actually just went off and did all this work. I don't even know everything it did, but at the end of it, it basically came back. It worked like 13 minutes, I think, or something. Yeah, 13 minutes of work and $13, and it came back and it built this for me. Hopefully we'll be able to see it here. Yeah. And you'll see it's not perfect, but you can transform yourself into a super villain now, and I'll actually do a quick demo of that. So here's me, I'm a tech wizard, and my hobbies, I love vibe coding and bringing. It's all about. And you see now, a lot of the things are different, like GAI supervillains, it's changed at the top. But you notice in the middle, it still says creating your GAI superhero. So I didn't do any further prompting or trying to fix it or tell it what it did right. I basically just gave it a single prompt, and hopefully second fingers, it'll come up with my supervillain instead of my superhero, and then we'll pass off to the two of you. Under the hood here, it's using a tool called Nano Banana, and you basically send it the person's picture and say, make a picture of them, but as a superhero. And the more information you give it, the more it can actually make it the type you want. But ooh, look at me. See, I'm a villain instead of a superhero. All right, and at the afternoon session where we're doing the workshop about the tools internally, you'll have an opportunity if you come chat about this then as well. But yeah, if we can switch back over to the lead-in slide on the other AV. Perfect. So now I'm going to hand off to Supreet Deshpande from CEO Labs, and then Francois from I can't even read. Sorry, Newbird. Thank you so much. So it's Centric. Enjoy. Thank you, everyone.
Can you guys hear me? Awesome. First of all, thanks for the opportunity, Paul, GI team. I really appreciate this. So very quickly, we are Team Synthio Labs. I'm the co-founder and CEO, Sri Deshpande. Been in the life sciences space for over a decade. Before this, I was at McKinsey, where I was leading our AI transformation for physician engagement, customer engagement, and did that before that at ZS as well. I also have my other two co-founders up here on the stage, but I'm representing for them. We are a Y Combinator-backed startup. We are based in San Francisco, and we've also raised some money from other VCs as well. But I know we have a lot of time. So I'll very quickly get into kind of what. So our vision is very simple, right? Our thesis is the future of healthcare is a lot more than just great medicines. It depends on how you're able to reach and support the people that use them. So in this case, physicians, patients, and so on and so forth. And how are we doing it? Building clinical grade voice AI agents that can help you with customer engagement. And there's no reason for life sciences to not have a consumer grade customer experience like we expect with any other industry, right? So that's kind of what our thesis is. The way we do it is fairly simple. So we have voice AI agents for HCP engagement. So think about a 24/7 AI med-info. So if anyone here is working with life sciences teams that is interested in HCP engagement, please do talk to us. Second is voice AI for patient engagement. And I'll quickly shift to a demo because I think with all things AI, best thing is to show and tell. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to role play to be a patient on, let's say, Crohn's disease or psoriatic arthritis, and I'm on this prescription called Tremfya. We all know it's a immunotherapy for IL-23 blocker. Most of us would know. So I'm going to be a patient. I'm going to call the patient support helpline here.
Hello, Ajit. My name is Nexa, a patient case manager here to help you with Tremfya. How are you doing today?
Hey, Nexa. Yeah, I'm doing good. I have a couple questions. Can you quickly remind me what the dosage is for this?
Of course. So for Crohn's disease, Tremfya starts with an induction phase, which is kind of like a jump start. There are two ways to dose. One is through an intravenous infusion. That's 200 milligrams
Got it. Next, I remember now, but I have another question. How do I store this at home? I mean, my physician something, but do I just keep it under my bed or like, where do I store this?
Great question, Ajit. You'll want to store champaya in the refrigerator between 36 and 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it in the original carton to protect it from light. Don't freeze it and definitely don't shake it. And yeah, under the bed wouldn't be ideal. The fridge is the best. Want me to walk you through what to do when you're ready to use it?
No, this is helpful. Thanks, Nexa. One last question. I mean, what side effects should I expect once I start on this treatment? Help me with that.
Absolutely. So the most common side effects people notice are things like mild respiratory infections. Think stuffy nose or sore throat, some fatigue, or maybe mild stomach. People get redness or itching at injection site too. Most of these are mild, but if you ever feel feverish, have trouble breathing, yellowing of skin or eyes, or anything that feels off, call your doctor right away. Does that sound okay so far?
This is amazing. No, thank you so much. One last thing. Look. Okay. Awesome. But yeah, thanks all for taking out the time. And that was Nexa. So if you're interested in using voice here for any of your kind of customer engagement needs, please do reach out to us. Thank you for talking.
All right, mic on. All right, very quickly, what is the annual cost of IT incidents? It's kind of like asking what a wedding costs, right? Nobody wants to ask, and it's always more than you budgeted for. But here's how IT incidents are different, hopefully. You didn't pay for your wedding by the minute. And so $400 billion is what Fortune 2000 spend on incidents of all types annually. And when every minute of outage costs you, when every minute that your team is hunting for solutions through loss, you need to automate in order to stop the bleeding. And today's process is painfully manual. We have a lot of data, a lot of knowledge. It's encoded in SOP, standard operating procedures, corrective actions, run books. You've got hundreds of dashboards. You pay millions of dollars for all this data visibility. But when something happens, teams have to go hunting through logs and metrics and telemetry, and your frontline support teams don't know where to look, and they bring in your most valuable engineers. So introducing your AI SRE, your site reliability engineer, who's going to sift through all of your data automatically, autonomously, and find the needle in the haystack and provide a rules analysis with corrective actions that your engineers can actually take. Introducing Hawkeye, our AI SRE, who's getting results, getting job done across industries today. So we have a insurance company in Mexico that's reducing the cost of incidents across their hybrid cloud infrastructure, complex systems that are customer facing. We've got a logistics company that's addressing alert fatigue with all their nightly ETL batch jobs that are failing across the modern tech stack. And a bank in Australia getting massive productivity gains with something as boring as documenting why their backups are failing. So, call to action. First, you should partner with your head of cloud operations and observability. Second, execute a Hawkeye proof of concept and workshop with Newbird. It's free. And third, measure concrete results in your environment. We're seeing an ROI of more than $25 per investigation that we're running. And so we're something that can deploy in your secure environment and connect to your approved AI and help your teams without disrupting the tools they're using or the workflows they're executing to keep your systems up. And I know in healthcare, time probably means lives, especially as we automate more of our healthcare with AI. Thank you very much. You can scan the barcode here.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Investment Officer, Americas, and Global Head Equities for UBS, Ulrika Hoffman-Bouchardy.
Hello, everyone. Delighted to be back. AI is overhyped. That was one of the 10 narratives that I called into question when I was here last year. Now it's time to take stock. How have our 10 views on AI fared over the last year? I'm going to share with you our scorecard and also where we think the journey is going from here. AI is overhyped. That was the first narrative we addressed. And we took the other side and we said, no, AI is underappreciated. And some people say, well, certain things are overhyped in the short term and underappreciated in the long term. But we went a step further and said last year, even in the short term, we believe AI is underappreciated. For two reasons. One is that the transformer model in 2019 was such a watershed moment for generative AI. Now you could use neural networks to predict across many different modalities and with high quality. It's not just predicting the next word, it's also predicting the 3D structure of proteins or to predict the activity of neurons in the human brain. So with all these abilities, it was clear to us that this wave of generative AI will trigger one of the biggest productivity booms that we have seen in history. And secondly, generative AI is the first innovation in human history that is self-improving, where one version of the model trains the next version of its large language models. And that makes it so much more rapid and also so much more unpredictable. So were we right about this prediction? One way to look at it is the public market. And look at the AI winners or companies that are indexed to AI growth and that are not. So what we saw last year, since the conference last year, is that the AI winners have actually outperformed the companies that are not necessarily in the vortex of AI by 15%. So I would say that one is a pass. Question is, where do we go from here? I don't think the path is going to be linear, up and to the right. There will be turns on the way, but we do believe that the dividing line between winners and losers will increasingly become AI. Our next prediction, CapEx. A lot of people at this time last year said, CapEx is just too high. We took the other side and said, CapEx is only going to increase because these models are so compute intense. And we thought about both training and inference. On the training side, more parameters, more data will require exponentially more compute. And then on the inference side, the emergence of new reasoning models with chain of thought, where you play through various scenarios, outcomes, and choose the best, requires more compute. Predicted at the time, $400 billion in AI data center CapEx by 2027. Were we right? Since then, even we with bullish expectations had to take our numbers up. And we took them up by 50%. And I think that is a reflection of just how compute intense these AI workloads are. Even the bullish AI optimists were not quite right about just how much of a CapEx boom AI would trigger. Where do we take it from here? We think CapEx intensity is still going to go up. However, there will be a point of at some point. Every hardware cycle follows that same pattern. There is initially a crunch for capacity, but ultimately, many times, always so far, results in a glut. Next prediction was GPUs. A lot of concern about GPUs no longer being the AI chip in this age of generative AI. Our take was, we thought that no, GPUs are almost purpose-built for parallel processing in the age of the transformer model. And we predicted that it will stay around 10%, or at least not take increasing share from GPUs over time. We certainly think that custom chips like ASICs are very important for inference, but still we are still in the age of training workloads. This will take time. So this one, I think, is a pass. We're still at around 10%. We think that will stay that way too, if we look forward, but probably won't go all the way to inference. When we are closer to something like general artificial intelligence, we will probably see that these custom chips will take more share. Next one was AI is not going to return the ROI. There's just too much excitement about the value creation. We took the other side on that one too. We said, no, there will be an ROI on AI and it will be tremendous. We couldn't, of course, exactly quantify the amount of revenue that AI would generate. We did estimate about $400 billion in AI revenue on the application layer by 2027. We have since taken our numbers up quite significantly and also expanded it to 2030, where we now see $900 billion in revenue opportunities for the application layer of AI. But we think the path to that monetization will be slightly different from what we expect. There's a lot of focus on value capture in the enterprise, and we believe that will happen. A lot of sessions here at this conference are focused on that. But it may take longer than we expect. The ROI is tremendous. It's not just 1x or 2x. We have data points for 100, even 1,000x. 100x that was quoted, for example, by Doug McMillan, the CEO of Walmart, who said, look, we have used Gen AI to update 850 million product catalog. That was an ROI of 100x. Or just coding. Gen AI superpower is coding. And if you think about the productivity enhancements, 56% productivity enhancement when you use a coding pilot. That is, at the current salaries of a software engineer, about 1,000 ROI. So enterprise will be a focus, but it will take longer. And the MIT NANDA study has shown that more recently, that only 5% of the enterprise pilots ultimately were into production. But the ones that succeed, those had multi-million-dollar returns and ROI. So we will get there, but it will take longer. And the monetization, we believe, is coming with the consumer first. If you think about OpenAI, OpenAI already has 700 million, 800 million, close to 800 million weekly active users. We believe they're going to be monetized first through higher subscription prices, but also, and that will be a watershed moment, through advertising. So were we right on this? The jury is still out. But we think that the monetization path, again, will start with the consumer first and then go to the enterprise over time. The other question that we ask ourselves is, will margins go up or down? There's been a lot of skepticism, especially last year, about the CapEx. We talked about it earlier, because that CapEx ultimately turns into depreciation, and that will hit margins. So a lot of people have been saying these margins can only go one way, and that is down this year for the big hyperscalers, for the NI enablers, the Microsofts, the Amazons. Yet, what we did see is that the margins over the last years have last year have actually gone up. And the reason is that these AI enablers are also using the Gen AI tools themselves. Whether it's NVIDIA using AI agents 24/7 to design better and better AI chips, or whether it's AWS using Gen AI tools to upgrade their Java applications. These companies are drinking their own champagne. They derive revenue from AI, but they also use AI in order to drive efficiencies and productivity. So I think that one is a path. Where do we go from here? We think that this will continue to be the case, but at some point, those depreciation charges will probably outweigh the efficiency gains because there is organizational friction in adopting AI. But just to be clear, I don't think we are there yet, but it's something to watch for. Another prediction we made is that chip companies do not necessarily stay chip companies. There will be vertical integration along the AI value chain, where chip companies would diversify onto the intelligence layer, into the application layer. And similarly, companies that are mainly focused on the application layer would, like the internet companies, would vertically integrate backwards to be involved with the enabling layer. We already see actually the only company that has probably all three portions of the AI value chain covered is Google, starting with the TPU, Google Cloud, then of course Gemini is the intelligence layer, and ultimately the application with advertising, so with Google Workspace. So we thought this is the poster child, what we're going to see going forward, that other companies try to emulate that type of AI factory model. Let's see what happened. So what you see is maybe a slow start, but we saw NVIDIA now starting to develop or fine-tune large language models. Nemotron, this is a model that's optimized for reasoning workloads. That occurred since year. And also we see the internet companies, especially the Chinese ones now, starting to invest in the enabling ecosystem. I think we are partially right on this. We are early, but we think we will see more of this over time. And this will ultimately change the competitive dynamics in AI and in tech, where you'll have a few of these large integrated AI factories dominating AI in the future. The other question was one of, are we going to ultimately see existing software companies being disrupted? That is, I think, a question that is still out. Certainly, seeing AI superpower is one of writing code. We have heard Google talk about it, 25% of their code base is now written by AI. If you think about the next generation of companies that come out of Y Combinator, for example, these are already writing code. 90% of their code base is already written by AI. I think we're going to see increasingly AI being used to generate software and software becoming more and more abundant. And the question is, if software becomes so much more abundant, what will be the value? And additionally, how we recreate software in an AI-first architecture and also operating AI first. So our thesis was that existing software companies will likely see disruption. We haven't necessarily seen that yet. I think it's early days. If you look at the public markets, the software companies have sort of performed in line with the NASDAQ. So that this is early days, and we'll see how that's going to bear over time. But I believe still is, if we look forward, that the one employee, $1 billion software company is not far away. The other question that people said, only tech companies profiting from AI. I think you wouldn't be here if you believed this. Like you took the other side and said every company can benefit from AI. You need two things, a proprietary data set and an AI mindset. And companies in all industries can benefit, from healthcare to financials to industrials. And we've seen this in the healthcare space in particular, where many companies have announced that they're using Gen AI across the whole value chain, from drug discovery all the way to running clinical trials. So we did a study and looked at the differentiation in the stock markets between those that are adopters of AI and those that have yet to adopt AI. And what we saw is that already seeing the dividing line in industries. Some, there's still the jury is out, but in others, certainly technology, communication, but also financials, we're starting to see this dividing line emerging. And I think for us, the takeaway is, if you look forward, ultimately for every investment that we are making, any portfolio that we are looking at, we have to ask ourselves, is this portfolio or this investment benefiting from AI, or is it being disruptive by AI? One other prediction from last year was, or at least the narrative was, that open source models are going to eat the lunch of source models. Took the other side, we said, we don't think so, because CapEx is such a differentiator for the closed source models, and the scaling laws of hardware are so important. So if we look back now over the last year, we have certainly seen the number of models increasing immensely. We're now from last year about 1 million large language models. We are close to 2 million large language models. And the vast majority of those new models are open source models. But yet, when we look at the leaderboards, it's the Hugging Face leaderboard, you see that the closed source models are still in lead. And we think that that will stay like that for a while, because again, the hardware scaling laws are still intact, and CapEx will be that insulating layer that insulates the closed source models, at least at this stage, from the open source models. Lastly, the question on the application layer of AI. We were a little skeptical last year about the fact that can these application companies that are focused on a specific domain, they ultimately compete against the frontier models? Or will the frontier models become so dominant and so knowledgeable that we don't need specialist AI? So the question of a general AI, super intelligent AI versus the specialist AI. And we felt there was a risk, at least for a lot of application layer companies, to potentially become a feature in a new version of a frontier model. Again, the jury on this one is still out, but what we have seen is that these frontier models have increased in performance, in efficiency, and again, have been able to more and more challenging problems. I have to say, though, I'm getting a little bit more skeptical about this prediction, because there is a lot of proprietary contextual knowledge that resides in these specialists' AI. There is a lot of data. And so I think we'll have to see which of these new startups in the application space will be able to have a moat against these frontier models. The fact that OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic, that they ultimately will be their biggest competitors is clear, but I do think more and more now that some of these models that have proprietary data context and also knowledge will ultimately have a chance to succeed independently of the frontier models. So I now take a look back at those 10 predictions. I would say 6 of them we were pretty spot on. 3, we still have to see how things are going to be shaping out. I think on software, it remains to be seen how we evolve there. We are certainly not right yet. The second question is, of course, one, what did we miss in our predictions? It's not just always evaluating the era of commission, it's also what did we not cover? And there I would say the biggest thing that we did not spot at the time was the rise of the Chinese open source models. They have become so incredibly not only efficient, but also capable, and are now dominant in the various leaderboards globally. And I think that is something to watch carefully there is a chance that that labor cost advantage that China has had over the last 40 years is translating now into an efficient AI model advantage over the next decade. I would say the biggest takeaway probably for me when I revisited all these predictions from last year, the fact that even as an AI optimist, we failed just to appreciate the speed and intensity of the AI revolution that we are facing. Thank you very much.
Please welcome back to the stage, Paul Beyer.
All right, I'm only 10 minutes and try to do 50 hours of work in 10 minutes. And that will be the challenge here. So you guys see my screen? So I'm going to run prompts. One of the things we see again and again is we've got to get hands-on prompts when we get in front of our colleagues or boards, or customers, and really show what's going on here. And I want to show just 3 or 4 things that keep us. Based on one of the things I want to show is Manus. People are not familiar with Manus. It's a it's a chat model. We can, if you want, it's safe or not to use, but it combines kind of search with task. So one of the tasks I wanted to do is analyze the open source LLM market using Michael Porter's 5 forces, produce a PowerPoint slide presentation analysis using McKinsey style. So boom, we're going to get those agents off and running. I'll do a few more things here. If people aren't familiar with what's going on with search engine optimization, bloodbath, this is a good way to see it. This is a tool called chathub.gg. Allows you to put in one prompt and see the answers from 6 different AI agents, 6 different answer engines. And I'm asking, are P&G diapers sustainable? Give a yes or no answer and explain your rationale. And we encourage every single company to do this with a top product. And also, should I work or not? Should I work for Fidelity, yes or no? And this is going to give a set of answers. ChatGPT, now 5th most trafficked website in the world, above Twitter, above Wikipedia here. A massive changes going on in how customers find. And what do they tell us here? Grok is saying no. ChatGPT, no. Claude is saying no. Yet if we actually go in traditional Google search, we're going to see all the P&G ads. So how we learn about products is radically changing here. One of the best ways that the experts are telling us to counteract this is to actually put frequently asked questions on the home page of your site. But that takes time. We have the robots do that better. So let's ask the robot. Let's ask GPT to create a prompt. One of the nice things about ChatGPT is that we like to teach prompt, I think, RTO, role, task, output. You can even get it simpler. You can just go and ask GPT to create the prompt. Oops. So create a prompt. To create 15 frequently asked questions for GPT. So I'm asking it to create the prompt. Because AI is really good at different things. It's going to create a better prompt than I could have. So here's the context. Here's the objective. Notice how they're adding more. I didn't tell it to add this thing. It's adding more context into it. It's coming up and thinking through and learning some of the answer engine rules, topics to cover. And increasingly, the robots even anticipate what next. Do you want me to run this prompt? 6 months ago, I had to take that prompt and cut, paste, and put in a new chat here. Now I can just say yes. And off it goes. Spare time, I won't think. Usually come back and then ask if I actually want JSON or code to put on the website as well here. Last 2 things I want to show you before we end up. It writes well, but using it as a thought part critic is something we encourage more and more executives to do. Please do not do a board meeting without putting your presentation in it. So here's an example. critique my attached NVIDIA presentation for a shareholder meeting here. So from the NVIDIA site, if I can find it correctly, this is the CEO's slides. What are the toughest questions investors might ask? There's an answer for each. Don't make a decision, we encourage you, without asking the robots. Don't make a decision that's ended big without asking a critique from these intelligences we saw earlier in John's presentation. It's as smart or smarter than most of the carbon, human, or monkey brains out there here. And if we wait, we'll come back and see area for improvement. And 3 toughest questions. Great for sales presentations. What's the biggest sales objections we're going to get here? Job interviews, investor pitch here. So we can find in the training we do with executives and employees that we continue to underestimate the cognitive ability of this thing here. We're not pushing the robots enough to really help us in a task here. And the last I want to show you, and then we'll go back to the one with Amanda, is please do not ever sign a contract without asking a robot's opinion here. So we've been doing this for a while, so you may have already seen this already here. You know, what are the 5 biggest risks in signing the attached closing document? This is a 85-page closing document of public acquisition. People who like spending money with lawyers, I'm one of them here. This is a great, great way. You still want a lawyer in the loop, but boy, you can really get that stuff down pretty quickly. You can not only identify the top risk, you can ask it to propose language, or give me 3 different proposed clauses I can put in there here. So I'm just giving you an example of the types of work these robots can do, the types of activities that are happening today, improving shippable technology. So we say it's radically changing for knowledge workers earning more than $80,000 a year. This is why. We might be looking at 15 to 20 million unemployed white collar workers here in the next 3 or 4 years in the States, and that's a whole other separate issue that we need to deal with it. So here's a risk. So those are 5. Let me go back to the example of Mantis. Mantis is the one that we asked it. Now I'm going to go back. Sometimes it's still working. So if it's still working, I've got like a cooking show. I've got the cookies already made. I'll pull out the PowerPoint presentation, but we'll see where it is. For people who haven't seen Mantis, you can see the thinking. These are those reasons here. It's showing you where it's thinking, where it's going. Scrolling down. This is still working here. So let me go ahead and jump to what the presentation looks like. And like anything right now, early days of, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. OpenAI can't do this right now. Claude can't do this right now. And let me just page to this quickly here so you can see it. Oops. You know, it's gone through and started creating, got some formatting there. But gone through and found data. It's gone through and suggested analysis, gone through suggested graphic. So the idea we're moving from just search, actually search and task, to actually search and analysis and task is where this, none of this was possible 6 months ago. This is not currently possible right now. Mantis is ahead of OpenAI. I think within 3 or 4 months, we're going to see OpenAI catch up with this. So those are 5 things. 5 things. We're doing 50 hours of work in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Field CTO at IBM, Matt Conweiser.
So I was given exactly 15 minutes to try to convince you why not to use agentic AI. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, hopefully. Now, the purpose of this is for discussion. It's for disruption. It's to make you think. It's to make you question. We've heard a lot of conversations so far today about all the reasons why you should be leaning into AI. I'm going to give you some reasons why you shouldn't. And that's absolutely not what I was asked to do, which is why it's important to understand that this is not an IBM presentation. This is my personal views. And it's an uncomfortable conversation to have because most people are thinking that, hey, it's AI, right? Like, why not? Let's use it. Well, if we look at some of the data that just came out this year, what we're seeing is the number of reported AI incidents that relates to bias and ethics and governance have been spiking. Now, if you look at the timeline, it shouldn't be a surprise. And I'm going to give you some milestones here. So we introduced generative adversarial networks, which were the first ones that allowed businesses to actually do things with AI in a less supervised way. That was back in 2014, and right after that, there was an up curve. The paper that introduced the concept of transformer models, which gave birth to everything else we're doing, was released in 2017. And in 2020 is when GPT hit the market. After that, things took off. Now, does that mean that AI is bad? No. Does it mean that it's bad? It's not. You have to be careful with what we do, how we do it, and why. So, the first thing we need to address is the elephant in the room. Everybody is using AI for everything, and everybody thinks their idea is the best idea ever. But let me give you some news here. Novelty is still novel. That's a thing. It takes a human to decide what to do, when to do it, how to do it. Because ultimately, remember, the end product of all of this is directed towards a human. So if it starts with a human and it ends with a human and you use an AI in the middle, it's better than trying to let an AI do everything for you. But that's not the reality. The reality is everybody wants AI for absolutely everything. Now, you may notice some gaffes every now and then. I leave those in as a reminder to everybody, myself included, that AI is perfect. But we still like it because it would take me 3 years to build something that even remotely looked like this if I had a pen and paper. But everybody's trying to fit AI into everything. And they're trying to look for all these different use cases. And all of the professionals that work in the industry are left feeling a kind of way about it. Because they have all of the industry expertise they need. They don't really understand a lot about AI. And they're left feeling kind of helpless. In fact, so helpless that all of these different projects that they're being given, they're trying to solve AI. And everything looks like a nail when you're holding a hammer. Now that's a pretty good analogy for what's happening now, right? But what I want to talk about is something a little bit scarier right now. How many people in the room, show of hands, use AI? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so then you guys should be fine with this image, right? I mean, it's an app. You put a direction in it, you put a destination, you hit start. All of the responsibility, all the governance is in the car. So the driver doesn't need to drive. They don't even need to know the road rules because they're not actually operating the vehicle. They're operating an app and the vehicle is doing the rest. But yet we're not okay with this. So we say that a kid should not operate an autonomous car without a license, but we're deploying AI full speed ahead in all of our businesses for absolutely everything. And most of us don't understand it. Double standard, maybe? So think about that. Now, I experiment with AI myself, and I've written ChatGPT, which is not based on ChatGPT. It's just a catchy name that I used. I wrote it from scratch with AI assistants to help me with some of the debugging, and it kept getting things wrong. So I asked it why it was getting things wrong. And in particular, I had it call out the number of times it found the problem or actually finding the problem. 3 times. So what does this tell us? As good as AI is, it's not great at everything, and it needs a lot of human help. We need to remember that. Humans will always need to be in the loop, either from the inspiration, endpoint, thing in the middle. And I'm going to make that point right now. So I'm going to ask you to engage a piece of machinery that we all have at home, at least I hope, and we all have in our families. Now, this piece of machinery runs at 1 exaflop. It uses significantly less energy than a typical data center. It weighs a lot less, and it costs almost nothing. It's right up here. We all have them. Significantly more powerful. And the reason why I want you to use this is because we've seen some reports this year that says if you don't actively try and use it and all you use is AI, you will lose your ability to be a critical thinker. And we should not lose our ability to be critical thinkers. That's how we stay relevant. It's not whether AI becomes pervasive. It will, it is. It's what we choose to do and how we choose to integrate. Let's look at another paper that came out. Most people won't recognize this paper by name, but they will recognize the media coverage it got. This is the paper that says 95% of all projects never make it from pilot to production. That's what the data actually showed. What the data actually showed was that's somewhat true, that only about 5% of the embedded or task-specific models didn't make it to production, but almost 40% of the generative, generally trained ones did. I'm going to tell you exactly why. So how do we avoid running aground of all of the problems that might exist in AI deployments? Because we don't want to hit the iceberg. We need to build something that's really, really structurally sound. And the way we do that is with three things: the right models, the right case, and the right skills. So let's talk models first. This is a word cloud of all of the subjects that traditional generative general models are trained on. And this is not a fully inclusive list. This is just most of them. Now, if I were to ask a model trained on all of this a simple question, I saw some healthcare folks earlier in the room, so I'm going to ask a healthcare question. Now, what I will get depends upon the context that the model is answering from. Right? Depending upon the hat that the model is wearing, it will give me a different answer. But they're all technically explainable and defensible. They're just wrong, but not from the model's point of view. So I either have to spend a ton of time adjusting the model to only answer it from the context I want, or pick the right model. What a novel idea, going back to the beginning. So that's the models. The second thing is the use case. A lot of businesses don't need an overly complicated capability, but yet we try and over-engineer and overcomplicate what we deliver. I just need a swatter. I don't need the complications of a bazooka. Yes, they will both achieve the goal, but one has a far greater cost. And I really just need something simple. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is skills. Skills is very important because we've heard a lot of conversations about AI impacting the job market and people getting let go of AI and then all of a sudden reversing those decisions and bring people back because of AI. So let's look at the nemesis of skilled coders, and that's no code. Don't like no code. Why don't I like no code? Because if you understand your business, but you don't understand DevOps or AI and you use no code tools, you'll get something that look really pretty, but you still don't want on your business, on your desk. If you understand DevOps, but you don't have AI skills, you are gambling that the no code system understands what you're asking for enough to give you something that is functional and usable and efficient. But even if you have AI skills and DevOps skills, you are still getting a black box because you cannot see what is happening. You can see what it's doing. And you have to hope that the internal architecture that it's created is doing what you want the way you want it and will continue to do that for the foreseeable future. So the important thing is to remember, you always have to keep the perspective that skills in AI and DevOps and coding are critical for the success of AI. You cannot lean purely on no-code capabilities. So how do we get from Frank's Red Hot AI, put that ish on everything, to actually turning it into the soup base? Well, we did that at IBM, and we did it through this three-method capability using AI and hybrid cloud, governance, testing, and adjustment, because governance and ethics are tremendously important for AI in lots of different ways that I don't have time to go into. I'd love to have that conversation with you separately. And targeted investments in people, in process, in technology, tools consolidation. And the result was tremendous for us. As a matter of fact, I think we've publicly said we're looking at close to $4.5 billion of savings over time just based on these consolidations. So what I've left you with, hopefully, is the idea that AI can be really good. But jumping into it without the knowledge, without the understanding of what it is, how it works, how to do it, and without having the staff that understands, as we heard earlier, the human component and the technology component, is going to leave you in a lot of trouble. And here's why. Because bias is not always bad. Governance is not always good, but generative is always going to be chaotic neutral. Now, if you're a D&D player or you're a gamer, and I see some of you are, you know this reference. For everybody else, chaotic neutral is a character that just does what it was told to do, what it believes is right to do. It doesn't look at values or social norms or consider others. It just does what it's supposed to. And I'm going to give you an example with that. Yes, this is a prompt I gave ChatGPT. You are the CIO of enterprise business that needs enterprise-grade data controls and compliance, customizable AI models for specific needs, and enhanced governance and accountability tools. Do you implement Watson X, ChatGPT, or Microsoft Copilot? I asked ChatGPT. Its response, as a CIO, I would implement IBM Watson X for its extensive, all this, I'm not going to turn this into a commercial, or Microsoft Copilot, have an extreme Microsoft ecosystem. This is ChatGPT, doesn't even mention using ChatGPT. This is chaotic neutral. Now, what I leave you with is to think about, you deploy AI in business, and it gives you answers like this. You have 3 things you can do. You can stop using AI. You can retune the AI to give you answers that you want to hear, because that's what the human thing would do. Or you can listen to it, understand why it said what it said, and maybe even change your business strategy because it's telling you something you didn't know or want to know. And that is what we all have to think about in the future. So I'm going to give you the final disclaimer. This is something hopefully we will see more and more in the future, that all of this content was done without the use of AI for narrative, flow, or storyline. I just simply used it to create some of my images. But you can connect with me there. That's my LinkedIn profile. I welcome conversations in the future, and I thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the session.
Please welcome back to the stage, Adam Rappaport.
Hey, good to see you, Tim. Yeah, have a seat. I'll get you guys in a minute. So hopefully you know by now. Once again, it's myself and a couple of starters between you and a break. I think that's going to be the theme this weekend for me, or this week. So I'm back. Let's jump over straight into another little AI adventure. If you can bring up my laptop screen. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. I forgot to mention last time. Here's the opportunity again. Bring out your phones. Grab that QR code if you'd like to make your GAI superhero using that little tool I was showing you before. You can download them. You can share them on social. You can also request a physical card, and hopefully we'll be able to get those printed for you by the end of the day tomorrow. So there's that. Clock's ticking. Here we go. So this is actually, I'm sharing a solution. During the day, I actually work for Microsoft's largest partner in Australia. And this is a solution we built for a school up there around Azure OpenAI. And I just wanted to share with you about it because it solves a really big problem, and hopefully a live showcasing it, so I move fast. The problem they had was 15 million student records, no metadata. So they don't even know which student these records are for. And if you can imagine, that's a massive manual process, right, to try extract that metadata from that unstructured data in these PDFs. So we came up with this idea, let's use the combination of OCR, optical character recognition, to pull the text out, then pass it to an LLM and ask questions about it and get the metadata you need out of it. I call it metadata mining, right? So the way we did that, as I said there's that AI pipeline at the bottom, basically using Microsoft's document intelligence to OCR. We're the same with Mistral OCR or anything, right? So this solution is really a Microsoft-centric one, but you could do it with almost any, including open source technologies for sure. Then you store that data somewhere, and then you use some sort of LLM to make sense of it. It's not actually rocket science once you build one. So I'm going to do an example of that system, and we'll see, as you know, they may go. So this is a SharePoint directory, and you can see there's a bunch of documents on here for my demo that have already been scanned by my system, and it's extracted the secret code that's hidden in the information. So I, of course, used AI to generate all of these PDFs. And you'll see this like cross-lingual translation localization. In this PDF, you see how I select the text. It's like easy mode, right? So what I actually did is I had the system, example of it here. This PDF, look at the resolution on it. And it's literally just a picture, right? So I wanted to make sure that we'd get proper, OCR extraction, not just reading the text that's already there. So if I come back over here and I go grab one of these documents, you'll see it shows it now, hopefully. It shows up there, but you see it doesn't have any metadata yet. It doesn't have this code. So there's a system on the back end right now that's already grabbed that document. Hopefully it runs every 5 minutes. I'll go start it if it hasn't. And it will go through that process and automatically extract and write back to it. So this is the back end, what we talk about logic app, which is like just a logic flow. If I refresh it, hopefully it's already kicked off because I know the clock is ticking. Maybe refresh it this way. Let's see. If it hasn't started yet, we might run out of time. Unless it also just ran. No, let's just run it right now. And maybe we'll come back at the end if it takes more than a minute. Okay, good. It's running now, and I can show you here. So this is actually the logic flow of what it's doing, and we can go under the hood and. So I did a live. Get interesting. Let's see. Hopefully. So the first thing it's doing here. No, that's going to let us show it what it's doing. But if we come back over here, let's see if it's actually completed successfully. Yeah, actually it has. And if you see, found that code 7284. If we open the document, where was that? Oh. Zoom in. Well, let me zoom in, but let's see if we can find it. No, this is terrible. There it is there. See the 7284 roll. It was just a random code in the middle of it. So this part of it broke, but I hope you can appreciate at least that it was able to extract that data, through the system there. There it is. All right, I'm going to pass off. Up next, we do have, I have it on the phone as well, if you want to bring up that title screen again so I can announce them. Puneet Suri from Trestle AI. Thank you so much, everyone.
Morning, everyone. My name is Puneet Suri. I am the co-founder and CEO of Trestle AI. We all know the power of agentic AI and how it's going to change every industry in this world. But there is a huge gap. And the gap is the potential in agentic AI and the reality in large enterprises. This gap is the reason Trestle AI. Trestle AI is a managed agentic AI platform. Why is this gap so big? Getting agents into production is still too hard. And I speak to enterprises all the time, and there are 4 main pain points I hear from them: accuracy and trust. Enterprises' level accuracy for results is still low. There's hallucination everywhere. Out of the box today, most of the LLMs with any technique like RAG and whatnot will give you 85% accuracy. Enterprises are looking at 95% more accuracy. So that's a huge issue for them. The second one is integration. Getting agents integrated into complex IT systems is still cumbersome, and it's a huge issue for companies across the board. And the most important one is skills and resource gap. Since this technology is now affecting every industry and every vertical function and horizontal function within the company, there's a huge gap of skills and resources within the industry. And the most important one is security. We are still trying to figure out how they're going to behave in a complex enterprise environments. And the reasons we believe the AI agents have not crossed the chasm. How is Trestle AI making a difference? We have three major components. The first one is Agentic AI platform. Second one is fully managed service for deployed engineers. And the third one is our vertical focus. Let's start with our Agentic AI platform. It consists of 5 major components: Trestle Connect, Trestle Cure, Trestle Insights, Trestle Orchestrate, and Trestle Observe. I won't go through the details of them. This is the core of the platform. Trestle Connect is our layer, which is for data source connectors, LLM connectors, and cloud connectors. We support 500 plus data source connectors today, 100 plus tools and MCP servers. Trestle Secure is our security, hallucination, auditing, entitlement center, and compliance layer. Insight is the brain of the platform, which consists of knowledge graph, holistic search, and adaptive model engine. And Orchestrate is our workflow service for RAG, MCP service, and users connect to these workflows via API, SDK, MCP, or a chat interface. Okay, we have a fully managed service for deployed engineers. I mean, truly believe this is a true differentiator. As you heard from our speakers also, that only 5% of the projects in enterprise are producing result or return investments. And I believe embedding these FTEs with customers' teams and understanding their workflows and pain points and add AI where it's truly adding value is the key differentiating factor. So we are using all of these techniques to deliver true value to our customers for their verticals. Next slide. Here are some success stories we have. Currently, we have 22 customers, 13 of them are in production in 4 different verticals. And here are some examples of 2 of our customers who have given us quotes. I won't go through details because of time. There is more use case I want to just highlight. We are not only adding AI to customers' workflows, but we're also transferring AI at scale for big, large organizations. And Greenville is one of them. This is one of the largest LNG providers in Africa. They are working with us to transform AI across their whole company. And their challenge is inefficient operations, data silos, and we are working across their all different functions of the company, from manufacturing to operations to supply chain to IT, to identify initial sets of use cases which are going to be used to transform them to get, and the initial results that we have been able to break their data silos to create intelligence and smarter operations. And I'll stop at that. And if after the talk, we can talk about in the details. So as I said, Agentic AI is the future, and Trestle is built to deliver that future today. Thank you for this opportunity, and love to hear your feedback and questions after this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is everyone also excited about lunches? I am right now. Nice. I'll try to be quick, only 3 minutes. All right. So please raise your hand if you are overwhelmed with like all these AI tools that come out like every day, like how much changes. Yeah, that's all hands. And I'm definitely one of you. Just for the background, so my name is Artem. I'm currently 4th year PhD researcher at MIT. So basically 24/7, I'm reading papers about AI. I'm like trying to build something, sometimes even publish. And this is literally me every single day. So like the amount of startups, new tools, and everything that's come out, like just today is insane. And somehow you need to stay afloat of this. So one of the hot takes I developed over the last couple of years is that if you want to survive and like not drown, you need to learn and build with AI every single week. Something like anything that's slower than every week learning cycle is too slow pace. And the second hot take I developed is that at the current world, with the new tools, AI and like learning how to build with AI is basically new literacy. You have to learn this. You need to know what the limitations of the tools. You need to learn how to properly use them in your day-to-day life. And so, like, be more like Adam. Build more stuff. Experiment. Sometimes fail. This is what you need to learn because it's so crucial right now. And I agree with Matt. So, like, there are limitations. There are problems in AI, but you need to learn what are the limitations by doing the hands-on first user experience by trying all this. So, long story short, based on all these hot takes, observations, and personal pains, we are running Sunday. So this is the main reason why we're running this. And the best way probably to think about us is that we're a community. So we are like a community of very technical researchers, builders in AI, entrepreneurs. And the only thing we do, the main thing we do, is every Sunday we meet at 10 a.m. and we keep building. We try the most recent tools. We build something with them until 10 p.m. every single Sunday, until we ship something, and then again next week. And so we've been doing this for the last 80 weeks. Like, we didn't skip Christmas, New Year's, nothing. And we developed like hundreds of different projects, hundreds of prototypes. Some of them, they turned into startups. They raised money, like more than 20 million in total funding so far. We grew from like 3 people in the living room of my house to like 60, 80 people every single week. So it's growing, and people actually feel that you need to build. So I think the main takeaways from this short talk, first of all, I would encourage all of you, if you don't yet have this habit, please develop a habit of like trying something new in AI every single week, because it's so powerful. You can build so many things, and you actually need to try this. And second, I guess, like, there are so many ways to engage with us. So I guess like the best ask for me would be send your best developers to us. Send the best researchers, come hack with us every Sunday. But also, as we are like a full nonprofit, our second from just building is to help people get this literacy in AI. So we host many courses at MIT. We do custom workshops. So if any of this resonates with you, please scan the QR code. There is like a forum how to get in touch. We'll be happy to chat with you. And we also have a booth right there. And so with that, thank you a lot for that attention.
Okay, so we are back. We're doing a redo. Matt and I are laughing here. So you're never going to guess who I bumped into in the hallway when they say keep your elevator pitch like top of mind, be on your game. In the hallway, I ran into Matt. I know you just had the opportunity to speak and engage with him virtually on our first ever live stream. I loved your positioning. I do understand, Matt, that the thoughts you shared were not from IBM, where you're a senior leader. They are your own. But we're asking a couple questions of leaders who presented today. I'm going to ask you to give us some additional detail, like give us the inside scoop that others did not get to hear because we have you on the live stream. And then 2 things so you can think about as we're moving forward. One thing that you, even as a leader, learned from some of the interactions here, and then something you'd like for people to take away. So about your pitch, what you learned, and what you'd like for us to leave with.
Sure. So the pitch was not an IBM pitch, like you said, Crystal. It was a focus on the importance of really knowing what you're getting into. Mm-hmm. And it was a warning, for lack of a better way to say it, because you can let AI run away with things or drive away with things. And the example I used with a self-driving car.
And I love that example because I think one of the things that you're saying is a human better a person. And I would say I have a bad reputation for not driving well. So I'm like, you know what? Those self-driving cars might in fact be better than this human right here.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Well, but maybe not.
Right?
But the more important question is, just because somebody knows how to use the app to get the car to drive itself, does that mean that they should operate it without a license?
Right.
That's the other thing you have to think about. Right. So the thing that I wanted to get across was really to just understand that, I mean, AI is not going to go away. It's here. It's going to continue to be here. It's going to grow in presence and scale. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean we have to allow it to take control or do so without governance and appropriate ethics and oversight.
Absolutely.
And it's easy to get carried away. Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, if you let yourself and your business get carried away with it without understanding the governance and the ethics and the oversight that goes with it, that's when you can start to have some challenges. And that was the point that I was making. So we have to look at things like the models that we're using. You have to look at the things like the use cases that you're applying it to. You have to look at the skills that you're using, because the existence of no code capabilities doesn't mean that you need no skill to use no code. You have to have both. I should have said that up during the presentation. I didn't say that.
No worries, because guess what? It's going to be
I just said it
recorded.
now.
We're going to share it out. And we were just having a little banter earlier because I'm on the live stream, so I can hear a little bit about what the speakers are saying, but not everything. And I will share, and you will be able to see in the chat that I did pick up those 3 comments that you need: the use case, the skill, and what was the third?
You need the use case, the skill, and the right models.
And the right models. And I typed that into the chat earlier, just couldn't remember now. So thank you. So you are saved, because people are going to have the opportunity to hear your added on. And in fact, that's what we're trying to do here. Give additional insights that viewers might not have the opportunity to engage in other than on our first live stream.
Amazing.
Amazing. So another thing, Matt, that we are asking our various thought leaders like yourselves is you're deep into it, right? You're an amazing, distinguished executive, but we have different, individuals, practitioners, academics, AI curious, the whole gamut. Is there something that you've learned from either conversations on the stage or conversations that you had with our participants that's new? Have you learned anything new?
Sure. So first of all, let me just say, not amazing, not distinguished, not an executive. I am just the guy that goes up on stage and talks a bunch of stuff until they tell me to get off. But what I thought was fantastic about today is after I did the talk, when I was walking around, I had a number of people come up to me and thank me for telling the truth.
Yes.
And that was really telling to me, because the whole morning session was AI, lean in, go for it. And, there's nothing wrong with any of the messages. I agree with most of the points that everybody had made. I was just offering a hint of caution.
Guardrails.
Right. To say, look, the car's moving on its own, but just have your foot on the brake. Just get ready to tap the brake. Don't brake check the car behind you, but just get ready to slow down if you need to.
Okay.
Because it can be a very difficult task to stop anything once it started moving at full speed. So just be cautious about it. Understand that there are risks. Understand that there are considerations you need to have. Understand that you still need talent and staff and resources and people that understand DevOps and skills and coding and AI, just because there's all these tools that can kind of do it for you, as it were. So the fact that people were appreciating that was really
enriching,
a good thing to hear. Yeah,
Food for your
exactly.
soul,
It made me feel good
Yes.
because it told me that there's other people out there that feel the same way, that are acknowledging that. And maybe that needs to be said more. Maybe it needs to not just be thought about, but also be spoken. So that was what I love to hear.
Very, very cool. I love that. Like, say it out loud. I will share with you from my perspective of having kind of grown up in the management consulting industry, but also functionally focusing on the people agenda. One of the things that resonated for me in terms of messaging was this continued theme that I'm hearing, that it's not only AI, the change management, the people focus, the transformation that's facilitated by people as well was still a key component here in the conversation. But since I have you here, it wasn't on the agenda, I'm going to ask you another question.
Sure.
So when we think about this change, right? When I think about the change, internet era was all about giving us additional tools. We have tools to do this and that. And it seems like the era that we're in with AI, is really focused on like outcomes. So the example that I gave our audience earlier was, let's say, like an Expedia, right? It's a platform, software. It's helping me as an individual do all the research and get the information I need for me, Crystal Lucille Murray, to plan my trip. Now, I could have leveraged AI in this analogy, right, to say, hey, I need to go to Boston for AI week. I'd like to maybe visit my daughter who's here at Harvard. Give me some different ways to experience this, because I have to leave my car at home because the lady taking care of my other daughter needs to drive. Okay, perfect. And then I could have gotten an entire outcome, the trip booked, am I coming, am I flying, where am I staying, paid for. It's a total outcome. And so if we look at this change, I really see it as a move from tools enablement like internet to AI, like doing outcomes. Your message is so important because they could have put me somewhere that I hated, right? So you need to like think through allowing AI to do all of our work.
Well, that was actually something that happened when in the earlier ChatGPT days, when it was statically trained based on data from a certain period. And I think originally it was something like April of 2022. So the problem with travel itineraries, to use your example, is if the latest training date was April of 2022, then anything that happened after that, new construction, changes, closure of an airport, or anything else in the region, geopolitical or otherwise, creates a problem because the answer it's going to give you would only be relevant to the period of time that it was actually trained on. Now, the newer models are capable of scrounging the internet and looking around at more up-to-date information, but they will still use statically trained data as well, unless you specifically ask them not to. So you have to, understand AI, how to use it, how to prompt it, how to work with it in order to get it to do those types of things the way you would want them done in a way that is as highly accurate as possible. There's no perfect, right? There's no perfect in humans, there's no perfect in machines, but you can get it much closer to the goal if you know exactly how to work with it and what its pitfalls are. And that's how you can be productive. And whether it's planning a trip or planning a business strategy, it's the same principles for both.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you another question because I loved Eureka's conversation from UBS in reference to how are we going to recoup the ROI and the value opportunities presented by AI. And when I think about kind of the B2B play, let me use an example like perhaps like Salesforce, because we use Salesforce in a variety of different companies, like to facilitate sales and this notion of solutions, right? So right now, if I work with Salesforce, I am paying to use the tool. Maybe I'm paying a license for my employees to use the tool. And it's a different kind of pricing model. They don't care if I make a sell or not, right? They're giving me a tool to enable the outcome. And what I really want to do is I want to sell something, right? So what if we have this AI enabled opportunity, which we actually do now, where AI can go in, they can take a look at my client list that I've already put into Salesforce. They know everything that they want to do. They can call them, they can almost sell them. My outcome is a sell. And so now to me, that's a real different opportunity for a pricing strategy. I don't have to pay for a license because the outcome that I want is actually a sale. And if I'm paying, not that it's Salesforce, it can be any company. I love Salesforce. I actually want to come work for you, Salesforce. It's not a ding, but I'm just saying it is a tool to enable an outcome when now AI can do all of these things, call my client, like book and place the sale. It's an outcome that we're paying for. What do you think about when we look at it in that way?
Well, I mean, I think you have to look at it that way. I've worked in IT for a long time, and I used to work in IT security. And we used to try and convince people that they needed more security. And they knew they did. The problem was security is a cost center. It's not a profit center. So they've got to look at it as saying, okay, well, I've got to spend this much in my budget, and I've got no real way to justify the spend because I've got nothing on the back end to offset it. So I'll do this later. And then if there's ever a breach, they actually have a budget to cover the cost of the breach and not to actually just buy the technology that they needed to avoid the breach in the first place, because that's just how the buckets work, right? So with AI, depending upon how you choose to deploy it, it can work a little differently because you can monetize it. Right? So just to your point, it's not a cost center. It can become a profit center, but the profit center only becomes a profit center if you anticipate all of the potential overhead that you have to incur in order to do it right the first time. Because as we've also seen with AI, it can make mistakes, and those gaffes become social media absolute carnage. Right? And so the new dimension of concern when you're looking at it as a profit center is the potential brand damage of doing it wrong up front.
So that reputational risk is huge.
Yep.
And I chuckle because one time I had to help my daughter with her homework. I didn't really know how to do it. So I put it into ChatGPT, help me figure this out. I'm like, oh, you can use these examples. And then her teacher actually on my parenting one-on-one conversation said, oh yeah, I didn't really even know that, this girl knew about this. And I'm like, oh my God, she did not. And it was wrong. And it's my fault because I listened to chat because I didn't know as well. So it's a mom story, but in business, right? the stakes are even higher. So we do have to be cognizant of ethics, guardrails, and the opportunity to go wrong. So I appreciate you sitting down with me for this impromptu, but I did overhear you speaking with John, and you live in New York. So this is the kickoff of Boston AI Week. I think it's the first Boston AI Week. Are there other activities that you're participating in? What have you done so far? And what are you doing in New York?
So actually, I'm heading back tonight to New York because tomorrow we're doing an agentic AI workshop in our New York office at IBM at One Madison. So I'm kicking that off with a different
Invite
talk.
me next time.
Yeah, you can still come. I think there's still room.
I'm here for AI Week, and tomorrow I'm going to be here again for the live stream.
And then very importantly for IBM and for all the IBM potential attendees, and even for students and faculty of universities where it's free to attend, next week in Orlando, we're doing our week-long tech exchange, which is a massive set of workshops that are targeted at just becoming more knowledgeable on technology trends, roadmaps, AI, data governance, automation, all of those different topics, even down to mainframe and storage technologies as it relates to AI. So it's a whole week, and actually anybody that gets to go, we're closing Universal Studios down on Tuesday night.
Ooh, okay, so this is what we're going to do. Thank you so much for sharing that with the audience. What I am going to do is when we break, I'm going to get the contact information on this opportunity from Matt. I'm going to go ahead and put it into the chat for the live stream, and perhaps those of you out there who qualify for that opportunity can take advantage of it. So one last thing. What is one or two takeaways that you'd like to leave our audience with?
If you have never used an AI system for yourself, do it.
Okay.
And I don't mean the corporate one. I mean, just go on to whatever your choice of AI is, whether it's Anthropic or Llama or anybody else, go play. And if you're not getting what you want out of it, don't make fun of it. Oh, you can't spell strawberry. No, I mean, it becomes a nice internet meme for a while, but learn to understand why it's doing what it's doing. Figure it out. Treat it like you would a child. Say, I don't understand why you said that to me.
Absolutely.
Give me your reasoning. Give me your rationale. Because it will make you stronger with it. It will make it stronger with you.
Yes.
And that's a really important skill to have, because it's too generally trained to be able to get everything right, because it knows too much.
Fair enough.
So getting it to narrow itself down to the core and learning how to interact with it will be nothing but advantage for any of you moving forward, whether it's career path or personal life or anything else. So that's the first thing, is just lean in, get to know it. The second thing is don't fear it. You have to understand, I mean, even Jensen Huang said this earlier this year, the only people that are at risk from a jobs or career perspective are the ones that don't understand how to use AI.
Right.
So if you can understand how it works and why it does the things it does, and you don't fear it, but you lean into it, but you're still cautious and you approach it well, those two things together, I think, are really what's going to make us all successful in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And just as a little aside, I was thinking about this when you said learn how to engage with it. And it seems very simplistic, but when you think about, I know you didn't mention any of the names of the platforms, but I'm just going to use ChatGPT, right? Because chat is really a conversation. It's a back and forth. It's an iteration. And that is so important in order to learn and for it to learn you. So thank you so much, Matt. It was my total pleasure. I'm going to send the follow-up information in the chat. I'm going to look forward to connecting with you, because guess what, guys? I'm going to Orlando next week. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are back. We're going to do a quick introduction of the next panel. I want to introduce you to Shoot, my co-host. You might be on mute. Should be on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're not.
Okay.
No.
Hey everyone, nice to see you all. Thank you so much, Crystal. So coming back to this event, I would love to introduce our next panel, which would be, we will talk to me about how USA's leading auto exchange is adopting Gen AI for competitive advantage. So we would have Parag Shah from CarGuru. He's the VP of data, And we would have Ben Gaston, who is VP of Products at CarGurus. So CarGurus have actually rolled out an AI-powered conversational search experience that lets shoppers ask questions in natural language and get personalized recommendations driven by real-time vehicle data. So we would be learning more about their latest AI conversational search launchpad, which they launched on June 2025.
Awesome, awesome. I'm super excited to hear about this as well. So
Yeah.
my uncle, who's like kind of a fintech guy, finance bro, tech guy, a while back, he helped to create a company that was sold to like car.com. So really, really outstanding. And I'm very curious to hear the case study around car gurus as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really interesting because automobile is booming and there's always exchange of cars, selling and buying of cars is going on. And it's a lot of hassle. For example, I want to buy a new car. I'm a recent grad. So what car do I buy? How do I compare the other vendors? So it's better to you just tap it out,
Mm-hmm.
see all the comparisons, then you make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't be better than that.
Okay, awesome. So guess who just popped in? Paul, give us some of your takeaways from the first half of the day.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, everyone. Lots of energy, consistent feedback that people like the program because it's such a diverse set of industries. I think people are also telling me that by seeing how much activity is going on in all these other industries, they're realizing, again, how fast AI is moving in so many different sectors. Change management is a theme that's come up multiple times on the main stage. I just left them with the breakouts. So change management is the bottleneck. It's not technology, and companies are really struggling with it. And I think lastly, I think the reality of jobs getting displaced has become very real, and people are trying to figure out how to navigate that. But it's very real now, both when you're doing Gen AI training and from a society standpoint, and we're just now starting to grasp with it. So those are probably major take.
Awesome.
I'm going to have to add in growing up in organization and change strategy. I love to hear this notion of the continued need for the people agenda for change management. So I see our speakers getting up on the stage. I'm going to pull us down and pull them up. Okay. Thank you,
Awesome.
Paul and Shu.
Thank you.
We deliver actionable data insights, AI-driven optimization, a suite of innovative products to help maximize margins and market inventory more effectively and drive high-quality leads. CarGurus has been AI and data company essentially since its inception. The first time that we really launched something that could be considered machine learning was our IMV release back in 2010. It's also when the data science team was established. And in 2022, I think we'll all remember that this little thing called ChatGPT surfaced, started to go global, and it gave access to LLMs to everybody and a chat interface. CarGurus at that point started realizing we need to build a Gen AI team, and we would like to get into the, at the time, the ChatGPT plugin marketplace. In 2024, we started to launch AI search development, and we established our AI forward team. This is something we'll talk a little bit more about later in this presentation. And then where we are now, we rolled out AI access to our entire company. So everybody at CarGurus now has access to an LLM. They have access to prompts, prompt libraries, and we give them the ability to learn about AI and learn about prompting and learn about these new skills that, you know, let's be honest, not a lot of people had prior to 2022. Even then, it was a very small group of people. We also launched our AI Coding Week, where we stopped all of our coding work for an entire week. We brought on a few coding assistants, and our entire engineering team started using those coding assistants for that week to experiment and to play with it. This was one of the ways we started to drive engagement and adoption. And then this year, we released our AI-powered search, and we're going to talk about that right now, and I'm going to turn it over to Ben.
Awesome. So again, my name is Ben, product leader at CarGurus. Lead a number of different functions, but most relevant here, I've been fortunate enough to be involved in some of our early efforts in leveraging generative AI to help kind of evolve the consumer shopping journey at CarGurus. So the mission for our company is to give people the power to reach their The way I think about that is not just how somebody's going to get from point A to point B, but how are they going to find a thing that's going to get them from point A to point B. And so this picture here has some relevance, which I'll get back to. I have 2 kids. These are not them. So there's a hook for hopefully be all interested. So, this is a screen grab of our homepage, which has gone through a number of different design iterations, but functionality has largely remained the same over several years, which is, CarGurus has historically been a very good destination for you. If you know the vehicle that you're looking for, we can connect you to a tremendous array of local inventory in your market, and we provide tremendous price transparency about that inventory so that you can make an informed purchasing decision. So if you know you want Ford F-150, we're a good space for you to come to. Where we have historically not played is if you want a truck, but don't know what truck you want, and you might be looking at a Ford F-150 or a Chevy Silverado or something else. We have historically helped consumers get down that decision point. And that's where we saw, kind of with the advances of these large language models, an opportunity for CarGurus. So what is the opportunity that we saw? Well, for many people, a car is the second largest purchase that they're going to make in their lifetime after a home. And as such, it's a heavily considered purchase. People think about it a lot. They do a lot of research. They move to a consideration phase, maybe back to research before ultimately figuring out what vehicle they want and then where to buy. And many times that purchase is not just driven out of want, but driven out of a life event, maybe a child going off to college or a growing family. It can be an exciting experience, but it can also be an overwhelming or intimidating experience. Car buying can be very complex. So, and consumers don't always have all the time that they'd like. And so, how can we fulfill even better on our mission to help consumers reach their destination in a more seamless way? And we felt like, the advancements in Gen AI offered up an opportunity that we had not previously pursued. So why Gen AI? Large language models and kind of with GPT coming onto the scene, they gave us access to the ability to handle more complex queries than we ever have before. And that includes the ability to handle subject inquiries, which is really important. You can think about in the automotive space, people think in the terms of give me something that's fast or fun, safe, reliable, efficient. And the ability to take something like that and translate into a discrete product recommendation was a new capability that we wanted to explore. And that gave us the ability to kind of seamlessly blend research, discovery, consideration down into decision. And consumers will often start on a website and in automotive often visit many websites during their process. They'll get to the kind of the limitations of one and then move on to the next. So you can think of, if you're researching vacuum cleaners on Consumer Reports, you might figure what you want and then you'll head off to Amazon to buy it. And we felt like there was an opportunity for us to help consumers through more of their journey. And so what did we build? So this is live on the site now at cargurus.com/discover, and we're continually iterating and kind of furthering the capabilities. This is the opportunity when I would typically take you through an illustrative example of the power of this. But the nice thing is I actually have a real life example that happened to me about 8 months ago, and I'll kind of walk through that. And that was I was driving from Western Massachusetts back to Boston with a good friend of mine. And during the ride, he was driving and I was in the passenger seat. He kind of lamented to me that he had to buy a minivan. And he was not excited about the purchase, but his wife was pregnant with their third child, have 2 boys, and he felt like it was the practical thing to do. And so I said, okay, well, what are you going to get? And he said, I have no idea. But being both, Massachusetts residents, he said it's got to be 4-wheeler, all-wheel drive. And so I realized I had a beta version of this on my phone, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is what we're building for. And so we said, all right, well, what are the minivans that come standard with 4-wheeler, all-wheel drive? And we were able to kind of quickly narrow down, hey, it looks like the Toyota Sienna and the Chrysler Pacifica are both viable options that come standard with all-wheel drive. And he said, okay. And we kept driving and kind of talking. He said, well, wait a second, what's towing capacity of these minivans? Because I have a pop-up camper that's 2,500 pounds, and I want to be able to take the family camping. And if I get rid of this car, we need something that can tow the camper. And so that was kind of the next inquiry was, what are the, what is the towing capacity? Surprisingly capable 3,600 pound towing capacity on these minivans, which I had no idea about. So neither of them were eliminated from the consideration set. And so the next natural question was like, okay, well, what's the starting price of these vehicles? And And so we kind of looked into that and found that the Toyota Sienna ended up having a little bit of a lower entry point, which felt important to him at the time, kind of with the growing family. So he was, we started talking about that. And the next question was, well, what are the trim options available for the Toyota Sienna? And to be able to list those out and kind of understand what the value props of the various trims were. So we kind of went through that list. And at that point in time, he said, okay, I think the Toyota Limited, the Sienna is what I'm probably market for. And so then came the question of, well, are there any Toyota Sienna Limiteds in my market? And that, now down to the kind of fairway of what CarGurus has historically done really well, which takes us back to this picture, which is his two boys in their Limited. And this was 2 weeks after the conversation. So not here to represent that, all of that decisioning happened within that car ride, but in a 45-minute car ride, we were able to get from kind of life event and need to research, to discover, to consider, all the way down to purchase, which was a good proof point that we had the ability to help a broader array of consumers than we had previously. I'll hand it back to Parag to talk about some of the learnings internally for use of AI, but I figured I'd do three learnings from our experience just to share. One is obviously with the power of these large language models, the opportunities are almost endless, and the things that we found that was really helpful early with our small team was to define the boundaries of the experience we want to offer. Consumer car buying can go in a whole different array of options, and so we kind of said, hey, we're not going to deal with financing off the bat, we're not going to deal with trade-ins off the bat, we're going to really focus on kind of research and because that was an area of the funnel that we had not historically played in. Let the data drive the backlog. So one of the things we had a robust set of features that we wanted to build. We got one of the engineers here who's been largely responsible for a lot of what I've been looking at, and much of it went out the window because we kind of really tried to dig into the queries that were coming in from the consumers and then use that to guide the functionality next. So, really kind of trying to pay attention and leveraging AI to kind of synthesize all of those queries, give us thematic things to focus on as we expanded the functionality. And then the other thing that was interesting that we learned was many people, when we launched this, I guess it was 2024, towards the end of 2024, it was the first time that they were experiencing generative AI with us, and so they didn't know what to expect and how to end with it. And so, while we would get some very robust queries about folks and family events and things that they were looking for, some would just be one word, civic. And what we learned is that we could prompt much deeper engagement by, in that first inquiry, giving a little bit more than what the user may be expecting. So, a bunch of civics in your market. It looks like you're looking for a affordable four-door sedan. Here are some potential other options, et cetera, et cetera. And you could actually just see the conversation get much deeper and a lot more engagement, nurturing the consumer further down the funnel. So with that, I'll hand it back to
Thank you, Ben. I love the idea of the context retention and understanding like what the last question asked was and what the follow-up questions are. I think that's great to kind of engage and understand all that and get at, like you said, rich data. So next I'm going to talk a little bit about our internal AI use. So I want to talk to you guys all about AI Forward. It's an initiative that we had at CarGurus, which was led by somebody who's in this room as well. And what we did was we dedicated a team to coordinate AI requirements, evaluation, organizational enablement, education, and measurement of adoption and business impact. So what we did is we essentially created enablement champions across the organization. And so across the organization, I mean every function enablement champion, and those folks got together on a regular basis and they started to talk about what they were doing with AI, how they were using AI, what are we doing with AI at the company, what are the different things that are coming out, and should these be approved? What is the process? So there was a lot of enablement and adoption that was happening, but it was happening from the ground up. So a lot of what you're seeing today is a top-down push for companies to become AI companies. Well, what we did was decided to bring the right people together, the enthusiasts together within our company, and start kind of bottom-up effort as well to say, let's find the folks who are using AI every day, sitting in different teams and different departments. Let's empower them to be able to kind of go and talk to their peers and start to sell AI and sell the enablement and try to help them, you know, with adoption, finding different ways to utilize AI at a company. The next thing I'm going to talk about is also something very recent that we had. It's we had on September 4th, we launched the Fast and the Curious AI at CarGurus. It was a great success. We had quite a few vendors that joined us. So the way I started this is the way I put this title on here. It's the start of a quote from my favorite show. Ben happens to have the quote on his laptop. What's the quote?
Be curious, not judgmental.
Judgmental. And I think being curious is incredible. And I think it's something we should all do. And as a new technology comes forward, like generative AI, and I am specifically saying generative AI, AI has been around for a long time. Back when I was in college, you know, a long time ago. What we did is we had this first flagship AI day. It was organizational wide, and we had different vendors who are providing AI you know, features in their tools come into CarGurus and do different presentations. And we essentially just had everybody working on what they're doing today and showcasing what they're doing today. So we had workshops, we had show and tell sessions. We looked at, you know, we wanted to highlight what the employees at CarGurus are doing with AI. Again, we want to continue to push enablement, adoption, and make sure that we're recognizing all the great work that people are doing with AI. We opened it to all departments, all skill levels, dedicated AI practitioners who are in this room today, to those just beginning their journey with AI tools, helping them understand what a prompt is, you know, some basic things like. We had presentations from our CarGurus AI enablement champions across the organization for successful deployments, lessons learned, and future opportunities. So, in conclusion, I think AI is here to stay. If anybody disagrees with that, I'd love to talk to you after this, because we really need to have an in-depth conversation. It's changed everything. It's not perfect, though. Let's make sure we keep it in the loop. Have to keep a human in the loop. There's AI coding assistant, there's all of these AI features, but you have to fact check it. The concept of hallucinations, it's there, it's not going away. And you want to make sure that you're fact checking and you're not just using AI to vibe code, write, and then deploy it to production. That can cause massive issues. So keep that human in the loop. Use it when it makes sense, not just to use it. This will help projects to achieve success. Now, I know myself personally, I have moved away from using search engines to about 95% of my queries go through an LLM, whether that be one of the 3 major ones that are out there or some of the small ones. Prompting is a skill. You've heard me say it several times. It's not something that is inherently easy for people to understand. There's the idea of certain prompts require details, other prompts require less detail, and knowing when to do what, when to ask what, and when to follow up. Enablement and empowerment matter. If you want to achieve success internally with AI, you have to find ways to enable people and empower people. If you just tell them, hey, this is a tool, you have to use it, how many people are going to use it? You can't be that prescriptive. You have to bring them along for the ride, and that's the direction we chose to take from an internal enablement perspective. Ben, anything you want to add?
Oh, I think you covered it.
I think we flew through this. Questions?
So you talked about follow-up questions if somebody just put in the word civic. So I like that idea. Can you talk about how you figured out how to extend one word into more?
So I'm going to repeat the question. Sure. So the question was, you talked about one-word search, the question civic, and how did you take that one word and extrapolate other details from that? Is that fair?
Yeah, and so it's a good question, something we're still refining, but the idea was trying to engineer that prompt so that within that first inquiry to try and generalize, particularly when we see, for us, a single word inquiry, it's a very specific trim level vehicle. And so we're able to say, all right, how do you abstract that to a make, model, local level, and then give some additional information that makes the consumer realize, hey, wait a second, actually do more here. And so then you'd start to get questions about either color preference or trim comparisons, and what happens is what we with really strong engagement when those type of consumers actually got all the way down to that specific vehicles.
How are you using AI in your customer success process, specifically around your partners? Are you kind of rolling your own? Are you using off-shelf tools? Or how much are you using it?
So I can
repeat the question.
Yes, good question. Good job. Repeat the question. How are you using it within success? And essentially, we've rolled out an internal knowledge graph to allow people to engage with that knowledge graph in CS to answer questions. And we have folks who have built chatbots that engage in our internal documentation to make it a little quicker to find the answers that they're looking for. So I can't go into too much detail, but we are currently utilizing it. And we're utilizing internal tooling to be able to make, search our documentation internally and get answers. And what we're also doing is we're building repositories of documentation very specific to answering questions about maybe specific features within our tools. So the question is, and unfortunately, I don't think I can answer this question. The question was, I believe, how are you taking and utilizing AI within your marketing mix?
I would say, yeah, we are being very careful about the collection of that data and the utilization of that data. And so I have a whole array of things that we're pursuing. So you can think about, one of the things that Airbnb does really well, right, is just if you think about the filters that sit across the top of the thing, give me wow, give me beachfront, whatever. So, the automotive space, we can see now like, oh, fun, sporty, safe 5-door, or small SUVs is a category that there's a tremendous amount of search activity. And so that is a monetized example of that. But I would say, yeah, we are very much trying to harvest that data and find lots of different ways to use it, if that helps.
Kind of follow up on that. So have you noticed like a change in people's behavior on your using your site as a research platform versus as like a by list of costs? Like that person who's going through that might be doing research different than someone who's flipping comments. Like you seeing changes in.
So the question was, are we seeing people behave differently? Are they using our site more research than maybe they were in the past to just buy a car?
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think what we're finding is that it is a user. So we have a bunch of mechanisms in which we have historically acquired deep funnel shoppers. And we are not trying to take those folks who come in and know that they want a red Ford F-150 in their local market and pull them back up the funnel and say, well, wait a second, have you considered something else? But I think there is an opportunity to get in front of a whole bunch of different users who don't know. And I think for us, one of the interesting challenges internally is just making sure that people understand that traffic will behave differently. And from first inquiry to actual inquiry to a dealer. It's longer, right? You're not gonna see a search that translates into a dealer inquiry in a single session. Often it might be over the course of 3, 4, 5. But what we're seeing is a much higher time on site and a ton of re-engagement.
I may have missed it, but do you have any special data or model training or anything on like endemic to your model that they wouldn't be able to get from like your foundation models, off the shelf GPT-5, et cetera? For those like researching type of question.
Yeah, I think honestly, like we provide something that's comparable with this. I don't think our goal is to get really deep into the research, but the capability there. There's definitely internal information that we have that is specific to car gurus that some of these foundational models don't have, because let's be honest, these foundational models are now starting to engage with companies to find different ways to train their models on that data specifically. And you see coming out, I think it was Anthropic that recently came out and said that they want to start training on company data, which is significantly different than what they're doing with public data.
The big advantage is that when you have on the site, they don't know specifically what they want. They have the car route before. You can keep them on site long. I mean, it just, even if it is exactly the same as ChatGPT, the question is when are they there and what do they need and how can you keep them on the site so they actually make a purchase while they're there.
Yeah, it's very similar to the way Google is increasingly leveraging AI, and it's results that keep you right on Google. So yeah, I mean, it's giving them more of the answers, tip of finger, and blending. I mean, we have a ton of first-party editorial content. We have videos, and so the question is how do we inject all that into and build kind of the user experience around where the consumer is in that journey.
And what's interesting is that if you do use that that Gen AI search, is there's videos that do come up and what you may be searching for as well, not just the listings. Any other questions? All right. Hey, we appreciate your time.
Okay, so we are back. Shub, you want to go ahead and introduce the next session?
Yeah, that was a great session. So for the next session, we have Where Are VCs Investing Today? For that, we will have Cleda Martiro from Glasswing Venture, who is a partner, and we have Kent Lucas, who is non-CV Venture, who is a general partner and co-founder. So for here, we will have the GAI Insights co-founder, John Schwigler, for the moderation.
Okay, awesome. I see everyone getting mic'd up. So what we didn't have an opportunity to do is learn a little bit more about your background. Do you want to share about yourself, your organization, your school in like 30 seconds?
Yeah, definitely. I graduated from UMass Amherst with degrees in CS Applied Mathematics, and I've been working as a reinforcement learning researcher and in generative modeling right now.
Okay, fair enough. And so one of the things that we're asking all of our speakers or the people who pass by the live stage, or live stream stage, better stated, is there one core thing that you've taken away from the conversations this morning?
One thing is adapt AI in a way that boosts your performance. Do not get afraid by it. Like, you cannot ignore it. AI is here to stay.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and switch us back. Thank you so much for joining, and looking forward to the next session. In the chat, we'll go ahead and share the session overview in addition to the speaker names. Okay, signing off.
How are you?
How do you want us to see it?
All right. Yes, if you could go in there, it'd be awesome. Wow, that's. I'm very excited about this particular panel. I'm super curious as to what you're folks saying. So we have Cleda Martiro, who's a partner at Glasswing Ventures, who does early stage AI and a lot of frontier tech startups, and really it's pretty well known early stage VC here in the Boston area. And Kent Lucas, general partner at non-CV Ventures. He and I went to a couple of prep schools around here, and with my band over at Exeter is both non-CV, so not for some, also a wonderful thing. Well, it's kind of a weird thing for a venture capitalist, but anyway, and these especially focused on Israeli tech ventures and diverse founders and so forth. And I will tell you, I am super excited to hear about what you folks are seeing in the marketplace, because I think Radina from Glasswing last time we were here, and Chip Hazard, we're talking about how AI was really hitting two parts of the VC community. One was size of check, The other was differentiation of the different VCs in terms of what expertise they bring to the talent. So I'll let you go ahead and guide us in terms of where we're going. If you don't hit on those, I'd love to understand if those trends continue. So, Cleta, why don't we start off?
Happy to kick it off, and then thank you for having me. What's happening, especially this now, when the trends change, I'll get it off with that. The trends are changing and changing very fast. What's happening with at least the seed and pre-seed stage in AI right now is we're having a lot more companies and a lot more VCs coming into investing in seed stage.
Yes.
So the whole nomenclature of what seed means, I think that's getting reshaped a little bit. At the same time, in parallel, we have how we write the checks as well. I think we write for Glass, and we're writing larger checks than before.
Interesting.
Slightly larger, because the round sizes are getting larger, the valuations are getting larger, and we need to hit our we're ownership prone in the sense that we hit our ownership threshold.
Sure.
So we're adjusting with that. I'll stay there. I'll stop there, and then we can discuss more.
And let me add to that. So we've done the same thing. We've increased our check sizes, and we've come earlier. We're seed and Series A. We've always said seed and Series A firm, selectively doing pre-seed, and the AI deals that we've done have been the pre-seed stage. But for us, ownership has become more important for these AI deals. So the add-on is that because we're small and a new firm, we know we're going to get pushed out potentially in the subsequent round by larger VCs. So we're looking at valuations that, we can debate that later, but we know the next round is going to be out of our, it's likely, if we've done our job well and the startup lives up to its expectation,
Sure. Yeah.
we're not going to be participating. So we've also had to make sure we're more ownership conscious as well.
Very interesting. Yeah. If you pick up, it's like capital gains tax, you have good problems.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. So what are the, at our place, we're, literally doing the news 5 days a week and so forth. How, and I mean, these are not little risks, right? My friend Paul was saying the other night, he was out with a group that had raised about $50 million 2 years ago, and the CEO was telling him, hey, the new release of GPT-5 basically ate our company. So how do you think about, assessing these risks and opportunities?
To kick it off.
Yeah, go for it.
For us, we've been very operationalized and strategic about how we look at companies. So we have set our criteria since the beginning of Fund 1, which was in 2018, where we look, is there at the time was, is there AI? Now is the AI real, and is AI true AI native?
Yes.
What does it really mean? And can it scale in teams? Can it scale for the enterprise? Can it scale product? So really looking deep at that piece of it. And then how is going to get embedded into the workflows? How is it going to change behavior? And then looking at the team, how technical the team, where they're coming from, what's the expertise. So the core criteria is there for us, and it hasn't changed as much in how we've actually looked at companies before, because our focus has always been in AI.
Yes.
Today, what's become a little more important or highlighted is there's this question that comes up: is AI still a moat? Can it have a moat?
Yes.
Is there still defensibility? And I do think there's defensibility, because it still comes down to access to data, access to proprietary data. You can train a model with open source or data you can find on libraries, but still it comes down to building a product that serves enterprise, serves it well, addresses the use case, and has the accuracy for whatever companies are sold for. So the data piece, how do you really train the AI, the whole feedback loop? I mean, like anything we do, we do something, we break, we fail, we do it again, just so it learns. And the same thing, you're teaching the AI if it's a workflow or not. And then the embedding to the workflow. So all of these, at least in our view, there's still that's where the mode is of the technical AI. And then all the other criteria that we've always looked for: team, market, competition, dynamics, and so for people.
Yes.
It still remains.
And you focus on business to consumer, business to business, or either?
B2B. We're
all the B2B. And Kent, what do you folks look for?
Yeah, so we have three buckets: AI, sustainability / energy transition, and then industrial tech. And if you think of a Venn diagram, we try and ideally find something that's addressing all those solutions, all those buckets. We did our first AI. Our first deal was, our fund's 4 years old, was an Israeli AI startup, it was a vertical solution. And since then, we haven't really. Our thesis has been around ML ops and the kind of framework layer as well as infrastructure. Because we think there's a moat there. If you find that talent, you find that deal, it's more defensible. But what we exhibited first, what we witnessed firsthand in that sector is we had a first exit, but it was at a much lower, it was way below our, we made money, so, but not our, we get into, we're aiming for home runs. And what's happening, if you're in that space, then you have the foundation players who are going to acquire the business, acquire the research and their talent. So we still like that space because there's some neat tech around that. But we started to go back into the vertical AI area. And as we were saying, as Cleta was saying, if you find the right startup team, data moat, you can still make money. And they're less likely, Meta is less likely, or Databricks is less likely to acquire a AI for dry cleaning or AI for fishing, right? So we think we get to our scaling 100x, return if we find the right vertical.
Gotcha. And are there particular areas that you stay away from that you think are very hyped in the marketplace, but don't, when you're looking at it as investors, like, that's not such a great bet?
For us, hardware. So a lot of what AI is coming up with today is you need a lot of strong capital-intensive infrastructure. We don't do that. It doesn't really fit within or at least our VC model, which 10 years, 12 years need to return. It needs time to build. And not from an AI perspective, but just biotech sciences that require FDA approval. If it has AI, and most of them have AI, it doesn't fit within our strategy of just VC, or type of VC in general. But those two come to mind right off the bat.
Yeah. So things, some of them have a longer time than you might like, and a lot of capital and uncertainty, that kind of thing.
Just check size. Our check size doesn't cut it for them raising $20, $50, $100 million seed rounds, because they need to build a center, they need to build that kind of infrastructure, which it's a completely different fit from us bringing in 2 million, 5 million, whatever round, and get our ownership and then help them grow and scale.
We will do, my background is automotive, which selling hardware into automotive is pretty hard and a very long sales cycle, but we're comfortable as a team. So we will do a deal with hardware. We just did a deal with a advanced material for chips that will basically increase heat dissipation by, as you know, heat is a big problem in the data center infrastructure area. And so they're getting heat at a 40-50% improvement. So, and they're not as capital intense as we're happy with that. But your point is exactly right. Another deal outside of AI, but advanced materials, they've spent they've earned and spent $25 million in non-dilutive financing before this round.
Right.
So a lot of that risk, because we will get it, but we can look at the capital plan and see, still return the fund or make money. But in general, hardware is tricky for a small fund at a seed stage. But so we pick and choose within the space.
Yeah, I was wondering, how much do, I don't know if you heard Ulrike earlier today talk about open source Chinese models, and those certainly came on much deeper and wider and faster than many of us anticipated. And you look at the Chinese strategy, it really is pretty coherent. I mean, and for those of you not following it, if you look at the league tables for the proprietary models, they're primarily dominated by the Americans. If you look at open source models, completely dominated by the Chinese, and you see a lot of companies like Mercedes-Benz and automotive is build the Quinn model into their cars and so forth. And if I were Mercedes-Benz, I think I would diversify my sources too. Has affected the ecosystem of what you're doing, because they're obviously being so aggressive and coming up with great answers in paper, I think out of UCLA Berkeley, that shows analytically that the DeepSeek models are in fact an order of magnitude less compute intensive for similar inference. So I'm, for all kinds of reasons. So
yeah, the geopolitical view is just really interesting. And just as you opened up, John, this is such a complex investing environment. We love it, but it's very tricky as we're trying to solve something moving so fast. And geopolitically, if you asked me 4 years ago, I would have said, hey, let's take Thomas Fields or let's take quantum.
Mhm.
China was going to be in their silo geofence, and the US is going to be in buckets geofence, and AI, similarly, and that's all out the window. So I don't have a clear that this is wrong, and so I have a strong opinion on. But we've invested, or I've done work in Korea and Israel and all over, and it's very interesting how this will play out. I personally advise startups to be very, very, very careful if you're doing anything with the Chinese. There's just enough facts around that, but it's an opportunity that we can't ignore. Which I think the point of your question, we have to figure out how to work with them.
Yes.
Yeah. For us, we see it as none of our companies, we don't invest in foundation models or those who are building. All of the companies that we're investing in are leveraging solutions.
Yes.
Now it goes into the diligence process of what are you using? How are you using it? And then, of course, the flip side of that is security. One portfolio invests in security. So we'll look at how are they thinking about security, because products and solutions are being deployed in the enterprise. How will the enterprise actually you're selling to? You mentioned BMW. How will BMW actually get impact if you're using a startup that's using a non-American based or even a European based foundation model? There's different guardrails, different security angles. So it comes down to understanding due diligence of does this matter? How much does it matter?
Yes.
And will it matter to the buyer? If yes, then it's tough to scale it, at least in the US.
Yes.
Can you be successful in your market, right?
Yeah.
And that's, or do you need to go outside your market? And then it adds a level of complexity.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it's got to be a lot more volatile. The whole period of Pax Americana, as you said, you could kind of guess, roughly, where things are right now.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? It's very interesting. Hey, one of the things that, and you mentioned this a little bit, Cleta, is the proprietary access to data, and really two angles. One is, data streams being created. John was today about the kind of stuff that Mayo is doing at scale. Obviously, I've been part of conversations about very interesting new data streams. Like there's an opportunity probably to create the world's biggest proteomic database that on healthy people are 1 million a year with many samples, very deep. And if you think about how it fits up against existing business, you could actually fund it from the function it gives to the existing, but then the information exhaust is tremendously valuable potentially, would be one example. And that's one dimension. Another related dimension, kind of first cousin to it, is as I talk to my private equity friends, they are sometimes looking at, okay, well, where can we do an ancestry.com, right? So I'm collecting, I'm making money on the answering part, and then I'm collecting all this genetic data. Is any of that kind of thinking infiltrating to how you're thinking about your investments?
For us, the data is very important in trying to build the product. So very, very early stage. So who are you, even at the pre-seed, we do pre-seeds as well. And is how are you building the product? What are you using? How are you training it? Even if you're not training it with actual data, which a lot of enterprises now don't allow, it's what can you extract from the metadata, from the scheme to actually train your models. And frankly, there isn't pull and push from the enterprise. Now there's been an urgency from the top of the organizations to really push AI into every facet of their org. They're a little more inclined to share, but you need to find the hooks into 1 or 2 design partners to build that kind of the product and the tech you're building. from there, I think once you have it and you're getting logos, I think people start. There's a component that starts getting cemented. So I think that the shift comes to go-to-market and distribution. The data piece is building a good enough product with AI, get it going, touching everything is easy to spin up. I was going to say things. I'm going to call it things, even if it's over a weekend. But what's tricky is to find that data that's durable, revenue that's durable, that can help you grow the next year or so.
Yeah.
Did I answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, I would just add, we're on the front end, it's challenging to get startups or get the corporate enterprises to let the startup in, and whether their data is siloed or on-prem, how that's working. But once you get those logos, there's that building of trust, right? Early on, I use the analogy with the data and elsewhere of the elephant dancing with the mouse, right? The elephant's got so much going on and moves slower and has data, and the startup's trying to get in there and needs to mature and be compliant. And so it's a real challenge, even magnified with AI.
Yeah.
But the data piece is important. I think it's a moat, but it's also a hindrance to trying to acquire enterprise customers that are so protective of their data.
Yeah, I have a question for you around, there's so many dynamics about new talent and new dreams, if you will. You know, Mark Zuckerberg's running around with $100 million checks. I was talking to, and you know, you have folks like Peter Thiel, you know, saying, you know, you shouldn't go to college. If you have any talent, you shouldn't go to college, you know, kind of thing. And then, and I was talking to an acquaintance of mine who owns an accounting firm in Brazil, and he'd been automating the living daylights of his accounting firm. And I asked him, where do you get your talent? He said, 2 places. He said, nurses and architects. He said they're both underpaid, they're both highly technical, and be good with customers. And he would rather teach them the AI and the accounting because, you know, a nurse kind of gets taught that. Most architects, you know, live like church mice. I mean, they're, you know, from, you know, breadcrumb to breadcrumb. What are have the talent dynamics changed any, and the deal dynamics in terms of you find deals?
Yeah, I'll give an example. The deal I talked about earlier about the company getting acquired, it was an acqui-hire where, you know, we came in at a typical pre-seed valuation, and it's a 20-something, 30-year-old founding team with really great researchers. And the company comes in, I won't say which one, it's public, but the players in the space, the middle-level player, offered a nice package. And this is my whole point of why it's tricky for us to in our return, right? If we're valuing something at 10 and we need to get to 200 to make our money, 200 that is, right? We are it's pretty hard for someone to say, here's $50 million all of a sudden, or here's a $10 million pay package. How do you navigate that? So it's really hard to find. You just have to be careful because that trend,
yes,
doesn't have to be, you know, Zuckerberg paying, you know, 10 million and 100 million, right? But there's enough, you know, money out there for this space. Something we're sensitive to. I'll pause because yeah.
There's definitely a talent war happening.
Yeah.
There's, to your point, there's so much of this larger hyperscalers who are coming and just doing acqui-hires, which sometimes it works, but sometimes these business we're not really looking for 100, 300 million exits. It's
sure.
You're trying to shoot for that unicorn and plus. So that's that. Then you have folks who are going after undergraduates and convincing them to drop out of college, which again, you can work for now, it can seem attractive now, but then what, you can't predict the future. So I still think degrees matter, but that's my opinion. And then you have on the flip side, trying to acquire or to get talent. If you're looking at data scientists, data engineering, and the cost of that talent is incredibly high. So you start up, you're trying to be a lean, manage capital and all of that, and you have undergrads asking for $200K for a right out of college job.
Yes.
Like, how do you manage all of that? And but that's the market we're living in right now. So it's definitely a talent war. It's tricky.
And then you have the $100,000 for the H-1Bs on top of it.
Yeah, I will say.
And there's people leaving too. So.
Yeah, I would that AI is an equalizer. Right? We have a deal that we're about to do, and I've known him from college, and so you can look at me and see that's not any time in the past 15, 20 years. So I've known him a long time, and he is grinding as hard. He's a three-time founder, but he hasn't had that. He's not, doesn't have the, he wants to work and has kids put through high school and college. He's grinding, but he's using AI so effectively, like that, better than anyone else. And that edge of like, yeah, you need to hire, you need talent, but they're a great equalizer. We had dinner, another quick example with the founder last night here who let go of, I think, 4, 5, 7 employees worth $1 million just because of AI. Right, saved $1 million of his burn. Right, so on one hand, the talent. So there's lots of dynamics here. Right, the researchers, talent, this are going to be sought after. It's disrupting the market. But on the other hand, the AI is helping solve for some of this.
Now, Ken, you'll be cruising the nursing homes.
Exactly.
How about on a geographic basis? I know that as one friend of mine put it, there's more geniuses now available outside the United States than there probably have been in my lifetime. Whether it's Toronto or London or Tel Aviv, are you finding a need, or it's certainly obviously the French just announced, I forget how big their fund was in terms of early stage capital and research and so forth. So I think the Europeans stepping up their game. I think the Canadians are, the Israelis certainly are. Singaporeans. Is it causing you to look more geographically broadly?
For us, we invest in U.S. and then we say East Coast corridors, which includes Toronto, Waterloo.
Yep.
We invested and we've looked at those companies. We don't typically invest outside of the U.S., but I don't know what's happening with folks leaving, coming, visas. It's very tough to predict. It's from a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I hear a lot. The rental market in this geography, I guess, is down about 40%. Yeah.
I know folks that are leaving, foreigners who are leaving the US, Harvard, MIT, and going to Canada and going across the pond. So I know there are losses there.
So our thesis, my correction, is we invest in the US and Canada, in Israel. We have not done an Israeli deal since our first one for several reasons, but our thesis is looking for overlooked, underrepresented founders. So we look outside the coast. As a team, we have top relationships in the Valley, but of our 14, 15 deals, all but one outside. So we've done in Atlanta, Minneapolis, Brooklyn, Hoboken. So we're looking outside. So that's where we're finding talent, right? Opportunity, talent is every opportunity isn't. So we believe that our research and one of our top AI deals was out of College Park, right, and the other out of Rice. So top AI, STEM schools. So we think the market is big enough in the U.S. and Canada. We'd like Canadian deals, but haven't found it yet.
I'd like to turn it. Do folks have questions for our panel here? Yes.
I was just wondering how your unexpected turn or progress on the technical side has changed in light of AI, and there's human things like product market fit, but are you trying to accelerate the development portion, or do you try to impose those standards on the team to invest in?
I think, well, for us, it's a mixed bag. I just know the train is moving so fast, right? Development train as well, and everyone's at different stages of that trip. So we prefer those that don't need a lot of compute, that don't need a lot of costs, that have their engineering talent there, and so that a lot of that development is in-house where they're not relying outside. But it's a mixed bag for us.
If I understand the question correctly, it's how do you really invest in, or what are we advising our companies? Are we investing in companies that are heavily?
Sorry, it was unclear. Given that development work can happen so much faster, and there's perception that like software products are so much more disposable than they used to be. How do you either seek teams that are leveraging AI effectively? I guess maybe it's part of your criteria up front, or how do you, when you look at setting timelines or goals with teams you invest in, how are you have those accelerated in light of AI, I guess?
So before an investment for us, we'll look at are they staying on top of the research, and it's very tough to stay on top of research and what's happening out there in the market. How are they thinking, what do they think state of the art is? Why? What's the rationale? How have they tested? So all of these questions, which if you're not aware of what's happening around you, you don't know how to answer. And post-investment, they're, I mean, by default, they should be using whatever is cheaper, leaner, better, provides them accuracy, both from a talent or productivity standpoint. So there's always that, I don't think the push is just a common mutual understanding within our portfolio that AI should be used with always with the mindset of there needs to be an accuracy component to it. What are you doing? How are you achieving? Why are you using XYZ, or why are you paying for XYZ?
Thank you. Any last question over here? What? Yeah.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
No, thank you so much, Bruce. I know we briefly talked about it. So within this, like obviously the sessions today and tomorrow, we keep talking about adoption as well. I know we are mainly talking about tools, application, and I'm pretty sure you guys will hear those ideas a lot. But what type of adoption companies would you guys be interested in? That they're only focusing on the adoptions and the small, mid-sized businesses or enterprises business.
We typically look for enterprise adoption. That's our thesis. You go and sell into large enterprises, and that's where it's tough startups to get into. So that's what we help in, and kind of we're the catalyst to provide those intros. We have our network, our advisory group, who are folks that hold these C positions in enterprises where our portfolio companies sell into. So we facilitate that connection, that bridge, that get those first few design partners, that access to data, that buy-in, so you can scale quickly. If your time from C to A takes years, or the adoption, we can do that to months. But enterprises, to answer your question.
Can't we leave the last word too?
In that regard, yes, enterprise matters. It's really finding that product market fit's challenging. Whether you go after Fortune 500 or you go up to small, medium-sized SMEs. So it's all over the map as far as depending on your technology, just your solution. Really have to just pound the pavement. It's a numbers game in many ways, right? And once you get the stickiness, right, you can grow and show the logos, and that develops some domain focus or some beachhead market that you can run with.
Well, thank you. I hope you'll join me in thanking our panelists. It is not for the faint of heart to do the work that you're doing in this environment, in this domain at this time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Commercial Officer at the Mayfield Fund, Camille Gran.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Camille Gran, and please help me welcome 4 amazing CIOs who are going to really help us talk about what's real about AI and making AI real from an operator perspective. So just a quick soundbite on myself and Mayfield. We are an early stage venture capital firm based out of California. We're actually one of the oldest VCs in the Valley, now 57 years old. We're on 20th fund, about $4 billion under management. And of course, the majority of what we're investing in these days is AI. In fact, if you're an entrepreneur, and we see about 10,000 business plans a year, so we love more ideas, so keep bringing them in. If you walk in and you don't have some sort of thesis on AI, we wonder why. And that then explains a whole number of things about where the opportunities are from a market standpoint. We are investing across the entire IT landscape, and our belief is that the traditional, or let's say the legacy infrastructure that makes up most of the IT organizations today, everything from the x86-based data center or data center environment, all the way through the application layer, the SaaS-based applications that have been built over the last 20 years. And there's some 3,000 of them. All of them are going through a re-rationalization of how to survive and thrive in an AI-first world. Not all of them will make it. We believe that there's a whole new infrastructure layer at the bottom, deep technology, of course, GPUs and everything to support this new data center environment, networking, cooling, power management, infrastructure, inference at the edge, et cetera, is a whole new freeway system, and we're just beginning to build that out. So we're really not that far into the build out of that infrastructure. And when I ask CIOs how much of your core data center application load is running on GPUs, there's very little today. So the argument that we're going to get to where it's a bigger portion, who knows what that bigger portion is, but a bigger portion at some point argues that we're just beginning. Go up through the full layers, model layer, we think performance, small language models, and infrastructure to support that is important. The layer above is the middleware layer, sort of how applications get designed, deployed, a whole new SDLC, if some people call the ADLC, the Agentic Software Development Lifecycle Strategy. We think that creates a whole new opportunity, cyber layers, governance, infrastructure there. The whole application stack, and then complemented by agents at the top of the stack and managing, organizing agents both at an infrastructure level plus millions and millions of niche, very small, if you will, TAM-based or vertical-based solutions from an agent standpoint. So that's the full stack. We think there's about $6 or $7 trillion worth of spend that is being repositioned from an AI to an AI-first thesis. That's causing the limited partners, the people that entrust us, venture firms, to deploy capital to come in even more aggressively. So we're seeing mid-cycle reviews with LPs that say, let's put more money to work. Let's put more money to work faster. So there is a risk-on appetite right now in the Valley that is something I haven't seen, and I've been around now for a number of years, but I haven't seen in a long time, that is causing valuations to be out of whack in some cases, but also the costs of some of these deals to be out of whack. But at the same time, it's causing, from a supply chain, entrepreneurs to leave their great roles, whatever they're in, from an industry like financial services or legal, to create an agentic-based solution, to deep technology research coming out of various universities. Long story, we're seeing deal volume up at about 3x of what we would have normally seen just 3-4 years ago. So with that, what I'd like to do is introduce our team today, and I'd love for this to be a very, very interactive conversation. So what I'd like to do, and I'm going to start with you, Ramesh, is have you both introduce yourself. You've got an amazing background, an amazing role, but I want to personalize the conversation just to open. So tell us who you are and where you are, and then tell me what your favorite language model it is that you're using today personally.
Personally, sure. So first and foremost, thank you for having me. My name is Ramesh Razdan. I'm Global CTO and CIO for Bain & Company. I've been lucky to be in the industry for 30 plus years in various leadership roles across high-tech, professional services, as well as manufacturing and private equity and so on. So delighted to be here. So what do I use today? Honestly, I use a lot of them. I use most of them. I think one of the things that I have said in a number of forums, we knew OpenAI before OpenAI was OpenAI. This is part of our journey from a Bain standpoint, because we see deals before they become big deals. So I have been I have actually known OpenAI from maybe 4.5 to 5 years. So I have gotten used to OpenAI LLM, so I'm using them, but I do use other Perplexity as well as Google and Claude, all of them as well. Primarily would be OpenAI.
Great, great. Thanks, Ramesh. Nate, please introduce yourself and give us your prompt answer.
So for Claude, for me,
Claude,
I do use Gemini's infrastructure quite a bit. But no, I've come to find Claude to be more specific to the way my brain sort of works when I do use Gen AI. I've been in life sciences for almost 28 years now.
Wow.
As in IT. And then I was in secondary ed as a director of IT before that. So it's been an interesting long journey. Exilio is a cancer company. We're focused on targeted immunotherapy. So right now we're one of a small cadre of companies in the world that have figured out how to deal with toxicity, to deal a lethal sort of dose to a cancer cell. The next 2 years is going to be an absolute sort of race for these small group of companies to get to the finish line. Hopefully all make it, but we're one of those sort of small group of companies that really are up against the clock at this point.
Great, thanks, Nate. Jim.
Wow, fellow cancer saving, that's tough. I think, let's see, a couple of things. So Jim Chilton, I've been in software and high tech for the better part of 25 or 30 years now. I helped start a company called SolidWorks. And lately I was spent the last decade at the intersection of technology and education at Cengage Group. My personal use of is probably Orca. And I'm a big fan of a tool called GPT for All, which is a local model. You don't actually use the public models for what I consider to be some of the obvious reasons. So for the experimentation there. And I think, yeah, I think that's where I'll stop. I think it's, there's something to be said about having GPT there. I think the notion of people, I was at an event last week and people had shared the top 3 things that were being used in these cloud-based LLMs were all personal. It was only the 5th one before you actually got to business. And then they got into a conversation of like, what exactly is happening with that data? Yeah. And we don't really have a good answer. So GPT for All or some equivalent, if you're going to talk about your taxes and your children, I'd do it on your own machine, but that's just my opinion.
All right, sounds like Jim's got more to say there. All right, Ankit, let's hear from you.
Sure. So I'm Ankit. I'm VP of Data and Software Engineering at Circle. So Circle is a CPG company that is like vertically integrated. So we have our own manufacturing facilities, supply chain, marketing, distribution across retail channels. We are a beverage platform that helps you drink more water. So if you're drinking sodas, if you're drinking flavored water, think of Circle. And in terms of the most advanced AI solutions that we have used so far, cloud is something that I go with as well, especially with the field that I'm in the software engineering space. I think that's where we have used some successful cloud models.
Yeah, great. So the goal of this session is really to get into the real operator perspective of making AI real. And Ankit, I wanted to start with you. Obviously, you have a role to ensure IT success broadly across your organization. A whole new set of technology is being thrown at you, perhaps with AI as being the driver. Business units perhaps coming to you saying, hey, I have a cool new idea. What are the technology risks that you have to sort of think through without shutting things down, but also ensuring success? What are the technology gaps that you're concerned about right now?
That's a great question. That's a good question to start with. We have, if you think about where we are in Circle's journey, we started in 2017 with no sales. And in the past 7 years, we have hit like multi-$100 million sales right now. So the company grew at a very fast pace. When the company is growing at such a large scale, you don't invest a ton in technology. You're trying to get the next sale in. So when that happens, we don't have all the lineage defined. We don't have all the dependency across applications defined. We don't have proper documentation. So when you're trying to integrate AI solutions and you're building a model that is heavily driven through AI code base, it's generating 50,000 lines of code that is not easy to integrate with our existing, call it legacy systems. And every engineer freaks out on, I'll have to manage this. When there's a downtime, I'll have to figure out the 50,000 lines of code and figure out how it works. So that's where I've seen the technical gaps so far in proper infrastructure, baseline best practices being deployed so that you can put AI as a turbocharged solution rather than something that's just going to drag you back.
Ramesh, I saw your head nodding there. You can share some of these vulnerability issues with new coding structure?
Yeah, I think if I look at what are the big technology challenges today in the world of the Gen AI has been there for all that. We all know that. Fundamentally, you look at risk. As a core of that is risk globally from a security standpoint. How do you actually ensure the security of a data? I think Jim basically touched upon that. We have to look at the most important asset for every organization is data. One has to be able to protect it. One has to be able to defend it, make sure if it is leaving the boundaries, you understand why it is leaving that. So to me, risk is a big category, both from a data security standpoint. The second biggest risk is, to me, I think most of the models still are not completely able to do citations, I call it explaining it model. You have to be able, there has to be transparency in the system. Where did you get the answer? Having a public, I think what these LLMs have solved generally is for public data. Most of the value is created in the enterprise data. And that enterprise data has to be saying, okay, if I gave you this answer, where did this answer come from? And how do you actually explain that? So second part of that question is be able to explain where this answer come. I call it citations, explainability. And I think the third part is the pace of change is unprecedented. We all know every day I hear 10 more things being done. How do you design for an architecture that's constantly evolving? Because the baseline, what was true a year ago, agents were being talked about, we were in a different world. So architecture defining, future-proofing it to make sure you can make choices. You kind of lay down the architecture, stacks of the architecture. Those are true, but how do you design and swap one model for another model? We know the movie is not done. We know the models will change. How do you design an architecture is certainly a challenge.
Jim, did you want to add to your data story here?
Oh, no, I mean, I think it's just a cautionary tale. Cengage in particular, when you think about industries that are steeped in copyright law and copyright dependency, it was very much in the front of mind for us for my time at Cengage, when you thought about, if you're in the content business, what does this technology mean to you? And if you're in the business of teaching people things, what does that mean to them? Critical and analytical thinking is a core component to education, not just here, but throughout the world. And so there's a lot of thought we gave to what the data is, why does it matter, and how do you think about it, and how do you also support critical and analytical thinking by leveraging AI for that purpose. It would be very easy, as some companies had demonstrated, to skip past that. Giving students the answer is a way to make revenue. It is also the wrong thing to do. And I think that came out in the results in time for the companies that tried that. So so I think that's probably why I'm hypersensitive to the topic.
Makes good sense. Nate, what about biotech? Anything unique from a technology standpoint for you?
Well, I mean, speaking on behalf of Exilio, we have a composable architecture. So for me, when I started there, as I've done with pretty much all the companies I've ever worked at, is to strip it down so it's not a single ecosystem, but rather every single piece can be taken out and replaced with something else that comes along that might be better. I mean, we're not in the business of swapping out every day, but certainly we have that capability. But more importantly than that, it's an industry that with some small outliers, and those are the ones that have, the press releases and the 8Ks with these bulletins about partnerships. The rest of the business is actually a little bit more pragmatic. The rest of the industry, I should say, a little more pragmatic. We're taking should be able to be fixed by process first, and if process can't fix it, look to automation. If process and automation can't together solve whatever your problem is, then perhaps there's another tool called AI you can use to augment. But there's a very, very high risk that comes with becoming dependent on Gen AI right now, or any LLM structure. So we need to be able to, at any moment, effectively pull that away without stopping anything the business is doing. And that's, I think, paramount to the way it has to be structured.
So let's shift to sort of the business conversation. And each of you are in different industries. I don't know if you noticed this, but you've got a cross match of various industries here, which is fascinating by design. And the goal is to sort of uncover what are the business issues by different industry and how they're going about as leaders. And so can you share a little bit about sort of the skill shortage issues, the leadership shortage issues, and anything you've done as a best practice to bring your organization further along, let's say, in educating them to be AI smarter?
Yeah, I can start. I mean, so starting about early 23, I think it was, spring 23, we started making it mandatory for everyone in the company to learn how to write a prompt. This was early ChatGPT days.
Everyone.
Bard had just come out. So for us, it was, you had to take this 1-hour class. We didn't mandate that you had to use any kind of Gen AI, but you had to certainly be trained on it. And
Can you tell me who the class is, or tell us who the class was? Or where did you find this?
I run the class.
You created it. Oh,
Yeah, so
very
it's an hour-long
awesome.
class.
Okay. So here's your educator here.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's a holdover from when I was a teacher days. So I still enjoy doing that. But now I train CEOs in life sciences. We have a monthly class, and it's quite a large group that comes together. I get a lot of CEOs who have to do makeup classes.
Yeah.
And they don't remember their homework. They miss things. But every month I do that, and that group is growing too. And it's actually, that class is more half dispelling myths than it is actually teaching. But that's going on too. So there's this great sense of education to get people up to speed. And even with all of that, and the fact that we openly support Gemini and Anthropic across our organization, we still only have about 30% of our company using it actively.
Only 30%?
About 30%, yeah.
And so the training was, you said, a year ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay.
2.5 years ago. And new employees have to get trained on day 3, I think, of their start.
So maybe I can chime in.
Yeah, please.
So I would say is we have done 2 strategies which I believe are working in our case. So we've done a top-down strategy and a bottom-up strategy. Because adoption is the value can be only created if you have adoption. So today, I'll just start with stats. 95% of Bain uses AI almost every day. We're roughly 14 to 15% ahead of everybody in the industry in terms of a daily usage. 80 to 85% people use on a daily basis.
Wow.
So we are 100% trained and adopted everybody. And including the training, we did training, and we also mandated a responsible policy use, basically both from a capability, skill, ChatGPT, all that tools. So we feel like from an adoption standpoint, we are really fantastic. We have roughly 20,000 people. If you look at our stats, OpenAI considers us far right. We have roughly 27 to 28,000 GPTs built by our team members, which is kind of unprecedented, more than 1.5 to 2 GPTs by person. So we did a top-down strategy where we use the sponsors fine with everybody to make sure people are doing that, or from a responsible adoption stand. From a bottom-up, we trained everybody. It's mandatory. It was not only net new customers, everybody in the system had to go through the training. So we have both, and we're at an awesome inflection point. We have roughly 40 use cases in production today, in which we can talk more.
I'd be curious if you could unpack the adoption learnings. I mean, in some cases, adoption happens at the learner skill, but not the more mature skill, is what we often hear as anecdotal evidence. Anything you could add to where you sort of crack the code on adoption?
I think the adoption to me, yes, absolutely, generally new. And you look at Bain and this, we hire a lot of new people. New people get it right from get-go. They actually take that. Hardest thing is to train our senior people in the process. So we have used every leadership forum to train people. Our, I would say, worldwide managing partner is a #1 user of the system. Every organization, every system he goes to, he actually encourages people. So it comes from top down, and every leadership, our leadership team actually exhibits that, because it has to start not only telling, but doing things that actually people can see. I think then part of that is embedding incentives in the system that allow you to change that, because things will only change. Human being only changes with incentive or a penalty. You can say that incentive doing stuff, or penalty because you didn't do that. For responsible policy, if you didn't sign up, you don't get access. But if you did it, you get actually some other trainings, you get stuff. So part of that we did both from a leadership standpoint as well as bottom. We also ran a hackathon to recognize people globally.
Nice.
So from an inspiration, encouragement standpoint, we ran a global hackathon with our partner company, and we recognized everybody in the stuff to give them awards, give them stuff. So I think that inspiration engagement also works, and top down has to also work. And that's where I feel like we create a strict, we're very happy with our adoption. We need to continue to push the boundaries to see how we can stay ahead.
Ankit, what about you on the business side? What are the issues you have to face in sort of the CPG world, which is always on, right?
Right. So I think our focus on adoption has been more driven on, let's pick a problem that is critical to the business right now, solve it using AI if it's a good fit, and then broadcast that. Talk about that. How did we build a solution? And the focus is on how do we drive scale and speed. That's where we have used AI to our benefit, where we have picked a critical problem. Say we have a lot of social media following. So how do we get critical insights from that on time so we can respond to that in a new marketing campaign? For that to work, we have to use AI. And that's where we have used that as an example, solve that problem, and then broadcast that this could have taken us weeks to generate insights. It was a matter of 3 hours. And that drives a lot of adoption and takes out some of the skepticism that you see early on when you see a large organization trying to adopt new technology.
Jim, on that skepticism point, anything you've seen or had to break through as far as, I mean, education, higher ed is a big,
I think it's
longstanding-
actually, we did a little of everything that was described here. I think like many companies, both it was internally focused about what do you do when do we make it available for your employees. In our case, there was a big component to teaching our customers. You know, our students were the first adopters in the world. So, you know, you take the 89 million.
Ahead of the professors, maybe.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Way ahead of the professors. So part of our role was to help the professors get comfortable and understand what this is. But then in addition to helping the employees get comfortable, securing what the employees were using, making sure they were aware that we didn't want them going out to take any of our material outside the company. So part of it was education. Then it got into our products. And this is where I think we really focused on how do we get early on about what problem we're trying to solve for, what patents did we want to create around what we were solving for, because we felt like it was going to be very competitive in the long run. And also dialing in the technology. You know, I feel like the over-engineering on this has been through the roof. I mean, a lot of the problems that we needed to solve for, I could argue that an SLM is perfectly fine for an economics tutor. You don't need the power that's available today. So I'd say that there's over-engineering. The final part on adoption was a bit like my colleagues have described, is that everybody would dabble with it. And it was interesting and fun until it got into their job. Right? So this was all a good time when you were talking about
everybody smiles on this one.
what you think somebody else's problem could do. But all of a sudden, when they saw the power of what this meant for their work, it was a different conversation. So I'd say we saw an adoption curve that was like, oh my God, this power is amazing. We can do so much with it. Let's go through our use cases. Let's pick the most valuable use cases. And then it was almost like a regression of those use cases include me. Let me reconsider what I was thinking about. So we've actually seen that dynamic, and I've seen it both my time at Cengage, but also serving on the board of a couple of companies. I've seen similar behavior patterns. So I suspect if I've seen it across multiple companies, you all might see some similar things there. I don't have any great advice how to solve it, but indeed, it's something you could.
So it sounds real, though.
Sounds real.
So I wonder if we could shift now to this topic I constantly hear from other CIOs, which is there's lots of use cases. Seems like that the business units have been inspired that there's something possible. In not all cases, they're AI projects. But inside your own organization, how have you gone about both setting up a, I don't know, committee, a governance, et cetera, to say, these are the right use cases and here's our judgment? Is there any best practice that any of you can share around how to pick the right projects and apply the right math to it?
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, we have sort of two parts committee. One's our typical IT steering committee. It handles sort of approvals for things that meet certain criteria. And it's not a yes/no committee, it's a when committee, effectively. But projects that come through that have anything to do with AI, effectively new development, sort of de novo platforms or applications, has to go to the Skynet committee. Skynet then will adjudicate it based on our ethical governance, because we have a very, very tight ethical model, and then send it back to ITSC. But it kind of goes in that loop every time it triggers one of those sort of AI categories. And it actually works really well. I mean, we have 14 people on Skynet. We have 12 on ITSC. There's a little bit of crossover just because of the nature of the roles, but we have a lot of developers on that Skynet committee, and they're able to sort of pick apart the nuance of what it is you're trying to do. And like I said before, the question always gets asked in order: can this be solved with process improvement? Yes, go away. No, okay, have you tried automation yet? Any one of these other tools? No, okay, go try that first. Then after you've done all that and you still can't resolve the issue, then you can come back.
Cool. Others?
In our case, it has been a lot more organic. So we don't have committees as of now in the company, but we have people who have become experts in the adoption of AI, and they have solved critical problems. So they become the go-to people on, hey, I'm trying to get access to this LLM model. Which one's the right one to use? And how do I use it? And am I using it the right way? All those things are going to those individual people who are now starting to organically form that community of, there's a dedicated Slack channel where they can just post that, can I use an image detection in my software application? And that's where they're going to an in-house expert they're educating them, and then they are starting to document some of the use cases so that we can start building that institutional knowledge.
Yeah, so I would think about it as a three-pronged approach that what we have used. One is, I think every business has to realize what is this AI thing for them and what are the use cases, and plot them on a 2x2. That's what we did when we started. What is the value and what's the readiness of the data?
Of the data.
Of the data, because the data is a critical enabler. LLM cannot do anything. Now, it depends on the tools. If you have a coding tool, that's a different problem. But if you are trying to unlock a value for enterprise, I would do a 2x2. Say, what is the value, what's the readiness of a data, and how do you actually plot them? And we did that because at an enterprise scale level, you got to think about doing one or two use cases top down, which truly change the company from a differentiation standpoint. Because they're not going to be 100 use cases, they're going to be one or two. It's not only what technology can do. In the world of AI, you have to reimagine what this technology can really do, because the processes may adjust. Fundamentally, we have to rethink, was the content first created or do something else come first? So reimagining the business process is critical because it unlocks new value that we have never seen. So I would think about use cases, but reimagining the business. That would be a top-down. I think one thing is the bottom-up. You can't get traction if people aren't completed, because people are also worried about what's my job. You got to upskill everybody in the system. And upskilling everybody, encouraging them, and giving them tools and techniques so that we can give them tools, safe tools, because people will use the tools if you don't give them. So that's the second part of that we have to do, which why I said we need to do inspiration, we need to get hackathons and all that. I think the third part is to get the governance right. It is also we have to think about, it's not only just a technology tool, it's also from a legal risk standpoint. So we established a data governance committee between various leaders to think about how do you actually bring this technology. Do we have all the risk controls? Do we have a cyber controls? Do we have a commercial controls and a contract standpoint? So you got to think about breaking down silos and thinking about a cross-functional way to organize that. So I would think about those three things as we think about it, and we feel pretty good in terms of getting the value out of where we actually do that. I know there's an MIT study about 95%. I think that's true if you let bottom-up things happen, because there could be hundreds of flowers, but none of them are actually blooming. It is, you just need to figure out one or two flowers where actually you're going to put a lot of work.
Great. Yeah, there was interesting story there where a member of our board who was part of the regular challenge on our AI initiative, actually, I saw him earlier today, and he was spectacular at this because we had done the same thing with 1,000 flowers blooming and all the neat things and interesting things we could do. And he challenged us about, how does this support the business thesis? What are we trying to really accomplish? And where do we want to truly support transformation? And there was two things that came out of that. One was, I think was said earlier, about how do you shift the paradigm? We kept taking today's paradigm and processes and stuffing AI into that. So you think about, one of them that I thought about last week at a different event was, how do you take the recruitment process and everything that's happening with recruiting and evaluating candidates and all of that, and you continue to try to stuff AI into this multi-decade old paradigm to think. And you really didn't pursue the real opportunity for the business to change. And one quick example that we had on that was our go-to-market for one of the businesses was about expertise down to the person. So you would have an expert that would talk to a PhD in physics or a PhD in economics. And the sales folks were like, I'm ill-prepared to talk to someone at that level about our material. So we built a tool that allowed them to quickly cite, reference, and find anything on their mobile device so that you could change the go-to-market so you could get more generalists out to the market and not have to have all these specialists actually out inside the institutions. But it was a real thesis, and I think it, wherever he is, Vikram, give him credit where it's due, is that his constant challenge of us, I think, pushed on that to go back to the business thesis with this.
How do you think your roles will change over the next few years? And I opened with, and I think we're out of time, but it says 5 minutes here, so I don't know. I opened with this broad thesis that the IT stack as we know it today is going to transform. That theoretically changes the vendor strategy, et cetera. We're talking about agents and agentic enterprise. We're talking about a different formation of use cases, perhaps that are different than what we've had 20 years past. How do you think that changes your role, the function of IT leadership, and just your own predictions of what the future looks like, let's say over the next couple of years?
I think 3 years might be too short of a time span. I think more like 10 or 15 might be more accurate. I still think that we have huge infrastructure needs and demands. There's still a lot of periphery that's going on for this sort of IT idea that we still have. But, to Jim's point, IT itself is a very old institution.
Yeah.
I advocate strongly for eliminating IT in my job in place of something new. I don't exactly have a name for it yet, but certainly the days of help desks and ITSM and all the other business that comes along with it are sort of coming to an end, but there's no new paradigm yet to replace it, so to speak.
Yep.
And I don't think AI is going to have anything to do with this, to be quite honest. I think it's going to be what happens after generative AI occurs and also what happens effectively on a global scale in the next 3 years.
Well, yeah, pretty far reaching. Next, anybody else?
I would say I don't think it's just a technology role. The businesses will be redefined. The roles of finance, talent, every organization, what go-to-market does. And I think the also technology role will evolve to support the business of tomorrow, not business of today. So fundamentally, I think the organization, because if you have to monetize the value, the boundaries have to go away a lot more. Because you look at today, we look at certain boundaries that are established, and those boundaries have limitations because processes are not actually bound by So value creation for AI is when you start from sales and you collect the money at finance, some of those processes are all smoothened. So organizations of future, to me, will be much more fungible, much more adaptable, would be much more maybe driven by what you call top-driven. What are you trying to accomplish and how do we organize? We call them more of an agile organization. I think to me, technology, obviously, what is happening is things that were done, like things like anything that was done by left side of the brain a lot, more predictable, math is going to do better. And that will be whether that's a help desk role, software engineering role. I think you will actually, that will move up the value chain. That's what we all predict. I think the challenge for all the society that we have to face is, if you don't go through the basics, how do you become advanced? Because you don't become advanced till you go through basics. So I think there is things that we have to think about. Should we still go through that process to go through the learning? Or does the university and the private institutions collaborate more better to build that partnership? To me, the continuum today, even the students leaving from college or universities are not generally, they're not recruit. In tomorrow's world, they should be generally recruitable. How do you actually bridge the gap? I think there's some things for us to figure out.
Jim, you want to build on that in the higher ed view?
Yeah.
What does the world of the future look like, according to Jim?
Yeah. Gosh, that's a scary conversation. We don't have enough time for that. I think that the role of the technology leader, I think, does rapidly evolve and change. And I do think it's going to be more of a process business thesis enablement leader. We are uniquely qualified, many of the people in the room, at this moment in time to help companies get from where we are right now to whatever this next decade brings.
So well said. I mean, who has a better view, right?
Exactly. And so I don't know what you call it, but I do think that all of us get an opportunity to play a pivotal role in what's happening next.
Yeah, awesome. Ankit, final words here.
Yeah, and I'll build on what Jim said. The role is going to be more and more of enablement across the organization, because everybody out of these conversations would want to build their own agents. And when they're trying to do that, you want to have guidance up front, you want to have governance at the back end, but you don't want to block them. So that's where, how do we enable them to try their business units with this technology is something that our role is going to evolve into.
Awesome. Well, help me thank this amazing panel of experts. Really, really thank you. Thank you, Ramesh.
For a conversation with John Sviokla, please welcome to the stage Chief Technology and AI Officer at Seeker, Stefano Soulis.
The middle seat. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. We're very fortunate to have Stefanos to.
Pleasure to be here.
And Stefanos' background, he's got deep experience in machine learning. He's got his PhD from UCSD and artificial intelligence. And for those who don't know, UCSD is one of the best schools in the world for large-scale computing and other things, very big in the Hadoop development, and just a lot of geniuses come out of there. So it's great to have you. We're going to deal with an incredibly important topic that I think is under-discussed, actually, which is explainability in AI. Ethan Mollick had a wonderful post the other day and talked about, he said, we shouldn't be talking about these things as agents. And Ethan's a professor at a business school down in Pennsylvania. I think it's called Wharton. Anyway, I've heard of it. Heard of it. And he said we should talk about dealing with magicians, because and here's a person who is a computer scientist and also a business academic, and he's talking about the fact that he watches these things and he doesn't understand how they do what they do and why they do what they do. And a part of me, it's like, hey, that's kind of a clever and interesting way to think about it. Another part of me was absolutely horrified when you think about what's going on. So Seeker is a leader in explainable AI. So why don't we start with the basics, Stefanos, which is, how do you think about what that word means?
Yeah, so explainability and explainable AI, I think at a kind of like a grand scheme of things, is providing someone the ability to explain a model's or a system's decision-making and underlying processes. And, today's kind of world of AI is all about agents. AI agents are everywhere. The way I like to think about agents is essentially systems that interact with their environment and decide on their own when they're done.
Yes.
Versus, an LLM where you simply ask it, or a chatbot where you simply ask it a question, you get an answer, and that's it. Agents are much more intelligent in the sense that they, they're able to accomplish much more complex tasks. They traverse graphs of possibilities that are much richer and much larger than what a traditional LLM or vision language model would, which, they have the ability to plan, they have the ability to select between different tools, the web, code execution environments, a large number of things. But ultimately, they are non-deterministic systems.
Right.
And when an agent makes a decision that is flawed at the beginning of its execution graph, that error or that hallucination or whatever we want to call it will propagate all the way to the end.
Yes.
And in order to be able to rectify that, in order to be able to understand what's going on, you need what we call explainability. You need the tooling, you need the technology, you need the capability to actually open the black box, understand what happened in the agent's execution process, and if need be, contest that decision, that outcome. What we call at Seeker contestability, which is making explainability actionable, bringing in the human in the loop to actually teach the system how to become better, how to get better at the specific task.
Yes.
So that's sort of like in a nutshell, how I think of explainability.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. One of the things when I went to work at PwC for a while, I really started to understand not just audit processes and tax processes, but really compliance processes in a way that I hadn't before, including the $5,000 fine I got for buying my kids some stock I shouldn't have. Anyway, when you're dealing, I think most organizations, if not every organization, have certain decision processes that have to be explainable. Lots don't, right? But I know at PwC, when the regulators came in and they wanted to know about your audit process or your compliance process or your risk processes, you had to be able to give them in detail, and you even had to show some people who were punished for stepping over the line, which is what they told me when I got charged $5,000. So as you think about that, as I understand it, and tell me if I've got this right, you folks believe in order to deliver that, you have to start really from data and curation, training, and then model execution, and then evaluation at the end. And if you don't have that full value chain, you really can't do explainability. Is that correct?
Well, I think sort of, yeah. I think to a certain degree, yes. So talking about, taking a large language model or an artificial intelligence model and, deploying it for an enterprise application or for a business application, there's essentially two paths. One is what we call inference time operations. So
Yes.
basically, take that model and wrap it into an agent, connect it with different tools, connect it with different, the web, like I said, or code execution environment. Give the model the cheat sheet or set of cheat sheets that it needs to actually accomplish the task. So this is the first kind of path. The second path is train the model, take your corpus of private data, turn it into something that the model can learn from, and fuse that knowledge into the model's weight.
Yes.
So I think we, at Seeker, we actually tackle explainability for both those things, right? Like the providing sort of like the tooling and transparency into the AI system, whether that is an agent or a specific model, trace its decisions back to data, identify why a particular call was called, enable the human to step in and contest that model's decision.
Yes.
And say, this is not right, or this is right, because sometimes this is important as well. You need that reinforcing signal for the model to learn. Yeah, so that's it in a nutshell.
And there's a lot of research that seems to show that trust is a huge issue in AI models and AI adoption. At the same time, you'll talk to some practitioners who are out in the marketplace, and they'll say, "Yeah, we don't really see it that much. Yes, I understand the papers say this and the surveys say that and so forth, but on the ground, there's not a lot of people who are really pushing back on the vendors for explainability." Could you give us an idea of what, what are some of the areas where you folks are seeing that real need and understanding and traction?
Yeah, so look, when we think about scaling AI,
yes,
as I said earlier, is focusing on real problems, right? Like real automation tasks, not just chatbots, not just copilots, focusing on true AI that it's autonomous.
Yes.
And as these systems and things keep evolving, we will and we are be having systems making decisions of real impact. AI systems will be, potentially deciding who gets a loan or who gets accepted into college, or making specific decisions about national security. So the impact is tremendous.
Yes.
These are the domains that we operate in. These are the industries that we serve.
Yes.
And explainability, trust, the ability to use AI is sort of like a force multiplier to the human to solve complex problems and increase the productivity of us as humans is where we focus on.
So it's so interesting. So as you get to the point where you're actually executing the whole task, and you look at things that traditionally have been domains of regulation or oversight, such as student loans, such as student admissions, loans, and so forth, that is really an area, as well as national security issues. That's really an area where you're seeing a receptive conversation.
Yeah, we call these industries critical infrastructure. Finance, defense. A lot of these industries that are very regulated.
Yes.
Beyond sort of like building copilots and AI models, accuracy is paramount. Tolerance for things like hallucinations, errors.
Yes.
It's little to none.
Yes.
So yeah, that's where the only way to sort of achieve that level of accuracy is through being able to open the black box.
Yes.
The AI black box, and actually act on the outputs when they're wrong.
Yes. I don't know if there are questions in the audience. If there are, I'll be happy to take them. I've got plenty more, so just give some thought. How hard is it for the big model vendors? Let me put it this way. Can explainability be retrofit back into some of these large models? Because you don't get very good, I'm asserting you don't get very good explainability right now.
Well, yeah. So in order to do true explainability, you need to be able to trace models' decisions back to where the models learned from.
Yeah.
Right? Like you need to be able to trace a model's decision back to the influential training data points
Yes.
that taught the model that behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer,
if you don't have the sense traceability accounting built into the way you put the model together, it's very hard, I would imagine, very hard to do that.
it's really hard. Yeah. And, there's a lot of challenges around, you would never get access to the data that were used to train these models from, the big models. But also it's a tremendously complex thing to reverse engineer, essentially think that it's almost like as intelligent as the human brain.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. I had this, I was reading some of your stuff, I had this vision of my good friend Alan Kay, who talks about the Windows operating system as basically a garbage dump with a nice cover, with the hundreds of millions of lines of code in there, that in a certain way, from a semantic understanding perspective, these large models are very kludgy, right? I mean, in terms of be able to get, it's kind of, they've managed to compress 40 years of technical debt into 5, which is really impressive. I mean, from a semantic explanation standpoint. So you're not optimistic that they're going to be able to reverse engineer the stuff into it. If they're going to do it, they're going to have to build it out in their new models.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But I think that they all know that explainability is really, really important.
Yes.
The ability to actually tie models' decisions back to data, back to neurons, back to the neural pathways that the models follow when they make decisions.
Yep.
They all know that, but we haven't sort of seen anyone productizing that or making it available to the enterprise.
Yes. We have one question over here we have time for. Yes, can we get a...
Explainability problem was, how you solved it, and why your solution made a difference.
Yeah, so let's see. So as I said earlier, we sort of operate in the critical infrastructure space. So we work with companies in the financial sector. We work with, a lot of telcos around the world. And the AI systems that they deploy are basically complex agentic workflows where auditing the full agent's trace and computation graph and being able to step in, decide, or step in, understand why the agent called a particular tool, or which document from your vector database, which chunk from your vector database in a RAG application, say, was influential, and step in and kick it out, right? Remove it from your database, or redefine how the agent calls the tool. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's all sort of like along the lines of, you have an AI system. Before you get it out to production, you need to have the right tooling, the right technology, the right transparency, the observability to step in, change what needs to be changed, audit the system's decision making, and in order to bring it to the accuracy level that you need.
And as I understand it, it sounds like you're not at you can't disclose that particular application, One in particular that you have told me about is a car repair organization that is allocating across many repair personnel and activities against a car, and people want to know, why is my bill this way? And it serves two functions. One is to optimize the allocation of resources so that they go to it does a better job of going to the very best, the best talent going against the most difficult problems. And then when the customer says, why is my bill this way? Why did you decide to do this? It can explain it in detail. So that would be one example. So you get utilization benefit on labor and parts, and you get explainability benefit with the end customer. So that's one they can talk about.
That's one of our customers.
Yeah.
But there are several others. Government use cases, telcos, like I said, where this level of transparency is actually key to achieve the high level of accuracy that.
Well, awesome. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you so much, Stefanos.
Pleasure.
And please join me in thanking Stefanos. Thanks so much. Awesome.
Please welcome to the stage Professor and Director of the Media Lab at MIT, Ramesh Raskar.
Hello, how are you? Good. Well, town. I just took a quick Uber from across the river in Cambridge, and today we are talking about agents, it seems like. But the AI, there's AI agents, and then there's the internet of AI agents, or agentic web. In other words, the networked AI agents in decentralized architecture. And that's what we mean by Nanda. And means joy in Sanskrit, but it's also name of my sister. So Paul wants me to talk about 5 questions that you may or may not be thinking about in the agentic web. But before I do that, let's kind of step back and look at how we are stuck. Right now, we're stuck in the mainframe mental model of AI. Big machine, centralization. From there, we are slowly moving to the intranet of AI, where AI agents can work in siloed boundaries with administrative dashboards. From there, we would like to move to the internet of AI, where it's decentralized and the agents can go outside the boundaries of the organization in a trustless environment. But the internet was about connecting machines. The World Wide Web was about connecting people, and Nanda is about connecting agents. And to go from internet to the web, Tim Berners-Lee, right here at MIT, to invent new things, HTTP, HTML to render the website, a browser, a URL where you can just type yahoo.com, something that's human-able. So we have to make a lot of changes to go from the internet to the web, and we have to make significantly more changes to go from the web to the internet of agents. So I want you to imagine, of agents representing each of us, maybe trillions, that are going on a road trip, and they're all meeting each other, communicating, friends, socializing, learning from each other, transacting with each other, sometimes on our behalf, but often autonomously. And as these agents think about moving to a city, when you move to a city, you get your driver's license, you get your house. There's a lot of concepts that are emerging. People are talking about ATA from Google. It's like connecting roads that allows people to talk to each other. There's MCP, which is like tools. Imagine getting kind of your gas and electricity and other utilities in your place. That's kind of a very barren city, right? I mean, the city needs a post office. It needs a phone book. It needs an information desk. Soon it needs some universities. People need to find jobs. There needs to be job exchanges. Over time, people don't just want their house and their jobs, but they create universities that create stock markets. New emergent systems appear, such as stock markets and justice systems and so on. So we're going to see this lot of exciting movement in the world of agents. In the beginning, it's about the infrastructure. Then it's about the agent commerce. It's really about the agentic societies. And there may be social networks for agents. where agents just talk to each other and don't even worry about us. So, okay, so let's talk about 5 questions we should be thinking about. The first one is, what if the group thing on this massive AI buildup is actually wrong? Companies are spending hundreds of billions of dollars supporting each other, nuclear power plants, any of you getting one of those $1 million salaries, right? There's a lot going on there. But what if it's wrong? And one of the companies that's actually forcing this group thing is also warning us that maybe the small language models are the future of agentic AI. And as you will see, agentic AI is the future of AI. Small models are actually the future of AI. And we may not need these highly centralized massive models that are out there. You should really read this paper from NVIDIA, because it'll change the way you think about your investments in AI. The first thing is that a lot of these small models are actually quite powerful. It's like, I gave my daughter an iPhone 11 instead of iPhone 17, because it almost does everything for her. The same is the case with small models. They do actually really well in specialist tasks that you need. The next is that it's actually a good thing when the agents are very small and do specific things. They often outperform highly general models. Second, from a safety security point of view, actually good, because you're going to do limited things and there'll be less hallucination. The third is the heterogeneity actually allows you to have more options in building your IT systems. Now, it's challenging for organizations to support this mental model. First of all, there's sunk cost in dealing with this, centralized big models that we're using. The second is that we are enamored with benchmarks that are provided by big models. And, of course, the benchmarks on small models don't look good. So the ecosystem hasn't emerged. So I think it's time to kind of think about it differently. The second question is, even if you're working in agentic web, are you building an intercom, just connecting to it, or are you truly building, a telephone system? Right? So let me again take a step back and help you think through what I mean by that. So we're kind of in a post-AI world where the models are getting commoditized. The cost per token has come down by a factor of 200. And as I said, the size performance of models also very favorable for us. So the right side of this diagram is the current agent ecosystems, how to build agents with curate and LangChain and ADK and so on, how to use data and compute. So the right side of this diagram is very well understood. The left side of the diagram is more like the OSS of the internet. How do you start connecting these agents? What's the fabric that's shown here in blue that we need? And that's what Nanda is working on, right? The good news is that in each of these boxes, actually, there are plenty of players, but how to kind of bring them together is the challenge. And this may be the most important diagram of this presentation, which is I move from kind of agent foundations to agent economy to agent societies. We also have to think about on the vertical axis, which is in the beginning, it's all about syntax. So when you hear about A2A and MP and AP2, which is a transaction protocol, X.402, there's another one from our group called Ripple Effect Protocol. These are all great, just syntax. It's just message passing. But we need solutions at the same level, and eventually we need solutions that are for the agent class. So if you look at the central column, for example, not just enough to create transaction protocols, X.402, but very soon, these agents are going to start thinking about like Groupon. There's collective bargaining, or there's poly market, like, there's going to be prediction markets for everything that's going on. And these agents are going to move very, very fast. So the first column is where a lot of infra companies, are going to, make their revenue. But the second, third is kind of wide open. In every one of these boxes, potentially there are companies that could be worth billions of dollars. So there's a lot of first column. Of course, the incumbents have some advantage, but the second and third column here open. We don't even know what kind of businesses there will be. This is like 1995, and trying to predict, the next Yahoo, next AOL, Google, next Cisco, and next software. So it's wide open space in the agentic web. And so at MIT, of course, we are thinking through very deeply with many of our partners. Some of you are in the room here. about these three phases. But also we have working groups that are thinking about each of these aspects in great detail. Every sentence here, every bit here requires maybe 5 new PhDs and can probably spawn a dozen companies. So there's a lot going on in this space. And of course, I have been on this journey for more than 10 years. Our group is one of the leading groups thinking through evolution of AI, but mainly the networking of this AIs. Working with many great collaborators, and anyone of you are interested in working with us, just send me an email at end. A lot of great research that's been developed with university researchers, industry researchers, so on. We just take one example of what the DNS of AI agents looks like. There are only about 300 million websites. So the DNS is fine, but there'll be billions, maybe trillions of agents. So the DNS is going to come to a crawl. We need a new ICANN, we need a new domain agent naming system, and so on. So we started working with this with a very large consortium. In the beginning, you might converge to a solution that looks like a centralized registry, like DNS, that looks more like .txt, those of you who remember. And that's what MCP is trying to do. We think that's not very sustainable. The other approach to do this would be highly decentralized. If you have to run an agent, it must hang off of some website. And it turns out this is not a good solution either. So with the collective, with the collaboration, we have come up with a hybrid solution, that's lightweight index, but there is, highly private registries that everybody can maintain. Now, as I'll talk about this later, it's not just going to think about working at the internet level, because whatever happens at the internet level is also the solution you would use at the intranet level, right? Just as HTTPS, browsers, cloud, you don't have a homebrew solution that's used internally in your organization. You have to keep track of what's happening on the world, on the open web. And clearly, MIT should not be responsible for this. So we have a collective of 15 universities, that would maintain this index and this registry. So for that, we have to create all kinds of open and interoperable tools like adapters. We have to create a sandbox for all these things. So we have a table outside. Some of our team members can walk you through all these possibilities of how you can use these test beds. Again, these test beds are open, so you can also use them inside your organization. And how many of you here have your own AI agent that you have created? Good. If you haven't, go outside. Our colleague Maria is here. She can help you create your own AI agent in just 1 minute. It's as easy as that. Or you can go home and try it on join39.org. The third question is the agent chaos. We heard earlier about how the non-determinism of agents can create problems. If you have an agent that's 95% accurate, just after 10 iterations, it'll be only about 60% accurate, 0.95 to the 10. So this agent chaos, we heard earlier, sometimes it's good to have 1,000 flowers bloom. So the problem is, do we kind of use the chaos to innovate, or is it time to tame, right? And so you have to create this whole new agent plane, agent control plane solutions you have to build, and thinking about this very deeply. Would love to continue the conversation on how we are building, different aspects of this agent control panels. And of course, as I said earlier, intranet will follow the internet, which means that the strategic implication is that you cannot just create homebrew, proprietary solutions, track of what's happening outside, work with the ecosystem. All right. The fourth question is, who will keep the agentic web open and neutral? Right? On the left is how we see the web. As a user, I can just use protocols and work with any website, any server, any ecosystem out there. On the right, it's more like iOS and Android, where I must go through a particular platform to talk to other businesses, other users, in this case, other agents. So we do want a picture that looks more as is on the left. And we should thank Tim Berners-Lee for the open web, open World Wide Web, because he's the one who said, hey, when there was a time when Internet Explorer and Front Page were trying to create very proprietary browsers, or AOL was trying to create its own walled gardens, people like Tim Berners-Lee right here at MIT, through World Wide Web Consortium, managed to convince everybody to keep it open, and also managed to take care of complementary interests of different companies. Who's going to do that now? And of course, time was easier back in the 90s, but now companies that already have a pretty robust maps for building agents that are already digital rails. I mean, ChatGPT went from 0 to 100 million in just a month. So the rails exist. So how are we going to do it? The good news is most companies out A2A, MCP, NLWeb are trying to be as open as possible, right? But still, we could end up in an iOS, Android, or a Facebook, Twitter kind of bifurcation, which could be terrible for businesses, especially mid-sized businesses that are here in this room. All right, that brings us to the fifth question, which is, are we thinking through risks if agentic web does not remain open, right? So there are many risks, and we are working with a whole bunch of companies to map that out, what it could be. I'll just talk about two main risks, the first and second, which is the monopolistic platforms emerging. But the second is the disintermediation. You know, if it is an amazing agent, and you can just talk to it and call your Uber ride, Uber is not very happy about it because they're getting disintermediated. You know, a CRLX of the future is not a good news for Uber because Uber wants to maintain direct relationship with their customers. So companies are actually worried about disintermediation. So they're going to fight a nail to make sure this remains open. But for every one of you, whether it's finance or transport or energy, any of these sectors, disintermediation is a risk. So what's the window to keep it open, right? So very soon, we think will be standards wars. Then the second bullet is the network effects will set in. So it'll be difficult to fight somebody who already has, you know, a virality. And finally, there'll be a complete lock-in. And we have about 8 months, as per our calculation, when this will be lost. So you have to really strive for an open and agentic web that can unlock trillions of dollars of value, and that will allow you to do something within your organization where you don't have to continuously, every few months, give up everything what you have built and go to the next version, and eventually everything you have built will actually be sold by, you know, this 1 or 2 dominant players. We have about a year to 18 months. The clock is already started. So it's a very difficult scenario if you're in the space, AI agent space, which we're thinking about connecting your agents in the agentic web. So the way to get there is to make sure the best ideas all over the world, you know, best research, best technologies coming up, you know, they drive, you know, the commercial adoption, and they drive the social mission of keeping this open and vibrant. So please talk to us at nanda.mit.edu. You know, we have a big program, a big tent that's allowing many universities, many companies, many governments to work together. And hope the groupthink is not too wrong, but we should be ready for it. Thank you.
For a discussion with Paul Beyer, please welcome to the stage partner at Apollo, Vikram Mudar, and operating partner at Clearhaven Partners, Drake Pruitt.
Guys, yeah, he's right here. You guys meet? Yeah. Wonderful. The program keeps rolling on. So let's introduce yourselves a little bit. Tell us about your firm and what role do you see AI playing right now, and then we'll have some questions.
Absolutely. Yep. So thank you for having me here. Fantastic talk before this by Ramesh. I'm an operating partner at Apollo. I do 2 things at Apollo. I help underwrite our deals, particularly at the back of value that we will create from AI or broadly digitization. And second, I co-lead AI strategy for Apollo. Apollo is a close to $900 billion under management, and we invest in credit structures as well as equity.
That's great. Hey, everybody, I'm Drake Pruitt. I work for Clearhaven Partners. We're based in Boston. We're generally at the other end of the spectrum from Apollo in that we have $1 billion under management, and we buy lower middle market SaaS companies. I'm an operating partner, just finished a 5-year tenure at Amazon. My focus at Clearhaven, we're very hands-on. So I work actively with our portfolio companies on product innovation and the adoption of AI technologies, both as a way of growing top-line revenue and helping the value creation thesis play out.
So many different, Vikram, so many different use cases for all your portfolio companies, different industries, different holding periods, different maturity levels, different. How do you think about which ones to focus on? Do you focus on a certain area? Do you find a killer use case? Do you have a early in the holding cycle?
It's a great question. And I think the backdrop for this was very helpful. There's lots going on in the market, lots of uncertainty. Things are not settled, whether it is protocols or reference architectures or what have you. But at the same time, there's lots of value to be created. But at the same time, as we are investing in the new companies, we want to make sure that we're not buying assets that we will be stuck with if that 18-month window comes true. You have to be very careful about it. So what we have done is, when we are investing, we have created a very systematic diligence playbook. And every sort of investment that we make, we go through what we call the AI diligence. It's included in the investment committee memo, et cetera, et cetera. And we evaluate 4 things: impact on revenue, impact on cost, pace of change, readiness of the target to adopt AI, and 5th one, actually, which is a little bit softer one, which is regulations, how regulations are impacting the industry, because in some industries, the regulations are becoming more kind of prevalent. So that's on when we are buying. When we are creating value, it is very tightly linked to the thesis. The thesis results into value creation plan, which is sort of the standard that we use in our industry. Value creation plan is nothing but, here are the 5 ways we will make sure that our investment numbers are met, and that gets translated into can AI help achieve or accelerate this? And the window is 18 months to 24 months. Can we really achieve it? And around that, what we've done is, a bunch of us have experience pre-ChatGPT building AI platforms. I joke around, by the way, that there's 2 types of talent: pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT. Some of us have been burnt by or have scars in this area. So we've narrowed down on 5 or 6 areas where real value can be created, and we match the value creation plan and those 6 areas and say, how can we quickly get here? And then we've kind of chosen a set of technologies that we will go after and go deploy. That's the kind of process.
So on the value creation, it's a little more customized, maybe cost savings in one, revenue in the other?
Well, it's far more granular than that.
Okay.
Which is, for example, we're going to say that, okay, we will automate a publishing process for a textbook publishing company that we own. And by the way, there's a very clear number, how much we can achieve, and what will we get out of it. That's sort of one side of it. The second is, for example, there's growth. We're gonna, instead of going through a value-added reseller, we're gonna go direct to consumer, and through that direct to consumer, we're gonna achieve X% growth, whatever that growth is. Then can we use agentic systems to drive that growth direct to consumer, and how much? So it's very kind of measured in terms of strategies.
Right. Yeah. Drake, similar approach or different, or?
I would say very much. I think at our scale, and because we're focused exclusively on software, we are in the scale of the companies that we buy, we're very, very rigorous about pre-deal diligence around talent. We are, like Vikram said, assessing for risk. We're, some of these markets are esoteric or niche oriented, and so we're looking for areas where, frankly, there's some defensibility against AI in terms of risk management on the front end, as well as the ability to exploit AI as an advantage. So an example would be companies that have system of record data, or first-party data plus an inherent sort of stickiness to how they deploy their products. So, and we've run some experiments where we sort of ask the question, could we disrupt this business with AI? And could we actually prompt Claude and do some light-duty product planning and ask, could AI build and replicate the business in a short order? And it's really interesting how companies that particularly that federate data from diverse sources, where there are significant challenges with API integration, these are companies that serve niche industries, and they're very hard to disintermediate. Frankly, their threat from the outside with AI is far lower than it might appear. So we take a deep dive during that phase, and then once we acquire the companies, we are, of course, at our stage, we're often professionalizing and raising the talent levels within the business. That's why those of us on the operating team as well, we all come from operating backgrounds, having worked in private equity businesses. So I work closely with an operating partner who has been a seated head of engineering, building a large-scale AI implementation. So we're not talking to the companies in sort of theoretical terms. Some of them probably wish that we were, because we're very, very into the details, and frankly, confer with them and collaborate with them extensively. So, and I think long-term, we're bullish on the impact that AI can have. I think right now, if you'd ask the question, most of the lift that we're looking for is efficiency, cost-cutting, and the application of AI to prove out the value of the technology and get the teams familiar with the technology. And it's harder because often the value creation plans do not rely on speculative upside growth and incremental investment. We're more cautious about the idea that AI is going to sort of create a J curve of growth until we see more proof points.
We've had a lot of conversations both with public investors and private investors about what an AI-first company is. Should it command a premium in a particular sector? So if there's 15 insurance companies, which ones are more AI-first? And is it a 5 or 15% valuation premium? Do you buy into that thesis? Is there such a thing as an AI-first company, and does it earn a valuation premium? Yeah.
Well, I would say just briefly, there are sort of benchmarks used in the PE world. They're referred to terms like rule of 40, where you're looking at the combination of margins and growth rate. And now with AI, companies are talking about both on the buy-sell side, rule of 60. Where are you getting the extra incremental 20%? It's that there's a high impact value to AI for the business that would change the growth trajectory. I'd say in general, companies that are native and familiar with the technology are extremely powerful if they have customers and they are currently operating in businesses that we would tend to buy. I think we're a little more circumspect about pure startup disruption because I think they have oftentimes the unencumbrance of customers that allows them to think outside the box. But the problem is they don't have regular access and interaction with customers and all the friction that sits inside a customer environment.
If I recall, just for the audience, the rule of 40 is 40% growth and 40% EBITDA margin.
It's a combination. It's a combination of the margin plus the growth rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the 60 is aspirational. Do we have any 60 examples out there?
I don't know if it's aspirational. I think you're starting to see companies that actually at exit are asking, is this a rule of 60 company? Like a buyer is actually actively canvassing for that right now. So
yeah, there are rule of 60 companies. Yeah. But I'm not sure if they're all coming at the back of AI. AI, as Ray was mentioning, it's like it's adding a little sliver to it, but it's not AI first. And particularly in the private markets, there's no, I mean, we are big fans of benchmarks. And when we are underwriting that on behalf of our investors. So we got to make sure that our investment thesis has some basis. And there's just not enough AI first companies to go and value these companies. So a lot of it becomes, more seed stage.
Two data points, yeah.
Yeah, seed stage or early stage kind of investments.
And if I'd add, not many of them are for sale. If that's actually the business trajectory that you're on, you're probably not in market looking to exit yet.
One recurring theme, certainly in the hallway conversations and earlier conversations, is change management. This technology's happening so fast, trying to get my company to move faster here. you guys are buy a company here, you've got a short period, you've got a thesis value, you've got a 2 or 3 year. How do you guys think about, is the change management challenge any different in a PE-owned firm?
Yeah, I mean, look, sorry, Trick.
No, please.
Look, it's no different than any other technology or any big transformation that you want to drive. The key here is really it starts with the CEO. You've got to make sure that the CEO is bought in. I've had many conversations where, some of the CEOs sat me down and said, son, I've been in this industry for 3 more decades than you have. So I've seen many technologies come by, and the business has not really changed too much. So why do I need to do this? And my conversation with them is, let's say that 99% you're right, but 1% you're wrong. I'm in the industry of protecting the downside, and I want you to invest that 1% of your revenue on this technology. So it starts there. The second big piece is that you really have to build the scaffolding around it. The role that Drake and I play in many of these companies is to see the end, work backwards and say, here's the scaffolding that you're going to need. And it's a very big talent game. It's not a technology game. Technology is important, but talent, do you really have the talent? And how do you really, beg, borrow, steal that talent from outside or inside and make sure that you have that focused kind of, team that is working on it? And then finally, I think it's a 2-speed engine. While you get excited about betting on growth, which is great, but there's so much opportunity to also deliver on cost side that you have to run both so that you are putting some runs on the scoreboard while you are constantly putting new products out and testing, because the speed at which that you can put out is unfathomable. And ultimately, I keep telling my management teams and my CEOs that speed is the only moat. There's nothing else. We were talking about disintermediation of big businesses like Uber and others. Speed is the only moat.
I think that's great, and I can add that. So at one end of the spectrum, the CEOs that are reluctant and have been there and a long tenure, been there, seen that, done that. It's a hype cycle concern, change management sort of building up behind that. We also see the opposite, which is the overzealous CEO who says, I have big vision for AI. I'm sold on AI, and there are 2 things that can be perjurious or injurious if following that thread. One is that the CEO is taking the eye of the core operations team off the ball on hitting the marks on cash flow and revenue and operational efficiencies. And again, PE is always very focused on cost takeout and performance against plan, and we kind of view those as sacred. The second is that as a result of thinking that way, quite literally, sometimes it's a close or it's easy to fall into the trap of, I want AI at all costs. And the problem or the unanswered question is, for what reason that relates to your customer do you want to do that? So we spend a lot of time in those instances talking to the CEOs about, be ruthless and excited about what you can do for your customer based on how to grow the business, and look at AI as a roster or one of a roster of technologies for getting there. But you'll hear the directives from time to time. I told my company, go get me an AI product. And I can say the failure rate on that is near 100%. It might be a POC for learning something, but we won't invest behind that type of thinking. So
that's great. We'll take 1 or 2 questions if we get the microphones ready here. So change management recurring theme today here. A lot also recurring theme thoughts about, is sustained competitive advantage being changed by AI or not? Do you guys see certain industries where it's changing it when you're looking at? Do you have certain portfolio companies' assets values going down because of AI, or the basics of competition really haven't changed?
I would say that there are certain businesses where from the outside in, we will look at them and say, at some level, the business exists as an information intermediary. And those are businesses that concern us from a risk perspective, because effectively a model and the right domain of data could disintermediate entire workflow. So when I was at Amazon, I saw this with certain ed tech companies where they were essentially a repackager and remarketer of information generally available, like Khan Academy on YouTube, now made consumable for the classrooms at MIT at a high cost, multi-million-dollar annual subscriptions. That's a very high-risk business because the information is generally available. AI can do a great job of packaging and multi-formatting the output, and the costs are in dollars, tens of dollars per session, not millions annually. So.
And I'll just do a counter to that.
Okay.
Since we're talking to the ed tech, right?
Yeah.
The counter to that is it can also be a big differentiation, because if you're a large ed tech company, you own the distribution channel. And it's hard to build distribution channel. So if you play smart, you own the front end, and if you can make the back end as efficient as Drake mentioned, then sort of, you become the rule of 60 company much faster.
That's great. Have some questions from the audience.
Hey, just a question for Drake.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were just talking about customer success. I think you were saying that you were leaning into the value of all this about being that silly customer, because there's a lot of operations and things we're talking about. Are you a proponent of leading AI with customer success?
We do believe a lot in the value of AI for helping you do a better job of connecting with your customers through multiple channels. And I think the early experiments we've run, we've seen, I think quite satisfactory returns and changes to things like NPS scores, et cetera. But you have to be very, very vigilant with human in the loop to maintain the quality control. And you have to be very mindful of training your customer about the limits of what your AI can do, because you can frustrate them by adding too much to the plate that the bot cannot handle, frankly.
Great. One more question again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a longtime software CEO, and I appreciate you talking about CEOs' perspectives, but I'm curious what you're hearing from your CFOs related to AI.
CFO, you said.
CFOs.
You want to go ahead?
I will give you a real story, which is one of the portfolio company CFOs called me and said, hey, I see for the next year's budget, I see $40 million in AI projects. What is this? I said, well, do they have charter and business case at the back of it? He said, no, most of them say Vikram said so. So, bottom line is CFOs are eager, but they are doing their job in terms of being, fiduciary responsible and making sure that, they're putting, it through the rigor. Now, some of the more strategic CFOs are willing to make the investment, and they're also encouraging the business units and saying, if you're saying the way this works, in current year, you should be able to take X cost out. I won't take all that away from you. I will let you invest half of it.
Great.
Yeah, Paul, can I add just really quickly? The other big hot button for a CFO is how the use of Gen AI in products, particularly in software, points to the change to a value-based pricing model, right? So you're gonna pay me for the outcome, but I am running a business where I'm charging you per seat, traditionally in SaaS, right? And CFOs are looking ahead, good ones are, and saying, this is gonna be a painful transition. We have ambiguity around pricing, margin, usage, and we run a business with PE owners who expect performance against the financial plan, that's all based on a seat license or similar subscription model. So that transition for CFOs and for the whole company is non-trivial. And I think it's one of the biggest questions that loom for a lot of technology companies is, how are you going to get through that without trashing your revenue line? You can't just make a cutover and assume that that's all going to work.
On that point, by the way, good CFOs are also keeping an eye on this whole consumption to per seat translation, because lots of technologies are still in the experimental stage. In fact, I don't call a lot of that revenue ARR. I call it ERR, which is experimental recurring revenue, even if they're making it. Right? Companies are making money, but it's kind of, we don't know if it is sticky or not. But the translation from consumption to the per seat model or a per agent model, whatever it is, that math is still not settled. So good CFOs are keeping an eye on it. Another thing that I've done and noticed is that actually CFO's function can benefit a lot from agentic AI. And that technology is here. So some of the kind of more bleeding edge kind of CFOs are willing to use it for their transaction processes or what have you.
Absolutely fantastic. Please help me thank the panelists. Thank you,
Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Super. Thank you. Really great. Yeah.
Please welcome back to the stage, Adam Rappaport.
All right. We're getting there. Everyone having a great day so far? It's been pretty amazing, I must admit. Back on the laptop. Anyone know what this is? So the GAI World 2025 website, there's the homepage right there. And for this demo, what I'll be doing, I decided I've coined a term, or maybe someone already said it before, but I was thinking about vibe before. So this demo is really about vibe marketing, which is using an AI that has some sort of world understanding and give it some context, like the homepage of the GAI World website, and ask it to make some marketing content for us. So we'll see how that goes. The tool I'm going to be using is Nano Banana. It's the same one that we used for those superhero cards, where we basically gave it your picture and said, make this person look like a superhero, and it understands what the person looks like and how to put them in that scenario. So under the hood, that's what they call Gemini 2.5 Flash Image. That's the actual model from Google that everyone refers to as Nano Banana. So the first prompt we'll be using, you can see here, basically I'm going to give it a screenshot of that website. Say, use that as a brand, create a social media graphic, announcing the event is sold out, keep colors, fonts, overall style on brand, etc. Right? So come over here. There's that prompt I've just posted in there. Hopefully right here is my screenshot. A lot of tools can do this sort of capability. ChatGPT is great at this. ChatGPT is very slow at this. So one of the things I love about Nano Banana is when I'm experimenting and iterating, it's really quick to be able to, make something that actually did it. I mean, you see, that's actually very different from the website itself, but that's a pretty cool banner. Some words that need a little touching up there, but so that's one example. We could literally just run this prompt, we would get a completely different piece of marketing out of the tool. So that's one example. I will very quickly give you one more. In this case, we're going to be starting with the GAI Insights logo, and I'm going to say make a cool brand aligned image for social media. It includes accelerate your AI transformation. Pretty sure that's something we say. So I'll come in here, and here's, again, literally just a screenshot I took of GAI Insights logo, and we'll throw it in there with that prompt, and we'll just be, I've still got a whole another minute and a half here. We're only halfway through my 3 minutes. Well, that's phenomenal. This thing's nice and fast. If we're using ChatGPT, we'd still be waiting for the first picture. So that's the good news. And if it's not broken, yeah, it looks like it's still doing something. No, we'll tap anyway and pass it off to my friend here. Yep, maybe that's where the story ends. I have time. I'm gonna reload and let's give that one more try. So there's my logo, and I'll say make sure it includes that text, and that's a good sign because that's still spinning. So there you go. Vibe marketing. With that, I'll be passing off to Mo, co-founder and CEO of GAI. Clicker right there. Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys. Hey, folks. Thank you very much. Paul, thank you, John. I think you guys have been awesome. Every time I keep coming back, I think the richness of the conversations that you guys have and collect with people is phenomenal. My name is Mo Idris. I'm the founder and CEO of GAI. We are an AI data platform that's just obsessed with jailbreaking the business as far as trying to create semantic models and data products. So it's, free your data, empower everyone, which means everybody that's out here from the business. One of the things that when I sat over here many years ago as a data practitioner, every time business would always come back and ask the question, why do data projects actually take 3 to 6 months? So, obviously, we all know that AI is fueled by data. But the obsession came from, like, is there a better way as far as making sure that we can compress these cycles from 3 to 6 months to a few hours? A lot of the business teams, you could be from sales, you could be marketing, you could be from HR. A lot of business teams depend on IT in terms of creation of any of the models that they want to create to be able to self-service themselves. This is where innovation stalls. A lot of chief data officers, a lot of chief AI officers, a lot of folks in business always keep complaining about the fact that, hey, we would want to innovate at a much faster pace, but we can't because we're not the ones that are writing the Python code or an SQL code, but we self-service ourselves and enable ourselves to do this at a much faster pace. And that's where a lot of the innovation stalls. Eureka moment is, can the business be able to self-serve themselves? A lot of that then, if you start to translate, it's millions and millions of dollars that are wasted by either hiring external third-party consultants come into your organizations. There's a lot of wastage that happens as a result of that. A lot of times I'm hearing chief data officers also talk about the fact that compute, there's massive amounts of compute that's actually going underutilized. And a lot of the times, more recently with the Anthropic study that came out, was a lot of these frontier models actually need context. Context is basically what's residing in everyone the business is concerned. So the data engineers are the ones that are creating all these pipes, but all the context is like they have to keep go back and forth. And that's where the innovation really stalls. Why does it take 3 to 6 months for data projects? Why does it take so many hours to actually be able to self-service themselves? So we're in GAI, we're a company right across the bridge, close in the heart of Cambridge and MIT. We call ourselves a business data lab, and we're the only business data lab that automates context for your companies and your organizations. How it works? A lot of your data could be stored in either a Snowflake or a Databricks. I'm sure you must be using Amazon or Google. We connect your company data. GAI learns patterns of your data, and then we then go in and build both logical and physical data models as the core foundation. Our AI agentic platform basically empowers every business user, not just data expert, to be able to define, prototype, and test semantic models without waiting for IT. A lot of that times, as soon as you give us access to your, and obviously we access the metadata, not the actual data, we actually create patterns. Once we've created the pattern, the business can actually do a lot of agentic Q&A responses, the questions, in terms of you might be marketing, trying to create your marketing churn analytics model. You could be some from sales that wants a sales model. As long as you've got the core data foundation enabled, you can actually start to be able to self-service yourself. A lot of times you must be asking the question, oh, but we've already made significant investments in our core data cloud architecture, so that could be a Snowflake, Databricks, BigQuery, or Amazon. We connect seamlessly pretty much any and every ecosystem that you might have. So, we push code to the Git repository. A lot of the transformation might be happening in dbt code. And then a lot of times I've heard chief data officers mention, oh, in a pre-LLM, a lot of these data catalogs were getting underutilized. So through EKAI, dynamically, you're actually pushing a lot of the data catalogs to be filled as well. So you don't need to worry about core definitions and core KPIs that reside in either people's desk or data catalogs that have gone completely underutilized in a post-LLM era. The impact, a lot of the 6 months have been compressed, or 3 months, 6 months, depending on who you talk to in the end, to only a few hours. And that's the efficiency that we've been bringing with EKAI. So the era of self-service for your business with context has finally arrived. So if you're reimagining or trying to reimagine a world where you have to get either third parties to help solve your problems or not being able to self-service yourself, I'd love for you all to check us out. So we're always looking for design partners. We've got a few. So the QR code, would love for you guys to sign up if you're the business trying to struggle with being able to self-service yourself. And we're happy to help out on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please welcome back to the stage, John Fiola.
All right. And Paul Beyer. Yeah, kind of Laurel and Hardy of AI here. Anyway, for those of you who remember.
John.
What's that?
Yes,
we
reception.
are. Just to, what I did is I took the agenda. We have it laid out in an Excel spreadsheet, and I fed it to ChatGPT, and I said, look, how should I conclude the remarks here at the end of the day? This is what I came up with, which I'm just going to read quickly to you, and then we're going to take some impressions. Before I close today, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we've accomplished. This morning, we heard how generative AI is moving from prediction into practice, whether through competitive advantage in public markets, Mayo Clinic's globally unique platform, or the very real explosion of AI costs that leaders now must manage strategically. We also saw how financial services and infrastructure decisions will shape the trajectory of adoption, and we were reminded through examples like Anthropic, Superpath, and UBS that AI is no longer an abstract tool. It's becoming the fabric of strategy, technology, and leadership. Not bad. The big thing today is that AI is not just another technology wave. It is management cost and competitive. It is a management cost and competitive shift that touches every industry. Each of you has a role in shaping how your organization navigates it. Tomorrow, we'll build on this foundation by diving deeper into specific use case, sector challenges, and practical skills that are needed to carry forward. Tonight, I encourage you to carry today's conversation into the hallways, the dinner tables, and the informal spaces where ideas often crystallize. There you go. Soon to be brought to you by a robot instead of me. Okay. And it came up with the first reflection question was the question Paul and I were going to ask anyway, which was, what's the single most surprising insight you heard today that you'll be taking back to your organization? That was verbatim. Not so bad.
So who would like to share?
AI co-work with a human with a supervisor. All right. From One Digital. All right.
Actually, from the same presentation, learning your employees' love language so that you can interact with them properly to get them to adopt AI.
Well said.
All right.
I'm going to say the Internet of Agents, and also someone used the term Skynet with a straight face.
There you go. Yes, why are all our technology myths so negative? Anyway, but Skynet, yes?
Adam's got one?
Yes, Adam.
Yeah, just previously, Vikram said speed is the only moat. That was it for me, for sure.
That's great. Others? Yeah, go ahead, Marissa. Wait for the mic. Go ahead, Maria.
I'll throw mine in. When the previous speaker said that agentic AI will disintermediate Uber, and I'm like, oh yeah, it will. And that hadn't occurred to me before.
There we go. Any other quick impressions of things you would take back? All right.
I think they want reception.
I think,
We got one more here. Yeah.
One more.
You give
Window for an AI
Okay.
agents is closing in 18 months.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Window for open AI agents is closing within 18 months.
Yes. All right. With that, let me just give a quick overview tomorrow. So we're going to start off today. We'll have a little bit of reflection, very short in the morning. Then Jeff Rayport's going to teach a case on Harvey, the AI being into law. Then we're going to go. We're going to talk.
Teach it. The whole room is going to be a business kid, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to teach a. Yes, the typical case discussion. We'll have whiteboards and the whole routine. Yes. Then we're going to go over how what happens in financial services, in particular, with JP Morgan as an example, and Liberty Mutual, and how they operate Gen AI at scale, which they're doing. We're going to do the security view in terms of CISOs and what they're doing, and then really important, how to think about driving employee engagement of this issue about building a capability, not just a technology. We're going to talk about real-time systems. What happens when you take these kind of agents and put them into places like hospitals, disaster relief, and so forth, which is a really fantastic new area. And then we're going to talk about legal risks. And then we're going to give you a short version of our daily AI news, which we've done 400 times. So we're going to do that in fashion. You can see our way of looking at what's essential, important, or optional. Then we're going to have a conversation with John Warner, the Whirling Dervish, Boston's AI capabilities and organizations, and a great colleague and partner of ours. And then we're going to end the day talking about what we think your kids, and if you don't have kids, up-and-coming young people ought to be learning about AI in this new AI age. Anything else, Paul? All right.
Stepping out there.
Thank you,
out
there. Thank you, everybody.